We bumped fists as I got off the bike and laid my helmet on the seat. "What's up, bro?" I asked, looking around. I hadn't seen those people in a long time, and soon they were surrounding me, cracking jokes at my expense, drinking like fish, with their stereos turned up so loud my ears ached. Lion showed up a few minutes later, and everyone cheered when they saw him pull up in the Lamborghini I'd rented for the occasion. That reminded me of last year, when my little blonde demon had raced and had annihilated Ronnie, surprising all of us and almost giving me a heart attack. Noah could drive, and watching her had pissed me off and turned me on in equal measure. As everybody around me danced and acted stupid waiting for the stragglers to show up, I took out a cigarette and leaned against my bike. I needed to know that Noah was all right and had made it home. She hadn't answered my message. That didn't give me a good feeling. She was probably mad, but she was with Jenna, so it wasn't like I had left her hanging at the restaurant, right? I couldn't call her because of the noise all around me, so I baited the hook with another message. "How was dinner? You back home yet?" I took another hit of my smoke and saw her reply, "In bed, in my pajamas." I sighed with relief. At least that was out of the way. With Noah at home, I could relax and concentrate on what I had to do that night. Race, win, and kiss that world goodbye forever. Lion waved to me and we walked over to talk to Clark, the guy who had designed the course. We stood in a circle while he showed everyone who was racing where we would start and finish. There would be 4 contestants. This was a major race. You had to pay $5,000 just to get in. But the winner would take a huge chunk of that, plus a cut of the bets. "As long as no problems come up, you'll be back in 10 minutes. We block traffic off, but if the 5-0 show up, that's out of my hands," Clark said, looking around at us. The other 2 guys I knew. They were good, and one of them was from Cruz's gang, formerly Ronnie's. I'd seen him earlier at a corner surrounded by his guys, all of them as high as he was. I hated them, and I also wanted my revenge for the other night. Wanted to make them pay, not with blood, but with their money, which was the only thing they really valued. "See you back here in 10, Clark said. I turned to Lion and his brother. "I don't think we'll have a tough time, but I don't want any bullshit. If things get ugly, we're out, understood?" Luca was planning on riding with Lion in the passenger seat. I wanted to go alone. I hated racing with someone beside me. It distracted me, and I felt I didn't have total control of the car. They nodded, and we turned around to head for our cars. Just then, a flash of something caught my eye. My body understood it before my eyes focused on the red Audi that had just pulled up. My heart stopped, and when I saw those long legs step out of the vehicle, my nerves, which I had managed to keep a tight rein on, exploded. "No fucking way!" Lion exclaimed behind me. I felt my feet racing over, my breaths turning to heaves, getting out of my control as I saw Noah standing there surrounded by all those assholes. My steps grew longer, trying to shorten the distance between us, wanting to make it to her side before anyone else did. Her eyes locked with mine. She crossed her arms. There was hatred in her face. It was all I could do not to stuff her back in her car and peel out with her. But before I could think my plan through, her arm shot out and smacked me hard across the face. "You goddamned liar!" she shouted over the music and the people yelling. I took a few deep breaths to calm down. It was pointless. "Get in the car," I ordered her between clenched teeth. "Fuck that, Nicholas," she replied, her arms cocked to shove me backward. I stopped her, grabbing her wrists. Don't you fucking dare give me orders." I pushed her against the Audi and squeezed against her, immobilizing her. I repeat, get in that car and go back where you came from. You've got 3 seconds. Hear me? I don't care how mad you are, goddammit. You shouldn't be here. Do I have to remind you what happened last time? Her eyes were burning, boring holes into mine. It was all I could do not to throttle her. It didn't matter if I was there. No one was going to hurt me. There was nothing there I couldn't deal with. But Noah? The fear that someone might see her. I turned instinctively to where Cruz was standing with his friends. He still hadn't recognized her. Hell no, you don't have to remind me. I was there, remember? She was trying to wriggle away from me. I looked down at her dress. Was she trying to be conspicuous? Stop, damn it, I ordered her, interlacing the fingers of one hand with hers while the other grabbed her chin and forced her to look at me. This isn't a joke, Noah. I need you to go. There's no way I'm going unless you leave with me. With that, she jerked her face to one side. I leaned my arms on both sides of her, pressing her into the car to shield her from the people gathering around us. I looked down at her, sniffed her to try to calm myself down more than anything else. But instead of touching me, her hands hung dead at her sides. You shouldn't be here, I whispered in her ear. We both knew I was making her tremble. Neither should you. I noticed then that she was wearing makeup, that her short dress revealed her bare legs provocatively. She'd done that for me, and I'd left her in the lurch to enter a drag race. I'm sorry, Freckles, I said, grabbing her around the waist. The fabric of her dress was so thin, it was as if I were embracing her skin. That, and her anger, which was also sexy in its own way, made me want to kiss her desperately and seek her forgiveness. I bent over to try, but she looked away. I can't have you lying to me, she said. I won't do it again. I don't believe you. Those words hurt, but I didn't want to let her see that. This is the last race I'll ever drive in, Noah. Ask Lion. I said the same thing to him this morning. It's over, Noah. This is my last goodbye, and I'm only doing it because Lion needs me. You can't keep doing this stuff for him, Nicholas. Her voice was worried, not angry. I know you love him like a brother, but I talked to Jenna, and he's not the same as before. You supporting him here is only going to make things worse. She was right. I kept moving ahead in life while he was digging his own grave. Either he would climb out of the mud or he would sink down in misery like Cruz or like his own brother, Luca. I reached out and pulled Noah to me. I would never make her worry about me again. Those days were over. I'll do everything I can to get Lion to leave this behind with me, I said, and I was overwhelmed with happiness when Noah reached up and touched my cheek. That caress meant she'd forgiven me. I stroked her spine and kissed the side of her face, rubbing my nose next to her ear. Go home, please. I'll be there as soon as this is over. Noah didn't say anything, but I took that as a sign of agreement. I turned around and saw the 3 other drivers talking with Clark. I gotta go. She nodded. I kissed her on the lips and waited to go over to where the rest of the guys were standing until I saw her with Jenna next to her Audi, and the 2 of them seemed ready to go. Good luck, everyone. See you on the other side, I said to Lion. That was my go-to line before racing. He smiled, but I saw something else on his face that gave me a weird feeling just before he turned and got into his car. I walked to where the Lamborghini was parked, got in, and started the engine. Lion got in the car Luca had driven over in and pulled up to the starting line. A girl in a bikini top and tiny shorts was standing in the middle of the cars with 2 flags held high. The city shone brightly behind her, waiting for us to rip through its streets. Fast, no mistakes. That was the only way we could be sure of avoiding trouble. Just then, right as the countdown started and my hands were gripping the wheel, the passenger door opened, and Noah got in beside me. What the fuck are you doing? The starting gun echoed, and the flags fell. The race was on.
29. Noah. When Jenna told me how the races were going to go, I was scared, and when I saw Nick's car on the starting line, ready to take off, I ran toward it, forgetting the consequences, and got inside. Nick looked at me, first with surprise, then with fury. Terrified, I looked at his feet and reminded him what we were there to do. "Step on the gas, Nick." With lightning reflexes, he tore off and caught up with the other cars before I even knew it, destroying their initial advantage. "I'm going to kill you. Do you hear me?" he shouted. We were almost into the city, and I knew I needed to be quiet and let him concentrate. For a split second, he looked over at me and shouted, "Put on your damn seatbelt." After flinching, I did as he said. I was going to pay for this big time. I knew, but I needed to be there with him. This race wasn't like last year's. It didn't matter how many times I told him not to do it. Nicholas made his own decisions and sometimes left me out. Well, this was my decision. If he was racing, I would too. If he put himself in danger, so would I. And I couldn't care less what he had to say about it. I'd deal with the consequences later. "I told you to go," he screamed, punching the steering wheel. He was livid, but I was too, and I wasn't about to back down. This wasn't the way to do things, and I wanted him to know that if he was still in that world, I would be too. And if me being there helped him leave it behind, then it was worth the risk. "Yeah, but I chose not to," I said, staring at the road. His jaw clenched, the veins popped out in his neck, and I was so scared I shrank back in my seat. When we reached the first curve, my feet moved as if I were stepping on the pedals. I was enjoying myself so much my body was pure adrenaline. I wished I were in Nick's seat, gripping the wheel and showing him how damned good I was. Even if things had gone to hell last time, I had won. There was no denying that. Nick was good, but at that moment, all I could see was a guy who hadn't stopped to think about how much what he was doing could hurt us. No matter what happened, Nick kept turning back to the dark side, and when he did, he dragged me down with him. He had supposedly quit racing and doing all those things that reminded me of my father. But there we were, and I hated myself for doing something that could have destroyed my family, and loving it. My brain disconnected from those problems and focused solely on the cars in front of us. In front, not behind. We were losing. "You need to speed up, Nicholas." The vein in his neck swelled even more. I bit my lip. I was so nervous. "I can't believe I'm going 100 with you in the car." "This is a competition, goddammit, not a walk in the park." "Well, this car can do 200, so step on it or we're going to lose." "Shut up," he shouted. I closed my mouth and left him to his own devices. My hands were quivering. By the time he hit 120, he had nearly caught up to the others. Lion was in the lead, the other two just in front of us. Either we took them on the next curve, or we'd never be in the lead. I prayed for Nicholas to get it right. If we lost, he'd kill me. He'd claim it had been all my fault. But then things changed suddenly, and I watched with horror as we pulled ahead of one guy, only to see other cars on the road. They must not have cut off the traffic in that section, so suddenly we found ourselves in the middle of a bunch of regular drivers. I didn't like this at all. I didn't want someone getting hurt. This wasn't supposed to happen. "Shit," Nick hissed, hitting a curve and trying to dodge two cars that were going 40. With spectacular control, he veered past the car in third place. I couldn't help but cheer. Lion was the one person in front of us, and even though second place also got a portion of the purse, the competitive side of me wanted to win. Nicholas aced the next curve. I had to give him credit, and I had to press my hand into the dashboard to keep from getting jostled. We were hot on Lion's tail. Close, but not close enough. I shouted when Nick pulled into oncoming traffic to pass a truck that deafened us with its honking. Not even I would have risked that, but it did help us get ahead. If we could shoot past him at the next intersection, we'd win. "Come on, Nick. You've got to pass him," I shouted. He looked at me fuming, and just then, with only a few feet to go until we reached Lion and his brother, the needle on the speedometer dropped from 140 to 75. "What are you doing?" I shrieked, incredulous, turning to him and watching with horror as Lion put distance between us. "I'm teaching you a lesson," he responded, gunning it again. But it didn't matter. Lion had just crossed the finish line. Indignant, I took a deep breath. "I can't believe it. We could have won." "The money's for Lion. We just needed to take first and second. The order didn't matter," he said as we crossed in turn. He screeched to a halt, and I prepared myself for whatever he had to say to me. But then flashing lights caught his attention, and he turned to look out the back windshield just as the sirens started echoing. His expression transformed completely. "No fucking way," he said, hitting the gas again, speeding up quickly, breaking every traffic law known to man before pulling on to the next exit. Honking horns and shouting pedestrians made it impossible to hear. Only then did I start to realize what was happening. Nick's phone rang. "Pick it up," he ordered me, his eyes on the road. "It's in my left front pocket." I bent over and reached inside, pulling it out. "Put it on hands-free," he grunted. I did, and an unknown voice resounded inside the car. "Dude, the cops are here. They've got us. This is bad." "What the fuck, Clark? You told me this was all taken care of." "I know. I don't know what happened. Somebody must have snitched. You need to get off the road ASAP." "Where's my bike?" There was nothing but racket on the other line. Apparently, the cops had shown up at the empty lot where the race started. We were in a better spot than the rest of them, but I was so scared I couldn't think straight. All I saw was danger, and I told myself Nicholas was stupid for going there. He should have listened to me. We should have left, both of us. "Tony took it to the spot. You know what to do. If you hurry, I don't think they'll catch you." Nicholas grabbed the phone, which was lying on my leg, hung up, and smashed it against the dash. "Nicholas," I said, terrified. "They can't catch us." If they did, the consequences would be terrible. I might get kicked out of school, and he already had a record. Things could be even worse for him. Maybe even his father would struggle to get him out of it if they wound up arresting him this time. "They're not going to catch us," he said softly. He stepped on the gas and pulled onto a road I'd never been down. He seemed to know where he was going, and I just sat there praying for a way out. The patrol cars were on to us. I knew that because I could hear the sirens, but they were too far away to catch the license plate. We kept going. Then Nick turned down a side street, and soon we reached a long line of warehouses and garages. Then, finally, we found ourselves on a muddy driveway that led to a building with the number 120 on the outside. A rolling door automatically went up, and he pulled inside next to the motorcycle I'd seen in our garage. "Get out," he said, and I was too scared to disobey. I saw a bunch of crates and old furniture inside. It must have been a storage space of the Lesters that Nick used on occasions like this. He quickly grabbed a canvas sheet off a table and covered the car, lifting a cloud of dust that nearly blinded me and made me cough as I walked away. I felt him behind me. He grabbed my waist, turned me around, and pushed me into the car. "Now you better do everything I say, Noah. I'm dead serious," he said, rage oozing from his every pore. "If it weren't for your bullshit trauma, I'd leave you here so you'd finally learn to keep out of my goddamned business." I blinked several times, surprised by his harsh words, wanting to cry. Even if he was right, he was the one who'd gotten us into this situation. He had been the one who decided to go back to that world. I swallowed my pride and nodded, because I knew the most important thing just then was that we not get caught. He pulled me over to his motorcycle. There was only one helmet. He pushed it down onto my head. As I briefly met eyes with him, I had no idea how to interpret what was going on in his mind. He got onto the bike, and I climbed on behind him, bending over and wrapping my arms around him, before we took off into the cool night. With every minute we spent on the road, my anger grew. I couldn't believe I was sitting on a motorcycle running from the police, putting up with his tantrums when he had been the one who'd done all this. I felt my hands tense on his firm stomach, and his body answered back, maybe in spite of him. He took one hand off the handlebars and grabbed mine. What is this supposed to mean? 10 minutes later, he rounded a corner and stopped at a gas station. "Don't move," he ordered me, without looking back, hopping down and going inside to pay. I didn't miss my chance. I got off, threw the helmet to the ground, and ran off, not wanting to even look at him. "Noah!" he shouted. I heard him coming up behind me, and when I looked back and saw him, I ran even faster. I didn't want to see him. I didn't want him to touch me, to shout at me. All I wanted was to be as far away from him as possible. That night, it was he who had crossed the line, not me. I ran until I reached the back of a building under construction. I pulled on the door to the fence and snuck inside. Nicholas couldn't squeeze in if he tried, so I stopped. And when I heard him outside, I looked through the grating and saw his eyes looking out of control. "Come out." "No." He grabbed the fence and started shaking it. He was angrier than he'd been in the entire year we'd been going out. "You think I can't climb right over this fucking fence?" he challenged me. It was obvious he'd already thought about it. "And what are you going to do once you get over it, Nicholas?" I asked, raising my voice and feeling my body tremble from the cold. The adrenaline was draining, and Nicholas's words were resounding in my skull. He stopped for a moment, and I guess he didn't know. I rubbed my arms with my hands. I was freezing. I wanted to go home, and I didn't want him to take me there. "Fuck, Noah!" he shouted, finally exploding. "I told you to leave. You never do what I say. They could have caught us today. We could be in a fucking cell right now, and I'd be going crazy thinking about what might happen to you. Did it ever occur to you that you're not the only one who gets to call the shots in this relationship? That I worry about you too, and that I'm tired of you lying to me and leaving me out of things? I know how to take care of myself. You have no fucking idea." I opened my eyes wide. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "I don't know how to take care of myself?" I roared, walking close to the fence. "What the fuck do you know about taking care of anyone? I've taken care of myself and my mother since I was 5 years old. All you've done is get drunk, take drugs, and fuck around with criminals, even though everything in your life was served to you on a silver platter." Nicholas stepped back, obviously surprised by what I was shouting, but I couldn't control it. I had been afraid for him that night, afraid for both of us, because he had risked it all, every single thing we had, everything I had never even dared to dream I could have. "I'm trying to protect you, but you won't let me," he responded, evidently hurt. I brought my hands to my head. "Maybe you're the one I need to protect myself from," I whispered in tears, shocked to be expressing aloud things I had kept to myself for months. "You keep saying you're going to change, that you're going to stop doing all this, but then you don't, Nicholas." He looked at me like he was unable to believe what I was saying. "At least I try. I left it all for you. I tried to be better, but you put yourself in danger on purpose. You don't trust me. You don't tell me things, and you think I don't know. Are you talking about my bullshit trauma?" He sighed and closed his eyes, and when he looked at me again, I knew we had crossed a line. "I didn't mean to say that." I laughed mirthlessly. "But you think it?" I turned around and walked off. "Noah, come out of there, please," he begged as my fears piled in my chest and tears welled in my eyes, and I could do nothing to stop them. Fuck. I sat on the ground and wrapped my hands around my knees, burying my head there so he wouldn't see me cry. "Noah," he shouted desperately, and I heard the fence shake as he kicked it. "Come out." I lifted my head and looked at him. He appeared frantic, but so was I, because I had so much inside me that I hadn't said, and I wasn't sure he'd love me the same if I let it all out. Everything he did just made me retreat deeper inside myself. "I don't want you to be near me right now," I shouted with all my might. "You're hurting me." Pain distorted his features, and his arms jerked on the fence as he tried to climb it. I stood up. This was madness. "And you hurt me, goddammit." Unable to get over the fence, he kicked it again. "I've given everything I have for you. Absolutely everything. I opened up to you, and now you say I'm hurting you?" I wasn't going to explain things to him. If he couldn't see the damage he'd caused, then there was no point in it. "Just go," I hissed, grabbing a brick and throwing it as hard as I could toward the fence. But it hit the ground before it reached it. "If we can't make this work, Nicholas, then you should go." He turned around and cursed, and after a few moments, he turned back to face me. "Look, I'm sorry, okay? I really am. I was an asshole, but I freaked out when I saw you at the race. I was so mad. I still am. But I also know that if I hadn't gone there, we wouldn't be in this situation right now. What do you think it felt like for me to see you there, Nicholas? I know, okay? I get it. But please, I can't stand this distance between us. I need you to come out." I took a deep breath and wiped away my tears. "We haven't solved anything. You know that, don't you?" I said in a near whisper. He stood there looking at me, and his expression was enough to make my feet decide for me. I walked toward him and came out through the cracked gate. He pulled me in, wrapped his arms around me, squeezed me as if it hurt him physically not to have me next to him. I breathed in the scent of his body, and my heartbeats slowed instantly. How could he be my sickness and my cure at the same time? "You stood me up," I reproached him. I couldn't shake off that disappointment. "I wanted you to be as far from me as possible. You told me once we weren't made to be apart from each other. And we aren't. I was a jerk. It's not worth it. It's not worth racing if the outcome is me losing you." I was going to answer, but just then we felt a vibration. Nick took out his phone, and I waited while he picked up. "Easy, Lion," he said, then swore to himself. Yeah, I can get her out. Don't worry. Give me 20 minutes and I'll be there." I felt a jab of fear when Nick put his phone in his back pocket and looked at me. "They arrested Jenna."
30. Nick. When we got to the North Hollywood Community Police Station, Luca and Lion were leaning on their car. Luca was smoking, and Lion was running his hands over his head. When he saw me, his eyes seemed to light up, but that didn't detract from the sorrow on his face. "What happened?" Noah asked, taking off her oversized helmet and walking over to him. I came up behind her, took it out of her hands, and hung it on my forearm. "How'd they catch her?" "The cops showed up at the lot. Somebody had to have snitched," Lion said. "I find out who did it, I swear I'll kill them." "Easy," I said, trying to think of what to do. I could call Dad, but if he found out what we were up to that night, who knew what his reaction would be? As I thought this, I looked at Noah and wondered what her mother's feelings about it would be, too. "Where's Jenna? Do they have her locked up already?" Noah asked, obviously getting ready to go inside and try to bail her out herself. I grabbed her tight. "Don't even think about it, Noah. I don't want you to step one toe inside there. Wait here with Lion while I make a couple of calls." Despite their gruff expressions, they both decided to listen to me for once. A name popped into my head, and I looked for it in my contacts. This was the last person in the world I'd have turned to ordinarily, but in these circumstances... The phone rang for what seemed like hours until I finally got an answer. "What the hell are you doing calling me at this hour in the morning, Lester?" I heard a groggy voice reply on the other line. I took a deep breath, swallowing my pride. "I need your help, Sophia." A half hour later, We were still waiting for my new coworker to show up. I turned to her because I knew she had contacts nearby. Her father lived in a nearby development, and she was handling a lot of our pro bono work, so she knew her way around cases involving minors. If I remembered right, she had helped get a kid out of jail for a possession charge and even had the arrest expunged from his record. Sophia Aiken might be a pain in my ass, but she knew what she was doing. A white SUV pulled around the corner. It had to be her. I told Noah and my friends to get in the car and let me handle it. I didn't know what kind of mood she'd be in, and I preferred to deal with her on my own. From what little Lion could tell me, it all happened fast. Jenna didn't even have time to get in the car. They chased her down while she was running away. She wasn't the only one arrested, but for now, I couldn't deal with the others. They'd known the risks they'd been running, and my friend was my top priority. Luckily, someone had taken care of Noah's car, and Clark assured me they'd have it back at Dad's house by the next day. The last thing I needed was the cops getting Noah's tag number and her having to deal with them. I walked away from Lion's car towards Sophia. "You owe me a big one. You won't live long enough to repay this," she said, getting out of her car dressed impeccably, but with her hair pulled back clumsily in a ponytail. "Thanks for coming," I said, trying not to backtalk her. She seemed to be enjoying herself with that smug grin of hers. "Did you just thank me?" she asked, perversely amused. "I almost think I'd like to hear that again." "If you get my friend out, you will." I guessed my face said it all, and she looked over to the car where Lion, Luca, and Noah were waiting nervously. "I don't know what kind of shit you're into, Lester, but you're getting more intriguing by the day." It took all the patience I had not to tell her to go fuck herself. "Can you get her out or not?" "What's her name?" I hesitated briefly. "Jenna Tavish." "Tavish? Like Tavish Oil Corporation?" I nodded nervously. "You're kidding, right?" She was angry, but I could tell she was going to do it. "You're calling me, an intern, to get the daughter of a petroleum bigwig out of jail? We need discretion. We don't want anyone to find out. Anyway, she didn't do anything. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time." I was praying for all this to work out. Sophia started chuckling as she looked through her purse. If I had $1 for every time some delinquent said that. "My girlfriend's no delinquent, you hear me?" Lion shouted. I didn't even realize he'd come up behind me. Putting a hand on his shoulder, I said, "Easy, Lion. Sophia's here to help. Right, Soph?" With a condescending smile aimed first at me, then at Lion, she told me she would help us. "But don't call me Soph again. Otherwise, we're going to have problems." I laughed at the seriousness in her tone. Sophia ordered us to stay outside while she started making calls. After what felt like an eternity, she went inside and we all waited for her to work her magic. I stuck my head in the car window to talk to Noah. She looked tired and had dirt and grime on her from the construction site. "You okay, Freckles?" I asked. Luca was passed out next to her, seemingly indifferent to all that was happening. Noah nodded without even looking at me, but before I could try to get her attention, I heard the door to the station open, and there was Jenna, only slightly worse for wear, with her hair undone and a small scratch on her right cheek. Noah opened the car door and took off toward her. Sophia came out behind her, grinning, looking satisfied, her eyes pinned to mine. I smiled watching her get back in her car and return to where she'd come from. Maybe she wasn't as big a pain in the ass as I'd thought. My peace of mind didn't last long. The dry crack of a slap cut the silence of the night. When I turned, I saw Lion with his hand on his cheek, looking at Jenna cluelessly. "Shit. I don't want to see you again, you hear me?" she shouted, tears coursing down her cheeks. Noah looked over at me as if asking for help, but I was as clueless as she was, and we were both waiting to see how Lion would react. "Jenna, I'm sorry, listen." "No!" she roared, stepping back. "Don't you dare ask me for forgiveness. You swore to me this was over. I've been putting up with your shit all summer and waiting for you to change, for you to just do the right thing for once. And now I'm over it." I walked over, not knowing what to do. I understood Jenna, but I saw Lion's side of it too. Lion looked lost, desperate, and he reached out to touch her. He looked stunned when she jerked away. "Jenna, I'm just trying to give you all you deserve. I've been saving up, you know." That was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Jenna stepped forward again and shoved him as hard as she could, sobbing now. "I don't give a shit about the money. You're the only one I'm in love with. Do you not get that? You, not your stupid money." Lion grabbed her by the wrists to stop her from pounding on his chest. "You let them arrest me. The old you never would have left me alone. I was everything to you." "You still are, Jenna. I love you," he said, trying to get her to look at him. Jenna shook her head, then looked up, and we knew something bad was coming next. "You have no idea what it is to love someone." She tugged her hands free from Lion's grip and walked away from him. "I'm not going to let you drag me down with you." "Jenna." Lion sounded broken. This was going to crush him. "I want to go home," Jenna said to Noah, who walked over and hugged her as I approached Lion. "Dude," I said to Lion, "I'll get them both home. You just try and chill, okay?" Lion seemed almost not to see me as Noah helped Jenna into the back seat. "Take the bike," I said, tossing the keys to Luca, who had woken up and gotten out of the car in the meantime and was watching the scene without emotion. He caught them in midair. "And take care of your brother," I added before getting into the driver's seat. I'd have liked to stay with Lion, but I knew the best thing I could do just then was get the girls to safety and pray they'd see things differently the next day. Noah said she wanted to stay at Jenna's house, and when I kissed her goodbye, she felt cold and distant. I'd gotten a clear warning about what could happen if we weren't careful. Noah was surely thinking the same thing. I was afraid my friend and I had crossed a line, one we hadn't even known existed before that night. I spent the next 2 days with Lion. He looked like hell, drunk and in need of a shower as he lay around on his sofa at home. His apartment stank like weed and grime and looked like a dump. Luca couldn't have been happier, though, and with his brother down in the dumps, he had the run of the place. His 4 years in the pen had done nothing to correct his bad habits, and I was worried about the influence he might have on Lion. "You need to wash up, bro. You stink," I told Lion, bagging up all the trash lying on the sofa and the end table. I was getting pissed. It wasn't my job to clean up their shit, but I did it because I knew he needed help. "Leave me alone, dude. I just want to drink and forget about all this." I dropped the bag, furious. "Lion, it's been 2 fucking days, okay? I'm not telling you to just get over it, but at least get off the fucking couch." "Jenna's all fucked up and it's my fault. I wasn't good enough for her. Fucking rich people, man. How's a guy from the hood like me supposed to make a girl like her happy?" "You gotta be a fool to hook up with an oil man's daughter." Great. Now Luca was giving his 2 cents. Lion tossed an empty beer can at his head. I had to do something about that relationship. Lion had his problems, but he needed Jenna. She made him whole. If you think Jenna's laid out on her bed crying over you, you're wrong, I said, washing my hands. Lion sat up then and looked over at me. "She's on the beach with Noah. This is supposed to be their last day out with their old classmates before they take off for college." "She's out with those dickheads from that fancy-ass school?" I raised my eyebrows. Don't look at me like that. You're different. The rest of those people blow, he said, getting up and going to the bathroom. Give me 5 minutes. I dropped the bag on the floor and smiled at Luca. At least I'd gotten Lion up off the sofa. As for calling me a rich dickhead, well, I'll get him back for that. Honestly, I wasn't that crazy about Noah being on the beach with the people from her graduating class either. I'd promised to leave her alone, but what was going on between Jenna and Lion gave me an excuse to go make sure everything was okay. That we were okay, to be more precise. We hadn't seen each other again since our fight, and I wasn't sure where things stood with us. I needed to see her and talk to her. They'd started the day at the home of one of Noah's friends, Elena something or other, who had a place right on the beach. Not like that was special for those kids, of course. I parked outside, noticing there were a lot of cars here for what Noah had told me would be a small gathering. When we went inside, there were more than 100 people there, almost everyone in a bathing suit. The music was blasting in all the rooms. Lion looked so out of place among those people that I walked him to the back of the house. There, overlooking the shore, I saw 2 bonfires and big groups seated around them roasting marshmallows and drinking straight from the bottle. I thought she'd be crying. But look, Lion said, pointing at 2 girls walking along the shore with their arms around each other, holding what looked like a bottle of tequila. Jenna and Noah. Great. We walked over. When they saw us, they turned to stone for a second. Then they burst out laughing. Look who we have here, Noah. Dickhead 1 and Dickhead 2, Jenna said, bringing the bottle to her lips and frowning. They were both wearing swimsuits and tiny shorts. Lion walked over to her cautiously. Hey, Jenna, can we talk? He asked her, clearly nervous. Jenna looked at him like an insect under a microscope. Sorry, Dickhead 2, but I'm not in the mood, she said, stumbling. So that means I'm Dickhead 1? I asked. Noah shrugged. Sometimes, she said. But she didn't stop me from putting an arm around her waist. Can I at least take you home, Jenna? You're drunk, Lion said, holding her up when she nearly tripped. Let me go, she shouted, jerking away and falling on her butt in the sand. Noah twisted free from my grasp. Leave her alone, Lion. I watched the scene attentively. I knew Lion almost better than I knew myself, and I wasn't surprised to see him trying to get Jenna back. I would have done the same. In a way, I was doing the same. He leaned down and grabbed her by the shoulder. Let me go, you Neanderthal, she screamed, dropping the bottle on the sand but not managing to break free of him. You can call me all the big names you want, but you're coming with me. Noah turned to me, flushed. Do something, she said, and I held her back when I thought she might go over there. She called him a Neanderthal. I can't get involved after that. A guy's got to have his pride, right? Noah grimaced, and I laughed, hoisting her over my shoulder and walking to the less crowded of the 2 bonfires. You need to let them talk it out, Freckles. Otherwise, nothing will ever get solved. Noah was shivering from the cold and drunk enough to forget how angry she was. When I sat her down on top of me, she curled up in my arms and let the fire warm her. I'm tanked, she said. You don't say. I'd have never guessed. I'm still pissed at you, though. I rubbed her back softly. I imagined. Anything I can do about it? You can keep touching me like that, she answered, making me shiver. I leaned back and took off my sweatshirt, carefully guided her arms inside it, then zipped her up. She leaned her head on my shoulder, and I felt her breathing on my neck. Tomorrow it'll be a year, she said sadly, and her lip trembled. A year since what? I asked. But she closed her eyes and fell asleep. I got up and carried her to the car. She'd had enough partying for one day. I had no idea where Liam was, but I couldn't keep being his babysitter. He knew what he was doing. I put the car in drive and headed home. I hated to think of the hangover Noah would have the next day. It was normal for her to be drinking, but I never liked seeing her like that. Despite myself, I decided to stay at Dad's. In a few days, Noah and I would be living together at my apartment. Already I was counting the days.
31. Noah. It wasn't going to be a good day. I knew as soon as I opened my eyes that morning. Not just because of the hangover, the headache, the profound desire to vomit, but also because it had now been a year since my father had died, and it was my fault. I got out of bed, feeling my stomach screaming at me for all the alcohol I'd drunk the night before, and staggered my way to the bathroom to shower. I didn't even know how I'd gotten to my room. I'd drunk so much tequila, I felt like it was coursing through my veins. I remembered seeing Nick and Lion. I needed to call Jenna and find out how the night had ended, but not today. Today I wasn't going to talk to anyone. I was going to shut myself in my room with my inner demons and cry for a father who had never loved me, cry for a person who had tried to kill me, and for a little girl who could never make her father care about her. I knew I was an idiot for thinking about him still, but his words and the guilt that lived within me since his death would never go away. My nightmares were part of my existence when I went to bed, and sometimes they even chased me throughout the day. I'd loved him. Did that make me a monster? Was I a monster for loving the man who had hit my mother and hurt her every single day? Was I crazy because I went on thinking that if I just acted differently, my father would still be alive? I closed my eyes, let the water fall over me, passed a sponge over my body. I felt dirty inside. I hated those thoughts. There were times when it was like another person was inside me, forcing me to be a masochist, to act in a way that did not honor me or my deceased father. He didn't deserve my tears. He didn't deserve the grief I felt for him. It didn't matter how many times he'd taken me to the park or fishing. It didn't matter that he'd taught me to drive when I couldn't even reach the pedals. It didn't matter that I'd used to love watching him race and win. He had been my father, and my little girl's mind, my twisted little girl's mind, had forced me to look away every time he mistreated my mother. I didn't understand my thoughts or how I'd acted. I tried to analyze myself from another perspective, but none of it made any sense. During the months I'd spent in the foster home, I had missed my mother, of course, but I had missed him too. I had missed how he treated me better than he did her. In a horrible way, I had liked being different, knowing my father wouldn't hurt me, that he loved me the most, that I was special to him. Of course, everything fell apart in the end, because he did wind up hurting me, and badly. The memories, the conversations came back to me, and there was nothing I could do to change that. "You suck," one of the girls at the foster home shouted. There were 5 of us girls and 1 little boy in that horrible house with fake parents who didn't love us and didn't take care of us. "You took away my doll," I shouted, trying to make myself heard over the sobs of the blonde girl next to us. "And when you act bad, you get punished. Didn't anyone ever teach you that?" "Don't hit her again," the brown-haired girl with the pretty braids went on pointing at me with her dirty finger and hugging her 4-year-old sister, whose cheek was red where I'd hit her. The other 2 girls, who were 7 and 6, got behind Alexia, the dark-haired girl with the braids. I hated how they liked her and not me. All I'd done was take back what was mine. She had stolen my doll. I had the right to hit her, didn't I? That was how it went when a person was bad. "You're nasty, Noah. No one likes you," Alexia said. She was almost as tall as I was. We were the oldest girls in the house, but she had a cruel face that I couldn't imitate. Maybe I had hit her, but all I really wanted was for us to be friends. I had tried to tell her that when I was done playing. She could have my doll, that we could share it, but she had taken it away, torn it out of my hands. "No one talk to her," she ordered the others. "From now on, you can stay all alone because meanies like you don't deserve for anyone to like them. You're nasty, and you're ugly, too." I felt the tears roll down my face, even though I knew I wasn't supposed to cry. My father had made that very clear. Only weak people cry. My mother was weak because she cried. I wasn't. "Nasty, nasty, 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 nasty," they chanted along with her. Even the little one who had been crying started smiling and joined in. I grabbed my doll and ran off. I got out of the shower trying to erase those memories. I looked at myself in the mirror and saw my tattoo. I traced its outline with my finger. It was small, but it meant so much. I took a deep breath to calm down. I didn't want all this to get the best of me. I had done that before. I couldn't do it again. Just then, someone knocked at the bathroom door. "Noah, it's Nick," he said. I closed my eyes and counted to 3 in my head, then walked to the door and let him in. I didn't know he had stayed over the night before. I turned around, still wrapped in a towel, and grabbed the lotion off the counter. I didn't want company. I needed to be alone that day. "You all right?" he asked, coming closer slowly as if trying to feel me out. "My head hurts," I said, walking past him into my room. I knew he would follow me. I just hoped he could figure out this wasn't the day. Sometimes we could pick up on each other's moods. Hopefully he was able to now. I walked into the closet and put on a t-shirt, the same one I'd had on the day I moved in there. It was one of the few things that hadn't made it into my suitcase for when I moved. That t-shirt and a pair of tights I was about to slip on. I felt him behind me just as I took the towel off my head, and my damp hair fell over my shoulders. He turned me around, grabbing me by one arm so I would look him in the eye. "Are you okay?" he asked, pushing my hair aside. "I'm just tired and I have a hangover," I said. He looked the opposite of how I felt, in his Levi's and his white Calvin Klein t-shirt. With his bedhead, he was like a runway model. "I'll make you some breakfast before I go," he said, kissing me on the cheek. "I wish I could stay here all afternoon with you, maybe watch a movie or something, but I need to work." I sighed with relief. I didn't want him to see me in that state. I wasn't in the mood for companionship. I'd just end up scaring him. "Don't worry, I'm just going to sleep all day." I stepped forward and kissed him on the lips, softly, patiently. Our fight on the day of the race was still in my head, the way we'd shouted at each other and he'd reproached me for not trusting him. But what if you didn't even understand the way you felt? How could I explain to Nick what was going on? I just sensed that something wasn't right, and I was dying to seek comfort in his arms, but I couldn't. I was scared of telling him certain things, and I didn't want him to be disappointed or to judge me. He left, looking worried, and I tried to force a smile to relax him. I don't know if it worked. It had been a long time since I'd vegged out like that in front of the TV, eating chocolate and watching Friends. Some scientific study or other had said eating chocolate flooded your brain with endorphins, but it wasn't working for me. It was just making me gain weight. That day was a dark one, and however much I had wished at first that Nick would just leave for work, now I missed him, and I really needed him to come give me a hug. I was surprised to see the chaos in the kitchen when I went downstairs for a soda and more chocolate. Mom was in a pretty dress and sandals, even makeup, and Will soon walked in afterward in a dress shirt and work slacks. I knew something was up. "Are you having someone over for dinner?" My mother, who was giving instructions to Brett, turned and looked me up and down with a dissatisfied face. "Senator Aiken and his daughter are coming over tonight." "Senator? Just because, or for some special reason? Were you not going to tell me?" My mother normally warned me about things like this. Did this mean I wasn't invited? "He's an old friend of Will's, and they want to start doing business together. Since you didn't feel good, I assumed you'd want to stay up in your room," she said, taking off the apron she had tied around her waist. "Perfect. Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd rather skip dinner than hang out with some old dude and his daughter. Thanks," I said, a little grumpier than I had intended. I was in an awful mood. My mother gave me a harsh look. I tried to ignore it as best I could. "I'll have Brett bring you something." "Don't worry about it. I'm not hungry." I turned around and went back to my room. Hesitant, I grabbed the phone to call Nick. I knew he was working the next day and wouldn't be coming over, but I also knew one phone call was enough to get whatever I needed from him. "Hey, Freckles," he greeted me, sounding cheerful. "Hey, what are you up to?" I asked, feeling him out. He pulled his phone away from his ear to talk to someone. I heard a girl laughing and then Nick grumbling something about a horrible song. My body immediately tensed. "Where are you?" I asked, a little cooler than usual, intrigued to know who he was with. "Right now I'm walking through the front door." Just then I heard a door open slowly. "Where?" "What do you mean, where? The same place as you. Dad's house." He was here? I went downstairs to receive him, almost shaking. I had wanted to see him so badly. It was almost as if a messenger had heard my call and sent him to me. I didn't stop to think what his words signified, or about the feminine voice I'd heard over the phone. I'd imagined I'd come down and throw myself in his arms. But instead, I found him with her, the girl who had gotten Jenna out of jail. I stopped in the doorframe. She was well-dressed with a tight pencil skirt that hung to her knees, and a pale pink name-brand blouse. In her Manolo Blahnik heels, what else would you expect, she was almost as tall as Nick. Who the hell was she? Nick's eyes settled on me, at first surprised, then affectionate. The air blowing through the door whistled through my hair, pulled back on the top of my head. I stepped away to let them through. "Noah, this is Sophia Aiken, my fellow intern," Nick said, kissing me gently on the cheek. With a curious smile on her fleshy lips, Sophia extended a hand with a manicure as perfect as my mother's. "It's a pleasure, Noah," she said. I nodded, intimidated, feeling completely out of place. Before I had time to respond, my mother appeared like the perfect hostess she was, and greeted the new arrivals, looking over at me as she did so, probably surprised that her sloppy-looking daughter had come down to open the door. What the hell was actually going on? "Your father's not here yet, Sophia. If you want to have a drink in the living room, Nick will get you something." She nodded and followed my mother inside. Now that the initial shock had passed, all I felt was anger and an overwhelming urge to cry. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Nick seemed as confused as I was, and he looked away from my eyes and down at my t-shirt and tights. My God, had I just opened the door for a senator's daughter looking like that? "I thought your mom told you. They called me this afternoon and told me to invite Sophia over for dinner. Apparently her dad wants to meet me or something like that. I just assumed you knew. The other day, with all that stuff with Jenna, I didn't have the chance to introduce you." "No one told me you were coming. If I'd known, I wouldn't have said I wasn't coming down for dinner." I heard my mother talking to Sophia in the living room. "I can't go in there like this. I'll just go to bed and we can talk when this is over." I tried to walk off, but he came around in front of me. "What's up with you?" Just go upstairs, change clothes, and come down for dinner. I only agreed to this stupid dinner because I assumed you were going to be here. I don't know what kind of BS they're cooking up, but I'm not in the mood to sit there and blab about nothing. Not my problem, Nicholas, I said, trying to remain calm. Plus, I think it's weird you never mentioned her to me. You sure do seem friendly with her. With a scowl, he looked in the direction of her and my mother and then back at me. Are you fucking jealous? He asked, rolling his eyes. I slapped his arm without even thinking about it. How can you say that? He laughed loudly enough to worsen my bad mood. For the love of God, she's an unbearable snot-nosed brat who's trying to get a job at my dad's firm because she doesn't want to work for her own dad. I can't believe you're jealous of her. I'm not jealous, idiot, I murmured, walking past him toward my room. If you don't come back down, I'll go find you and drag you back myself, he threatened me playfully. You know I want you here. If looks could kill, Nicholas would be 6 feet underground by now. I looked at myself in the mirror, frustrated. I wasn't going to get dressed up for that stupid dinner. Forget that. I took off my t-shirt with the holes in it and threw it on the floor while I looked around for something so I wouldn't have to unpack the bags strewn all over the walk-in closet. I ended up deciding on some tight black jeans, simple, the kind you'd wear for a casual night out, and a white t-shirt that said, I Heart Canada. I grinned. I was sure the senator would love it. I let my hair down and pulled it back into a ponytail, washed my face, and put on lip liner. That was as fancy as I was going to get that night. Sophie could doll herself up all she wanted. I was pretty in anything, or that's what my grandmother told me anyway. When I went downstairs, still in a shit mood, I heard an unfamiliar man's voice. 5 people, William, my mother, Nick, Sophia, and her father, were standing around the bar in the living room chit-chatting while Will poured drinks. They looked like something out of a magazine. Tall, distinguished, elegant. Looking at my shoes, I felt like an intruder. My mother saw me and her eyes widened as she noticed my t-shirt. But before she could send me back upstairs, Will noticed me and welcomed me with a smile. Noah, come on in. I want to introduce you to an old friend from school. Riston, this is my stepdaughter, Noah. Noah, this is my friend Riston. Unlike his daughter, Riston was as American as they come. Blonde with light-colored eyes like my mother, as tall as Nick and broad-shouldered. All he had in common with Sophia was the slight almond shape of his eyes and a little dimple on his chin. I had always thought that was super cute on a girl, but now that I saw she had one, I hated it. I smiled and shook hands with him. I could feel Nick next to me, but not warm and protecting as usual. Instead, it felt like there was a barrier between us. Soon we walked to the dining room where Pret had set a table even more lavish than on Christmas. But then the Lesters had never celebrated the holidays until my mother and I showed up and turned their world upside down. I still remembered how funny it had been seeing Will and Nick in their Santa hats, and Nick frowning when I forced him to go get a huge Christmas tree and hang up wreaths. No fool, he'd also been sure to put up mistletoe in every corner. To my irritation, since I'd joined at the last minute, I was seated next to the senator with Sophie and Nick across from me, side by side. Why the hell was I so jealous? Was it really so hard for me to keep from comparing myself to her? They spent the whole dinner talking about some project or other Sophia was especially excited about. She talked about laws, numbers, and statistics as passionately as I'd have talked about the Brontes or Thomas Hardy. I was dismayed to see Nick was interested too. I could see it in his eyes, and still worse, I couldn't even follow the conversation. All those numbers made me dizzy, and I felt like a total idiot. William kept praising her and talking to the two of them like they were a team. Everyone seemed dazzled by them, like they were a new toy, and that gave me a very unpleasant feeling in my stomach. Late in the meal, Senator Riston looked over at me. "So, Noah, how's school?" His question made an intense heat well inside me and rise to my cheeks. Was it that obvious I had no idea what they were talking about? Was it so obvious that I wasn't a real adult like his daughter and that he had to take pity on me at the end of a conversation, the way you asked a child about the goings-on at daycare? I graduated in June, so yeah, I'm just waiting to start my freshman year, I said, grabbing the one glass filled with soda at the table. I met Nick's gaze across the table, and I felt the sting of awkwardness of not truly belonging. I couldn't help him with his projects. I didn't even know what they were. Nick didn't talk to me about work. He knew I couldn't contribute in that department. Sophia bent over to whisper something in his ear, and Nick smiled. What the hell were they talking about? I barely heard the senator as he went on talking. Anyway, you'll love dorm life. That's one of the best things about college. I looked over at him and calmly said, Actually, I'm going to be living with Nicholas. I didn't feel lightheaded until silence overtook the table, interrupted by the clang of my mother's silverware as she dropped it unexpectedly. Nick's eyes were like saucers as he gazed back and forth between our parents and me. The senator was unsure what to say. I guess someone had forgotten to tell him we were going out. Sophia, on the other hand, took it with aplomb, and that pissed me off even worse. If she knew we were going out, why hadn't she stayed away from him? I felt bad about what I'd said when I looked at Mom. She was going to kill me that night. That much was certain.
32. Nick. I looked over at Noah after Sophia told me we made a good couple. But that was the last thing I'd expect Noah to let slip. I stiffened all over. No sooner than she'd uttered the words about living with me did Noah slide her chair backward and stand. "If you all will excuse me, I don't feel especially well. I think I should probably go to bed." Her face was white as a ghost. Without waiting for a response, she walked out. Her mother seemed to want to go after her, but my father took her hand and whispered something to her. Rafaela glowered at me, and I felt sick to my stomach. At the same time, I was happy Noah had finally decided to tell her mother something I'd been hoping she'd say all summer, even if this hadn't been the best way to do it. I needed to talk to her. I knew something wasn't right. That was why I'd agree to come to that stupid dinner, to have an excuse to see her and to spend another night at home. I hated it there, but I loved having breakfast with Noah and getting a kiss from her before I went to work. And I wanted to find out what was bothering her, aside from her jealousy towards Sophia, which was ridiculous and had no basis in reality. I started to get up, but my father's eyes told me it was better to stay where I was. Sophia could tell what was going on and brought up another subject before the situation got too uncomfortable. A moment later, though, I heard the front door slam. Shit! I got up, no longer caring what anyone thought, and walked out to the porch where I saw Noah pulling out in her convertible, speeding down the driveway and turning away. What was she doing? I went back inside to grab my keys from the table by the door. Rafaela emerged from out of nowhere and gave me the nastiest look she could muster. "I asked you to take things slow," she said. I thought I lost whatever credit I might ever have had with her in that moment. "Rafaela, I asked you for one thing, and your father and I promised not to get involved in your relationship as long as you were discreet. I guess that deal's off now." What is that supposed to mean? I wondered as she stepped closer to me. "Go, bring her back. This isn't a good day for her to be by herself." Something lit up in my brain when she said that. "What do you mean?" Impassively, she said, "It's been a year since the kidnapping. A year since her father died." I had no idea where she might have gone. Like an idiot, I kept trying to think of places at the same time as I reproached myself for being so blind. She had even brought it up the day before when she was drunk, but god damn it! In that state, I hadn't realized. How could I have forgotten the date? I still remembered the terror in her eyes as the pistol was pointed at her head. I still remembered how my heart had almost leapt out of my chest when I'd heard the shot. The shot that I thought, for a second, had actually hit Noah. That nightmare had been dead and buried in the back of my mind. I hadn't wanted to dig it up. But obviously Noah had forgotten nothing. Deny them as she might, the nightmares were still there, and I was sure she'd kept sleeping with the lights on when she wasn't with me. Her father was dead now. He was gone. No one could hurt her anymore. Why couldn't she just say goodbye to those bad memories once and for all? After thinking things over, I thought I knew where I could find her. With an anxious feeling, I drove toward the cemetery. When I got there and saw Noah's car parked on the gravel lot by the gate, I breathed a sigh of relief and hurried out. I'd never been to that place. My grandmother was in a private mausoleum on the other end of town. It had cost a small fortune to bury her there, but looking around, it suddenly seemed worth it. I noticed how cool the night was as I walked in and thought about how Noah had left without even throwing on a coat. I'd nearly laughed when I first saw her at the table in her t-shirt, and I think I'd loved her a little more then, if that was possible, seeing her looking so beautiful, so simple. She didn't have to do anything fancy to be gorgeous. I saw that more and more every day. I walked between the gravestones looking for the last name Morgan. Many of them were run down, and only a few had flowers or any sign that someone remembered the people buried there. Then I saw her. She was sitting on the grass in front of a stone. From where I stood, I couldn't read the inscription. I watched her for a moment before walking over. She was hugging her legs. She wiped away her tears with the back of her hand when she caught sight of me rushing over. She stood up, looking vulnerable and lost. I thought I saw guilt in her eyes. "What are you doing here?" I couldn't help but ask her. I couldn't understand why she'd visit the grave of a man who'd nearly killed her. I slipped off my jacket and laid it over her shoulders as she shivered. "You shouldn't have followed me," she said, looking down. "I couldn't help it, especially not when my girlfriend decided to drop a bomb in the middle of dinner and take off running right afterward." That made her look a little guilty, but only for a second. "I was like a fifth wheel at that dinner. You seemed to be enjoying yourself, though." I wasn't going to let that slide. I got that she was jealous of Sophie, but that had nothing to do with me or with us living together, which was way bigger, way more important than all that. "Why did you come here, Noah?" I asked her again, trying as hard as I could to comprehend. "Tell me why you're crying over the death of a man who tried to kill you. Explain it to me, because I'm going crazy trying to understand." She looked over at the stone, anxious. "Let's just go," she said, grabbing my hand. "I want to leave. Take me home or take me to your place. I don't care," she said, pulling my arm. Her reaction surprised me. She seemed to be hiding something. Instinctively, I looked over at her father's grave. The stone was new and very clean, and on top of it was a vase with orange and yellow flowers, which made it stand out from the unkempt tombs around it. The inscription, in elegant letters, read, "Jason Noah Morgan, 1977 to 2015. Underneath was an engraving of a figure 8 knot on the immaculate marble.
33. Noah. Nicholas shouldn't have seen that. I felt my heart pounding faster and faster till it reached a fever pitch. When he finally looked me in the eye, I could see he was completely lost and frightened. I didn't like seeing him that way. "It's not what you think," I said, taking a step back. This was what I'd been running from since the beginning, the thing I didn't want him to know. "Then explain it to me, Noah. Honestly, I'm trying to understand. I don't think I've ever tried so hard to do anything, but you're not making it easy for me. I felt ashamed because this was something so private, something that should matter to only me, and I didn't want anyone judging me for it, least of all him. "What do you want me to say, Nick?" I shouted, trying to keep the tears gathering behind my eyelids from streaming down my face. "He was my father." "He tried to kill you," he replied, confused. "He beat your mother, Noah. I don't get it. What's there to miss?" His expression made my heart crack. He wanted to put himself in my place, but it was painfully clear he couldn't, and that was what divided us just then, and what I feared might permanently tear us apart. "You'll never get it, Nicholas, because even if I can't control what I feel, I don't miss him. It's something else. I feel guilty for things ending up the way they did. In his heart, he did love me once." "You can't look at it that way, Noah," he said softly, but firmly. "None of that was your fault. The problem is you're just too fucking good. You're incapable of blaming him because he was your father, and I get that, right? But you aren't to blame for what happened. He was the one who signed his own death sentence the moment he put a pistol to your head, the moment he laid his hands on you that night 10 years ago." I shook my head. I had no idea how to explain myself, how to explain what I felt inside. Everything was so contradictory. He had hurt me, but what about all the times he'd held me? The nights he'd taken me with him to the track and we'd driven at top speed, when he'd taught me to fish, when he'd taught me to tie a figure 8. Nicholas closed his eyes and pressed his forehead to mine. "You're still scared of him, aren't you?" he said, then looked at me. "Even though he's dead, you're still scared of him. You still believe you owe him something. You feel guilty, and that makes you come here. That's why you bring him those flowers he doesn't deserve." My lips started trembling. Of course I was scared of him. I was scared of him more than I was of anyone. Fear was almost everything he meant to me. I didn't realize my hand had risen to touch my tattoo until Nick grabbed it and pulled it away. "Why do you get it?" I took a deep breath, trying to calm down, but it was pointless. I knew why I'd gotten it, of course, but could I tell Nick? I saw my reflection in his pupils, and yet there was some essential part of me that was totally absent from that reflection. When you're tied too tightly to someone, it hurts when you break free, but it's either that or you're trapped forever, and I'm one of those who's trapped forever. Nicholas looked baffled. I think that was the first time I had ever seen him at a loss for words. I hugged him. I didn't want him to feel like that, especially not because of me. It wasn't right for him to have to worry about this. "I think you need help, Noah," he said. I pulled away. "What do you mean?" He paused, cautious, then continued speaking. "I think you need to talk to an outsider, someone impartial, someone who can help you try to understand how you're feeling, someone who can help you with your nightmares." "You do help me," I cut him off. He shook his head, suddenly sad. "I don't, though. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to get you to understand that there's nothing for you to be afraid of. When I'm with you, I feel safe. You help me, Nick. I don't need anyone else." He brought his hands to his head as if trying to decide what to say next. "Do it for me," he said. "I need to see you happy if I'm going to be happy. I need you to not be afraid of the darkness, of your dead father, and I especially need you to stop thinking that you should love him or defend him because, Noah, your father was an abuser, and no one can change that. Not you or anybody else, understand?" I shook my head slowly. I felt lost. I didn't know how to tell him that the first time I'd ever admitted those feelings aloud, the thing I feared most was happening. He was judging me. "I'm not crazy," I said, pushing him away. Of course you're not, babe, but you've been through things most people can't imagine, and I don't think you know how to deal with it. I just want you to be happy, okay, Noah? I'll always be by your side, but I can't fight off your demons. You have to do that on your own. By seeing a shrink? A psychologist, not a shrink, he corrected me gently. I went to one, When I was a kid, after my mom left, I started to have insomnia. I wasn't eating or sleeping. I was so sad, and I just couldn't get over it on my own. Sometimes talking to a person you don't know helps you see things from a different perspective. Do it for me, Freckles. I need you to try at least. He seemed so worried about me, and I knew deep down that he was right. I couldn't go on like that. I was scared to be in the dark, scared of those nightmares following me every night. Please. I looked at him for a moment, and all at once I felt thankful that I had him there. I knew without him I'd never dare make that decision. It's fine, I'll go. He had edged over to me by then, and I felt the sigh of relief blowing from his lips as he bent over to kiss me. I didn't want to go back home. My mother would be enraged, and the last thing I wanted to do was face off with her. I fucked up, right? I said, rubbing my face as we went back in his car. His fingers grazed the nape of my neck as he looked straight ahead on the freeway. That's one way of looking at it, probably, but at least you said it. I looked over at him, thinking about how real it was now. We were going to live together. The deal was done, and soon. If I wanted, I could grab my things then and there, walk out the door, and start a new life with him. Nick parked close to the door. The senator and his daughter must have gone because the only cars there were Will's and my mother's. Mine was back at the cemetery. Nick hadn't wanted me to go back alone and said he'd send Steve to pick it up the next day. Not wanting to get out, with a knot of anxiety in my chest, I leaned my arm into the door and my head into the side window. What a horrible day it had been. Come here, Nick said, pulling me over until I was on his lap with my feet in the passenger seat. He squeezed me tight and I rested my cheek against his neck. Everything's going to be fine, babe. I closed my eyes and let his words soothe me. As for Sophia, I know I shouldn't have acted that way, but she's the girl who got Jenna out of jail, and you never even mentioned you worked with her. There's nothing to worry about, Noah. I have no feelings whatsoever for Sophia or for anyone except you. How could I even think of hurting you? I nestled my face closer and kissed his collarbone. He smelled so good, and I felt so safe in his arms, in those strong arms that protected me and that cradled me softly as though afraid I would break. Stay with me tonight, I whispered, knowing that meant he'd have to confront his father in the morning. Of course, he said, and I felt a huge weight lift off me.
34. Nick. In the morning, I left home early, carrying Noah's 2 enormous suitcases. I didn't have time to fight with our parents before going to work, and I didn't want them spoiling the happiness of knowing that we had finally started the move, and that Noah and I would be together at last. I went straight to the break room as soon as I got in. I'd had no time for breakfast and was dying of hunger. As I finished my second cup of coffee and was wiping my mouth with my napkin, Sophia walked in. I was conscious of the fact I'd left her hanging the night before. But it wasn't my fault, and anyway, she'd been there with her dad. I nodded to her and tried to walk past her to the office, but she stood in my way with a defiant expression. You know it's fun when someone invites you over and you're not remotely in the mood, and then they ditch you, along with your dad, your boss, and his wife? I had to bite my lip not to laugh. Honestly, it was funny when she put it like that, and I kind of enjoyed seeing her so pissed. I sat down at the table, crossed my arms, and said, Tell me how you really feel, Aiken. I mean, They just sat there the whole time talking bullshit about what a good lawyer you'll be and how bright your future is, how you've turned into such a responsible son. What the hell? Her brows rose as she walked past me to the coffee machine. I turned, consternated and wanting to hear more. Apparently, my father thinks it would be just wonderful if the two of us would work together in the future. And when he says work, I think you know what he means. It felt like it was getting hotter in that room. What kind of bullshit is this? My dad calling me a mature and responsible son? I don't know what you took before dinner, but I'm sure you heard him wrong. My father can't stand me. Sophia blew on her coffee with her bright red lips and took a deliberately slow sip. My father just loves trying to find boyfriends for me, and William Lester's son, well, I guess he thinks you'd be a real catch. But it wasn't just him. Your stepmother was in on it, too. To hear her tell it, she thinks you're the bee's knees. But my feeling is she doesn't like you hooking up with her daughter one damned bit, let alone living with her. I clenched my fists. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The woman would be the death of me. How the hell could she dare insinuate that Sophia could be attractive to me, especially compared to her daughter? What kind of mother tries to get her daughter's boyfriend to hook up with someone else? I squeezed my styrofoam cup into a ball and tried to control my rage before it took over. Not only were they trying to scheme behind our backs, they'd shown they had no respect for us whatsoever. With a relaxed expression, Sophia said, Nick, it's obvious you love her. She rested a hand on my forearm. But let me tell you from experience, trying to keep a relationship going when it's you against the world, it doesn't usually work out. With that, she walked off. I rubbed my face trying to remain calm and at the same time to ignore, once again, all the things that threatened Noah's and my relationship. Since the night before, when I'd grasped how much the death of Noah's father had affected her, a hard-to-ignore fear had taken over me. One thing was to fight hair, tooth, and nail against people determined to make us give up our relationship. Another was to take on Noah and her ghosts. Now that I understood that no one but us would be sure our love survived, I couldn't help but think that maybe we weren't giving everything we should. I could take on anything. I could keep struggling to the end, and I would never stop. I loved that girl so desperately that just the thought of her drove me wild. But what if Noah let the others get to her? What if the wall between us, the one I kept hoping would finally crumble, instead grew higher and higher until I could no longer reach her at all? One thing was clear, just one. No one but Noah could push me away from her. No one. Late in the afternoon, my boss appeared in the doorway. Sophia was putting her things in her purse, and I was turning off my laptop. "I've got good news for the two of you," he said with a smile. "I'm dying to hear," I said sarcastically. It was well known that Jenkins and I couldn't stand each other. He'd been in what was by rights my job until I had enough experience to take over, and he knew I had my eye on it. Sophia gave him a peculiar smile. She loved him, and she was absolutely dedicated to doing her job perfectly and rising through the ranks. "Two people have dropped out of the Rogers case, and they've asked us to send 2 replacements from here tomorrow. If I remember right, Nicholas, you wanted to work on that case, but you dropped it when you decided to leave San Fran. Well, the legal work's basically done. It's now a matter of taking it in front of the judge and helping out with the defense. It'll be quick and easy, and this is the kind of case that can teach you two a lot." "Amazing. When do we need to be there?" Sophia looked so excited I wouldn't have been surprised to see her turning somersaults. "I got you both tickets to leave tomorrow morning." "Shit. So soon?" You couldn't give us a little more time to prepare? We've got lives, you know." Jenkins ignored my tone and continued to talk calmly. "Hard as it may be for you to accept this, Nicholas, the world doesn't revolve around you. The trial starts tomorrow afternoon, and you need to be there ASAP. If you don't like it, I'm sure your father would be overjoyed to hear your complaints." I stood up slowly and rested my fists on the table. "I'd recommend you not bringing my father up at moments like this, Jay, unless you're in the mood for a curb stomping." He grimaced. I knew I was abusing my position there as the boss's son, but it was that or actually come to blows with him, and I preferred a little workplace friction to the real problems that would cause. "Someday reality's gonna hit you like a ton of bricks, Nicholas, and I sure hope I'm there to see it." Before I could answer, he turned to Sophia. "Airport, 5 a.m. Don't fuck up, because if you do, you'll be out on the street." He walked off while I sat there thinking about how I'd like to knock his lights out. Sophia walked so close to me that I had trouble focusing on her words, but the end of the phrase was, "I'll be the one having to pay for it, understand? So control yourself because I'm not about to lose my job over something you did." I ignored her deliberately and walked out, slamming the door. How was I going to go home and tell Noah I had to go to San Francisco with the same girl she was jealous of and that our parents wanted to hook me up with?
35. Noah. My mother's silence wasn't a good sign. It felt like the calm before the storm, and that worried me. I went on packing my bags, getting the last few things, while Jenna sat there counting off all the bad things that were going to happen to me if I went to live with Nick. That was when I realized I would have to start ignoring all her thoughts about our relationship. Jenna was in anti-romance mode. Since she had split with Lion, she had gone from crying like a baby to adopting a hardcore feminist attitude, and all she could talk about was how women didn't need men by their sides to go on with their lives. And in today's world, you were supposed to enjoy your life without being tied down. For several days now, "fuck Lion" had been her favorite phrase. I was so excited to think that you and me were going to be at the same school, going out at night and pledging at the same sorority, and doing all the stuff freshmen do, she said, helping me box up a couple of things. "I'm still going to college, Jenna. I'm just going to sleep at my boyfriend's place instead of in a dorm." Jenna rolled her eyes. "Like Nicholas would ever let you go out partying till dawn." "Nick's not my father. I can go wherever I want," I replied sharply. "You say that now, but once you settle in, you'll turn into one of those friends you never see because they spend all their time with their boyfriends." I laughed shrilly. "Like you until just a few weeks ago?" Lifting a book, she looked over at me. "Breaking up with Lion is the best thing that could have ever happened to me," she said, and I could tell she was trying to convince herself more than me with that remark. "I do what I want now. I don't have to fight with anyone except for my stupid little brothers. I don't have to feel guilty for being the person I am. I got a sweet dorm set up. We shelled out for the private kitchen. Speaking of, you know what I bought myself today?" She hitched up her long, tight skirt just slightly. "See these sandals?" I nodded. I could tell she needed to brag. "Know what they cost me?" "No, I don't want to know either," I said, folding a blanket to put it away. "Try $600. "That's right. I dropped some cash on these sandals, and I probably won't even wear them after a few weeks because it'll be cold and rainy and I won't want to get my toesies wet." "Smart," I said, playing along unenthusiastically. "It is smart because you know what I've learned watching my ex-boyfriend work like a dog just to keep the garage open and pay his rent? I learned money doesn't grow on trees. I learned a lot of people have it hard. But I also realized if they were me, they'd do the same damned thing. So why am I going to be the idiot who doesn't take advantage of being born into money? I've got everything I want, right? I can buy what I want, choose what school I want to go to. Plus, you know my dad just bought a private plane. You heard that, right? So if you ever want to go anywhere, just let me know. I'm a millionaire, and for now, money is all I care about. Her voice cracked at the end of that phrase, but she dried the lone tear that rolled down her cheek, pointed the book she was holding on to at me, and said coldly, I'm absolutely fine. Like me, but unlike many others, Jenna didn't like to show her feelings. If one of us cried, that meant we were really doing badly. And I could tell she must have been feeding herself a pack of lies if she now found herself crying in front of me. I know you want to talk about it, Jen, but this is temporary. Lion loves you more than anything, and you know, don't go down that road, Noah. She cut me off. We're done, and I'm not getting back on the merry-go-round. We're from different worlds, so drop it. All I want to hear about right now is how drunk you and I are going to get every Friday and how many hot guys we're going to meet. I didn't want to remind her that I was taken, so I let it go. She needed to feel she had a fellow party girl at her side, and I'd let her think that. In moderation, of course. She left soon afterward, and I called Nick. We hadn't talked since the night before, and I needed to know what time he was coming to pick me up the next day. I had more things to take over, and I needed his strength and the space in his Land Rover. It went straight to voicemail, and I left a message saying I needed him to come over the next day, and he should call when he had the chance. Just as I was about to undress, shower, and go to bed to spend one last night at that house, my mother appeared. From her face, I could tell an argument was coming. I was hoping you'd come talk to me and tell me what you said over dinner was just a very tasteless joke. It's not a joke, Mom, I said, crossing my arms. She looked at all the suitcases and boxes scattered across the floor. I've done all I can not to get mixed up in your relationship with Nicholas. I was even willing to accept it. But you've crossed a line without thinking once of me or William, and that's something I'm not willing to tolerate. I didn't like how she was talking to me. She acted like she was talking to a stranger. I realized she was angry, but with that attitude, all her words did were frustrate me further. What gave her the right to tell me how to live? I was over it. This isn't something I have to talk to you about. It's my life, and you need to learn to let me make my own mistakes and my own choices. It'll be your life when you can live independently and you have a good enough job to support yourself. Understand? That was a low blow, and she knew it, especially when she was talking about money that wasn't even hers. You're the one who brought me here, I shouted, seeing where the conversation was going. I'm finally happy. I've found someone who loves me, and you're not even capable of being happy for me. I'm not going to let you go live with your stepbrother when you're just 18 years old. I'm an adult. When are you going to figure that out? Look, she said after breathing hard several times. I'm not going to play this game. I don't want to argue with you, and I don't have to. But I will make one thing clear. If you go live with Nicholas, you can forget about college. I stared at her, unable to believe what I was hearing. What? There wasn't a shadow of doubt in her eyes. I won't pay for your school, and I won't give you money so you can... William's the one who pays for all this, I shouted, enraged. She was acting like a total stranger. What the hell was all this about? I've talked it over with William. You're my daughter, and he'll respect whatever I decide to do with you. If I tell him not to send you 1 cent, then that's what he'll do. You've lost your mind, I said, taking in the significance of what she was saying. You think you can just have everything you want, but it's not like that. You get an inch and you take a mile. Well, that's over. I'm not giving in anymore. I'll get a scholarship. I'm going to live with Nicholas. You can keep your husband and your money. I don't give a shit. She shook her head, looking down at me like I was 5 years old, and I felt a fire burning inside me. This was getting serious. You won't get a scholarship. Legally, you're the daughter of a millionaire, so stop talking nonsense and acting like a brat. I can't believe you're doing this. I felt a pain in my chest. She seemed to hesitate for a moment when my lips started to tremble. Believe it or not, I just want the best for you. I laughed. You're a selfish bitch, I shouted. All you ever talk about is how you do everything for me, but you forced me to leave my country so you could marry a stranger. You promised me a bright future, and now that I've finally got all that I want, now that I'm finally happy, you're ready to take everything, and you're threatening to come between me and the one thing I asked you for, the one thing I've cared about since we got here a year ago. You can have everything you want. My only condition is you go live in a dorm. It's not like you'll never see Nicholas again. Anyway, I'm sure it wasn't your idea to move in with him. So what if it wasn't? I've made my decision. I walked to the other end of the room. If you make me do this, I'll never forgive you. She seemed not to hear my words. She just crossed her arms and looked at me, utterly convinced that she was right. College or Nicholas? You decide. I didn't even need 2 seconds. Nicholas. A half hour later, my car was loaded up. I couldn't believe my mother had tried to extort me, especially using my relationship with Nicholas. She had gone into her room after the argument and hadn't come back out. I didn't think she even realized how serious I was, but I was mad. I couldn't care less about leaving the Lester house, and I'd be perfectly happy never to return. There was only one Lester I cared about, and to hell with my mother trying to come between us. I'd find a solution. I'd get the money, even if I had to work nights. I called Nick from my car, still sitting in the garage. I'd been trying to get a hold of him ever since my mother had fled to her bedroom. Finally, he picked up. I'm sorry, Freckles. I thought I'd be back by now, but it didn't happen. Perplexed, I asked, What do you mean? Where are you? I had to fly to San Francisco this morning. They've put us on a super important case. I thought I'd be able to get back tonight, but it looks like I'm stuck here for a few days. My heart ached. He was gone. He wouldn't be there to give me a hug and tell me everything would be okay. The pain gave way to something harder to bear, and everything I'd been suppressing burst out all at once. You're in San Francisco and you didn't even call to tell me? I thought I'd be back today. It didn't seem like such a big deal. Why are you shouting at me? I was seeing red. What if I went to some other city without telling you? What would you have done? I knew I was taking everything that had just happened out on him, but I couldn't help it just then. I needed it. I'd left everything to go stay with him, and he wasn't even going to be there to greet me and help me with my bags. He wasn't there. He wasn't there, and that was all that mattered to me. Okay, goddammit, I get it, but they didn't give us any advance warning. Us? I asked, a knot forming in my throat. Nicholas went silent for a few seconds. You're with her, aren't you? She's my fellow intern, that's all. Uncontrollable jealousy clouded my reasoning. So that's why you didn't tell me. You knew how pissed I'd be. I heard him curse on the other end of the line. Could you calm down? You're acting like a child. Screw you, I said and hung up. I tossed my cell in the seat next to me and punched the steering wheel, feeling like a fool. Was this what was going to happen from now on? He'd go to San Francisco with Sophie, and I'd stay in his apartment, broke and not going to school? Fuck, everything had gotten so complicated so fast, and the fear of missing out on college made me cry. I hadn't hesitated an instant to choose Nicholas, but my mother was right about one thing. He was almost 5 years older than me. He'd be working soon. He'd inherit his father's business. But what about me? I had nothing, and I didn't want Nicholas paying my way through life. If I stayed in that apartment, I'd miss out on so much. I wouldn't have my independence. I was sure Nick would help me if I asked, but how could I face myself every morning knowing my boyfriend was paying for my home and my studies? I'd always been independent, and if my mother hadn't married Will, I'd have just applied for a scholarship somewhere. But now I was the stepdaughter of a rich big shot, and no one was going to give me a cent. College wasn't cheap. Even if I worked like a dog, I was going to end up in debt up to my neck. As my anger faded, giving way to anxiety, I realized that however much I wanted to live with Nick, however much I wanted to remain always by his side, wake up next to him and all those other things, I couldn't until I was truly independent. My mother was right. Even if I was technically an adult, if I didn't have money to start my own life, she would always have the last word. From an outsider perspective, it was crazy to go live with him. His mortgage was $7,000 a month. I thought that was crazy when he told me. I couldn't even pay a fourth of that. The mere thought of it nauseated me. My phone rang and rang. I looked at it. Endless missed calls. Some from Nick, some from my mom. But the answer was obvious. Nick would have to wait. At least for now. I got out of the car and went up to my room. I dug through my top drawer until I found my admission letter and the information about registering for the dorms. I was supposed to confirm my reservation a week ago. I felt like I couldn't breathe. What the hell would I do now? I sat on the bed, feeling my heart pounding as fear overtook me. Calm down. There's got to be a solution. Just then I heard the front door open. Will had come home early from work, and my mother was probably about to tell him that I'd chosen living with Nick over studying. I took a deep breath. If they were going to come between the two of us, the least they could do was find me somewhere to live. Resolutely, I dried my tears and walked out of my room, ready to put my life in order. I felt strange when I got up the next morning. The day before, I'd been happy, knowing I was going to live with my boyfriend. Now my stomach was in knots as I thought about having to share my home with a stranger. After I'd talked to my mother and Will, he had made some phone calls and had finally found me a spot. My own studio was out of the question at that point, but they did get me into one of the better residences, with a private room and a shared kitchen. Will had seemed satisfied, so I'd assumed it was the best he could do. I got up and turned on my phone. Nick had stopped calling at 1 a.m., a long time after I turned off my phone. It may have been childish, but I blamed him for not being there with me. I couldn't help it. I was consumed by jealousy, plus anxious about my mother and school. I waited for Will to leave before coming out for breakfast. I didn't want to see him or my mother. While I was finishing my coffee, I got a call from Nick. I decided it was finally time to answer. "Hello?" I said nervously, chewing on a fingernail. After a pause, he asked, "Do you think it's reasonable to go the entire night without responding to me?" Well, I knew it wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation, but I wasn't in the mood to have him pissed at me. Not that day. Neither of us is reasonable, so I don't know how to answer your question. I didn't call you to argue, Noah, so you can count me out of that game. I just wanted to tell you I'll be home in a week. The situation here is really different from what they told us at first. 5 days? I asked, knowing how whiny my voice sounded. I know. I won't even be there when you start school. I'm sorry, okay? I didn't plan to have you move on your own, and I definitely didn't think you'd be having to stay at the apartment without me, but there's nothing I can do. I took a deep breath. I had to tell him. I had to confess that I wouldn't be going to live with him. But I was afraid of how he'd react. He might call my mom and start screaming at her. He was capable of anything. I knew it was going to be a kick in the teeth for him, and for that reason, I decided to play along and wait to tell him in person. Our conversation ended with a bit of tension on both sides, and when we hung up, I felt deeply sad. 2 hours later, Jenna and her father came to get me. I was too angry at my mother to ask her to help me move, so when Jenna offered, I accepted with gratitude. I had only seen Mr. Tavish twice before. He spent most of his time traveling the globe, but I knew he adored Jenna, and that's why he'd canceled all his meetings to take his little girl off to college. He didn't seem upset about having to pick me up and take my things along with Jenna's. We needed to squeeze in, but I managed to fit into his car and fasten my seatbelt to take off for what was going to be my new dorm. I had been to the campus before. Nick studied there, and he'd invited me to frat parties or just to come see him. I'd taken my books sometimes and studied for hours in the huge library, marveling at the millions of volumes lined up in order along its shelves. I knew it would be one of my favorite places in the world, but the rest of the university was amazing too, with its red brick buildings and its huge green spaces. It wasn't easy to get into. It was one of the most prestigious universities in America, and I was proud that I'd managed it on my merits alone, without having to ask Will to lend a hand. Once there, I couldn't help but feel sad that my mother wasn't sharing the experience with me. She should have been the one bringing me there, not Jenna's father. I'd also have liked Nick to be there to give me a tour so I could feel that same excitement I saw in all the new students all around us. Jenna was hyper, but I saw sorrow in her eyes too. Where were our boyfriends?
36. Nick. I was sitting in the vestibule of the hotel. The signal was bad in my room, so I'd had to come down to reception where a bunch of strangers were hanging out. It was late, and I took my phone out for the 4th time to see if Noah had sent me a good-night message. I didn't like how the previous day's conversation had ended, and even if she had a day left until classes started, I'd wanted to wish her good luck. I knew she was probably trying to sleep. She might even be in the middle of one of her nightmares. I was happy to be the one person who could make them go away, but that also made me hate knowing she was sleeping alone. I was relieved she'd agreed to go to a psychologist and had been reading about childhood trauma and how to overcome it on the internet. She had a list of the best psychologists in the city and had already set up consultations with 5 of them. I wanted Noah to go back to being herself, without fear restraining her, able to be happy. And if I had to pay a fortune to make that happen, then so be it. I thought about what she'd suffered at the hands of her father, and a chill ran up my spine while my hand closed into a fist. I had to take several breaths to calm down. Just then, Sophia appeared with her Mac, wearing a pair of plastic black-framed glasses that cracked me up. They looked horrible on her. "What's up, Lester?" "Aiken," I said, looking back at my screen. She sat down next to me on the big white sofa. After 2 days, I had to admit she wasn't the person I'd assumed at first. She might look superficial and stiff, but she wasn't in the least. She was even funny when she tried to be. Since she was surrounded by men, she was the only woman working in a team of 5 working the case. She did everything she could to fade into the background. She didn't want to be treated any differently. "You're not in the mood to go out for some fast food, are you?" she asked after typing a few things on her laptop and shutting it suddenly. With a raised eyebrow, I asked, "Fast food? You?" I tucked away my phone. Still no news from Noah. "I assumed you didn't know what that was." With a frown, she stuffed her Mac into her bag and got up. In place of her usual heels, she was wearing a simple pair of white sandals. "I could kill for a Big Mac, with or without you. I just brought it up because I can't stand hotel food, but it's your call. You coming or no?" I hesitated for a moment, but she was right. The food sucked. "Okay, but FYI, I'm not great company today," I said, getting up and walking toward the door. With Sophia next to me, I could see how short she actually was without her heels. She laughed. "Today or any day, Lester. I don't think I've seen you relax once since I met you. Maybe you should get checked out." I ignored the comment as we walked out into the lot. "What do you think you're doing?" I asked as she took her keys from her pocket. "I'm the one who rented the car, Nicholas," she said. "Sorry, babe. I drive," I said, snatching them before she could react. I was surprised she didn't argue, instead shrugging and going around to the passenger side. I let her choose the music, which meant we were listening to trash from the 80s the whole way from the hotel. The weather was nice, even if it was cooler in San Francisco than what we were used to in LA. Lots of people hated the steep streets there, but I thought they made the city special. The hills and the colorful houses, so varied and pleasant to look at. I wanted to bring Noah there. I wanted her to see so many places. Since we'd been going out, I'd only been able to take her to the Bahamas, and that was a vacation to forget. I put that out of my mind, parking the car at a restaurant I'd found before, when I'd had to spend a week there. "This isn't McDonald's," Sophia said, unbuckling her seatbelt. "I don't eat at McDonald's," I said, turning off the car and laughing when I saw her scowl. "Come on, Soph. These are the best burgers in the city. If not, I wouldn't have brought you here." She frowned in disbelief and slapped me on the arm. "I told you before, don't call me Soph." She got out. I did too. "Sorry, Soph." I cracked up when I saw her face after that, but I decided to drop it. A waiter greeted us and sat us on the other end of the restaurant. I didn't like that. I thought he thought we were a couple and wanted our privacy, but since I couldn't actually read minds, I decided not to argue. She made another comment about her beloved Big Mac, but she ended up having to swallow her words because, as I'd told her, the burgers were to die for. "So, you guys are going to move in together?" she asked after a few minutes of chit-chat and shop talk. This was the first time Noah had come up. "To spite her parents?" "Her mother, you mean," I said. "It seems everyone's forgotten that she's an adult and can make her own decisions." Sophia nodded, but didn't seem convinced. "She's a little girl, Nick," she said, taking a sip of her drink. "Maturity isn't some fucking number. It's all about your experiences and what you've learned from them. No one's saying otherwise, but you can't forget she's about to start school. She's going to want to do things like any girl her age, and unless I'm mistaken, you're a typical controlling boyfriend." I rested my elbows on the table and my chin in my hands. "I take care of what's mine, that's all." She didn't seem to like those words. "That's a pretty chauvinistic way of looking at things. You don't own her, Nick." "Is it time for Feminism 101, Soph?" "As a woman trying to make my way in a company whose leadership is 100% male, I could teach you a few things about that, but that's not what I'm saying. Your problem is trust. If you were really sure she was in love with you, you wouldn't be trying everything in your power to get her to move in with you despite your family's wishes. I just think it's a dumb move on your part. She needs me, and I need her. There's not some secret justification there. You just don't know what you're talking about." Sophia shook her head and stared at me. "I know one thing. There's no way in hell I'd ever want to be your girlfriend." "Every girl wants to be my girlfriend," I said. She started laughing and I grinned. It was obvious I wasn't close to the ideal boyfriend, but hey, I tried. That gave me an idea. "So you'll see just what a good boyfriend I am," I said, taking my phone out and going onto the net. "What do you think about blue roses? Pretty, right?" Sophia rolled her eyes as I scrolled through floral arrangements. "Precious," she said, taking a sip of her drink. I hit buy, entered the address, and typed out a little note for the card, grinning as I put away my phone. "A dozen blue roses?" she asked. 2 dozen. The same message twice, so it sinks in. "What's the message? That you're a smug asshole?" I ignored her. That I love her more than anyone else. After dinner, we went back to the hotel. Despite my misgivings, despite the fact she'd never let me live it down if I ever told her so aloud, Sophia wasn't bad company. Lion had his shit, and Jenna was Noah's best friend. And that meant I had no one on the outside I could talk freely with. Not that I was a big talker in general, but I liked chatting with Sophia and knowing people with normal lives existed. From what I heard, her parents were still together. Her older brother was a successful architect, and her father was a respected politician in the Democratic Party, a guy who might wind up on the presidential ballot. Who knew where things would go? It was nice avoiding all the drama from my regular life, and I could relax in her company, look at things from another perspective. Things weren't so bad, really. With Noah living with me, everything would be easier. She would sleep better, and if she did what I asked, one of those psychologists she'd contacted would help her deal with her problems with her dead dad. Things would get better. I couldn't wait to get home and show her all we could achieve. Convince her we were a perfect team, capable of surviving anything.
37. Noah. My first day at school was better than I could have hoped. The feeling of being in college got into my veins. It wasn't something I could ignore. Wherever I looked, there were young people laughing, taking furniture out of their cars to carry it upstairs, parents saying goodbyes, flyers about parties, and more parties. My class schedule wasn't bad. I was studying things that interested me and not all the BS we had to learn in high school about Newton's laws or the Declaration of Independence. I wanted books, literature. I wanted to write, read. I was finally surrounded by people who loved the same stuff as me. And the professors, some of them more intimidating than others, only fired our enthusiasm. I had to admit, I even enjoyed being alone a little bit. I didn't want to talk to anyone I knew, that is. Not with my mother, not with Jenna, not even with Nicholas, though in each case the reasons were different. Sometimes leaving everything behind and starting from zero made you see there were lots of doors open to you. I'd hardly seen Jenna since she had dropped me off at the dorm. We didn't share any classes. She wanted to study medicine. I didn't see her as a doctor at all, but apparently it had been her dream since she was a little girl. We texted each other, and she told me she was busy looking for a roommate. I guessed living alone wasn't all it was cracked up to be. I didn't think she'd have much trouble. For many, meeting new people was what college was all about. When class was over and I'd gotten to know my teachers and some people from the dorm had invited me out for dinner, I decided to go to Nick's place to be sure N had enough food and to pick up the things I'd dropped off there. I'd been trying to put that task off because I knew it would make me sad, but I also wanted to get it done before Nick was back. I knew we'd have a fight over it, and I wanted to be sure everything was set up in my place before I had to confront him. Plus, that would help me resist the temptation to say to hell with it all and move in with him. It didn't take long, but by the time I was done piling all my things by the door, it was late, and I didn't feel like going back to the dorm. I knew I was cheating, that I'd resolved to be alone, and that I shouldn't keep trying to hold on to something I couldn't have, at least for now. But I crawled into Nick's bed, onto his side, and hugged his pillow, breathing in that scent no other person had, which made my body react instantly. My phone buzzed as a message came through. Guess you've decided to ignore my calls. We'll talk when I get back. Sleep well, Freckles. I sighed. Things were weird. It was my fault for the most part. Stomach quaking, I almost called him to tell him why I hadn't wanted to talk to him, but I hoped he'd think I was asleep and that was why I hadn't responded. I put my cell phone under the pillow and closed my eyes, hoping to get some rest. In the morning, the doorbell woke me. A little disoriented, I looked around, trying to figure out where I was. It rang again, and I jumped up, wrapping myself in a sheet, almost tripping on my way to the door. When I opened it, I saw 2 huge bouquets of roses. "Are you Noah Morgan?" asked the man whose face I couldn't see behind the flowers. Yes, I managed to say.
These are for you,
he said, stepping forward. I let him come in, unable to believe my eyes. He left the bouquets on the table in the living room and took a booklet of invoices out of his back pocket.
Sign here, please,
he said amiably. I did so, and when he left, I stared at the roses on the verge of tears. There was a note which only made it worse, and I needed all my strength to choke back the sobs. We both know this sappy shit's not my thing, Freckles, but I love you with all my heart, and I know that when I get back, we'll be starting something new, something special. Living with you is something I've wanted ever since we started going out, and a year later, I've finally got the thing I wished for. I hope your first day was wonderful, and I'm sorry I wasn't there with you to watch you bewitch all your new professors. See you in a few days. I love you. Nick. I picked up the phone and called him. Hey, babe, he said in a cheerful tone. I sat on the armrest of the sofa, unable to take my eyes off those beautiful flowers, sky blue just like Nick's eyes. I hadn't even known there were roses that color. You're crazy, I said with a trembling voice. I heard noise on the other line. Traffic. Crazy about you. Do you like them? I love them. They're gorgeous, I said, wishing I could jump into his arms and hide from everything. How was your first day of school? I told him quickly what I'd done, skipping the dorm and my roommate. I'd never been good at hiding things, and I wanted to end the conversation before he found me out. I need to go, or I'll be late for class, I said, chewing the inside of my cheek. I can tell something's up with you. I don't know if it's Sophia or me having to leave right when you moved in, but whatever it is, I'll make it up to you, okay? I said a quick goodbye and put my phone on the table. I felt horrible. Horrible because I was lying to him and would be responsible for disappointing him when he got back, and realized we wouldn't live together. Hating myself for it, I dressed quickly, put out food and water for N for the next few days, and carried my last few things out of the apartment. When I turned off the light, I knew there would be hell to pay when he came back, and I wasn't there. I had 3 days to come up with a plan. I spent the next 2 days going to class and hanging out with new friends. I'd only talked to my mother once, and that was because she threatened to drive down there if I didn't pick up. Nothing was resolved. Things were just as uncomfortable between us as ever, and I didn't see that changing. At least not until I'd found it in myself to forgive her for extorting me. I was sitting in the cafeteria talking to Jenna. She'd already found a roommate, Amber, who was working at an IT company in town while taking classes at the same time. She must have been doing all right for herself if she could afford campus housing on her own. "When's Nick back?" Jenna asked as I finished my salad. "Tomorrow night," I murmured. I didn't want to talk about it. She seemed to find it funny, almost as if she took pleasure in knowing what a difficult spot I was in. "Does he know you're living with a stranger in a campus apartment yet?" With a nasty look, I replied, "He'll find out when he gets here and I tell him. Now I don't feel like talking about Nick. Tell me again what the plan for tonight is. I still don't really know what's up." Jenna gave me a sarcastic look, but she couldn't hold it for long. She got excited. "These frat guys told me there are parties all over to celebrate the new year. Apparently, Phi Delta, the medical fraternity, throws one that's totally off the hook. I can't wait to be there surrounded by handsome doctors. People who understand the future's medicine and not physics or literature. No offense." I frowned at her and she laughed, picking up her books and stood. "See you in a couple of hours. Pull out all the stops when you get dressed." She winked and walked off, shaking her hips in that way that drove all the guys wild. Single Jenna was something new, something I just couldn't get used to. Since I'd known Jenna, she'd been with Lion, but I guess she must have gotten around before then. Unlike most of the parties I'd been to recently, all held at rich kids' beach houses, here I could finally hang out with people from different backgrounds, different origins, different classes. That was the good thing about it being a public university. I'd never felt totally comfortable surrounded by all those millionaires. Being rich was new to me, and anyway, as much as my mother insisted that was my reality, she just made clear that it didn't have to be, and that she could cut off William's money at the drop of a hat. Here I felt I could finally fit in. I quickly found Jenna, who was with Amber drinking beer in a corner of the kitchen. I couldn't believe it when I saw her with a Budweiser in her hand. Jenna had always preferred Grey Goose or Cristal. I wanted to snap a photo to make fun of her afterward, but she looked so at ease that I decided to play nice. "Noah," she said when she saw me come in. I walked over and she hugged me so tightly she almost strangled me. It was the first time I'd met Amber, and she seemed as wild as Jenna, almost, just a tad more reserved. She smiled and moved her head to the rhythm of the music, while making seductive comments to a boy next to her. I drank a few beers quickly, and randomly I found myself surrounded by 50 drunk students, jumping around a room that had been cleared of all furnishings. The music was blasting, and I could barely hear anything else. Jenna was bumping and grinding against me, and Amber had walked off with the muscular guy she'd been talking to earlier. "I need to chill for a bit, Jenna," I shouted as people started to shriek along to a popular song. "I'm going to go to the kitchen." She nodded, but really she was ignoring me, and immediately joined another group there. It was hot as hell. I rolled up my sleeves and wiped down my forehead. When I got to the kitchen, they were pouring out a round of shots. "Hey, new girl," a guy shouted at me from some distance away. "A toast to the hot chicks." Every guy in the circle brought a shot glass to his lips, knocked it back, laughed, and shouted. I thought it was funny, but I didn't stick around, going instead to the back of the kitchen and leaning against the table. I took out my phone to check the time, and the guy who'd been shouting came over. "Here," he said, passing me a shot glass and filling it with amber liquid. "You look thirsty." "I don't think tequila's the best thing for thirst, but thanks," I said, accepting it and drinking. It burned my throat, and I frowned in disgust. The boy giggled, and as I watched out the corner of my eye, leaned in next to me, trying to look aloof. "What's your name?" he asked, grabbing a glass and filling it with water. "Noah," I said, feeling my head start to spin. I shouldn't have had that shot. The beers were already enough for me. "I'm Charlie," he said. "We're in the same lit class. I don't know if you remember me. I'm the guy who usually falls asleep in the back." Funny, I actually did seem to remember seeing him. "What brings you here?" he asked. "You're not going to find many Shakespeare experts around here. That said, tell me the truth. The science guys are way hotter than the humanities guys, don't you think?" I smiled. When he said that, any doubt that he might be straight vanished, and that helped me relax. "I'm here with my friend who's pre-med," I said with a shrug. Charlie seemed to enjoy talking to me, and talk he could. He didn't stop for the next 10 minutes, with comments about everything from our teachers to our classmates. I was happy to have a friend my age there. I hated being alone. But aside from him and Jenna, the most I'd said to anyone was a hello or goodbye. He made a kind of cringy joke about one of our teachers that had me in stitches. A second afterward, he looked over at the door. A guy had just walked in. Almost instantly, he had his eyes on us. "Great. See that guy?" I nodded, noticing his unfriendly expression. "Don't pay attention to anything he says." I wanted to ask why, but it was impossible. The guy was already on top of us. "Are you a fucking idiot?" "As I said," Charlie murmured then, looking at his companion with a smile. "Behave, there's a lady present." "I'm tired of playing babysitter with you. What are you drinking?" I looked back and forth between the two of them. I'd have preferred to leave just then, but I was stuck there. Charlie was blonde, more or less my height, and thin, whereas his companion was a good foot taller than us, with the same blonde hair and moss-green eyes. It seemed like this was the last place he wanted to be, surrounded by teenagers, something he clearly wasn't. "It's water, dumbass." The other boy didn't believe him and tore the glass from his hand, bringing it up to his nose to sniff. Charlie looked smug and amused. "If you'd stop growling like a rabid dog, I'd introduce you to my new friend. This is Michael, my brother. Michael, this is Noah." Michael didn't seem to care about me in the least. Actually, I'd say he sneered at me as if I wasn't worthy to hang out with his brother or something like that. Just then my phone rang. I excused myself and walked outside to hear better. My heart stopped when I saw 15 missed calls from Nicholas, including one just now. I waited for his name to reappear on the screen, then picked up. "Noah, where are you?"
38. Nick. I grabbed my keys, left the apartment, and slammed my door on the way out. Nothing. There was nothing of hers there. No suitcases, no clothes, not even the little things she usually left behind when she spent the night. I was getting heated, not just because of her absence, but also because she'd ignored my calls. It had been 3 hours since I'd last heard from her, and I sure as hell wasn't going to call her mom to make sure she was okay. Something told me I'd better leave her out, because if my suspicions were right. "What party?" I shouted into the phone, waiting for her to tell me exactly where she was. "Can you just calm down?" she answered, and I heard her walking away from the deafening music. Calm down? "I'll calm down when I see you and you tell me what the hell's actually going on," I said as I got in the car and started it up. "I don't think I want to tell you where I am." I froze. Was this a fucking joke? "Noah, tell me where you are," I asked, feigning calm. The music was barely audible now, and I could hear her breathing. "I already did. I'm at a party." "Give me an address, a street." She sighed, and a second later told me where I could find her. I had a bad feeling about all that, but I still hoped when I showed up, she would calm my fears. I'd come home early, ready to give her a surprise, take her out to dinner, make up for those days we hadn't been together. But instead, I'd found the house empty, apart from the flowers I'd sent, which were wilting on the table. I arrived quickly, turning a corner to find her standing there. She was leaning on her car with her arms crossed over her chest. She sat up when she saw me and looked at me nervously. I parked in front of her and got out. I took a deep breath, trying to calm down. Now that I saw her and knew she was safe and sound, I could relax a little bit. I tried not to let her know I'd been longing to see her again ever since the moment I left. Instead, I just walked over, observing her coolly. She said nothing, but I could tell my silence was bothering her. "Let's go," I said, turning on my heel before I'd even touched her. "I'm in the mood for hot chocolate." "Wait, what?" she asked. I opened the passenger door, waiting for her to come over. "I guess you've got a lot to tell me, and I'm not going to do it outside while you're freezing your half-drunk ass off." I was trying to control myself, trying with all my might not to give in to the temptation to explode, but seeing her there, tipsy, incredibly attractive, and alone, angered me far more than I was willing to admit. Noah stumbled over. I closed the door once she got in and walked around to the driver's side. I cranked up the heat, tore off, and looked for a 24-hour coffee shop. I'd made up that thing about the hot chocolate just to get her off the street. She was shivering. I don't know if it was the cold or the fact she was hiding something from me, but either way, I was now seeing all those ignored calls in a different light. "Nicholas, I want to go home," she said when she noticed I'd skipped our exit. "I thought you liked hot chocolate," I said, turning right onto a side street. I could tell she was staring at me. "Stop acting like nothing's up," she said. "I can tell you're pissed, so drop the act." "What would I have to be pissed off about? The fact that you've barely picked up the phone since I went to San Francisco?" We both know you love to drive me crazy, so I just hope this isn't some weird way of punishing me for leaving." She writhed in her seat, uncomfortable, but I tried not to show my irritation as I kept driving. The road was almost empty. That was to be expected after 2 a.m. If anyone had asked me earlier what I thought I'd be doing at that time, it would have been anything but this. And I sure as hell wouldn't have guessed I'd have Noah in the car trying to get as far away from me as her seat would permit. I parked in front of a run-down diner. Even before I'd stopped the car, Noah was getting out and walking toward the front door. I couldn't help comparing her with Sophia. Noah was as strong-willed as I was, and knowing I was the one in the right this time, she couldn't control herself. I walked in behind her and sat down at the place she'd chosen, a small corner table that looked out toward the interstate. She stared down at the table. She didn't seem in the mood to talk. When the waitress came over, I ordered a hot chocolate for me and a coffee for her. I was trying to calm the waters because it was weird not to be covering her in kisses after 4 days apart. But my suppressed anger, and whatever she was hiding from me, stood between us like an uncrossable sea. When she made no sign that she was about to speak, I decided to go first. No more games. "Where's your stuff?" She looked up at me with those honey-colored eyes. She'd put on makeup, and her mile-long lashes were casting a strange shadow over her high cheekbones. Her pink lips opened hesitantly, but before she could answer, the waitress returned with our order. Noah cupped the warm coffee in her hands. I waited. "Are you going to answer?" I finally said. She took a few more seconds, then said, barely audible, "I got in a fight with my mother." I leaned back and waited for her to continue. She looked back up at me, and I could tell it took everything she had in her not to cry. I tensed, but I didn't try to push her. "I'm not going to come live with you, Nick," she said finally. I waited for an explanation, and when it didn't come, I asked, "Noah, what are you trying to tell me?" "My mother told me I had to choose between her paying for my school or me going to live with you. And You didn't choose me," I finished the sentence for her. "I tried, okay? I told my mother I didn't care. I said I was going to live with you, but I can't, Nicholas." I shook my head. I'd had enough of this shit. "At least we know what your priorities are." I got up and Noah did the same. I threw a 20 on the table, turned around, and walked out. "Nicholas, wait!" I did, but only because I knew I couldn't leave her there. "What did you want me to do? I don't have money like you. I can't pay for my school. I don't have a scholarship." This was ridiculous. I turned around. "Don't give me that shit, Noah," I shouted. There was no one out there, nothing else to hear except the cars roaring down the interstate and the blasting wind. "You know perfectly well this has nothing to do with your mother. She wouldn't come between you and your studies. The problem is you're incapable of facing up to her. There are a lot of other options, but no, you walked out without even talking to me." She shook her head. "I know her, Nicholas. She's decided she won't stop until you and I break up, and I won't let her win. But I'm also not going to destroy my future over a rushed decision. Living together can wait." "I don't want to wait," I shouted, losing control. "I want you to be with me, Noah. Not with your mother, not with my father, not with some friend. I want us to finally be a real adult couple that makes decisions together without our parents getting in the middle of it. I want you with me. I want you in my bed every night, every morning. If you're with me, I want you to be with me, and no one else." Her eyes widened. "That's why you want me at your apartment?" she asked incredulously, now shouting as loudly as I was. "To watch over me? What the hell kind of relationship is that, Nicholas? I brought my hands to my head. This was the last thing I'd expected. Finally, things were going right. Finally, we would be together without anyone coming between us, and now, everything was just like before, but worse. Noah wouldn't even be at my dad's house anymore. She'd be on campus, surrounded by a bunch of assholes where campus rape was a fact of life. "If you won't trust me, there's no point in us being together," she declared. Her voice broke on this last word. I walked toward her and held her by the shoulders. "This isn't about you," I said, hating the part of myself I was revealing, cursing my weakness. "When you're not with me, I think of the worst things. I can't control my imagination. It's something that's just inside me, and I didn't realize it until recently. It happens to me because I love you. The last person I loved as much as you, I hate now. I always will. And I have this problem. I can't help thinking of what she did to me." I couldn't believe I'd finally said that. "Nicholas, I'm not your mother. I'm not going anywhere." The image of my mother leaving invaded my mind. I had never trusted another woman again since. I'd sworn to myself that I would never let anyone in, that I would never again fall in love, that I didn't even believe in love, not after seeing the relationship between my parents. But now, I had Noah. I couldn't avoid fearing she'd treat me the same. She was mine. I couldn't lose her. I couldn't stand it. "You left my home," I whispered, kissing her. She didn't move. I guess she was waiting for me to say or do something. I took my hands off her shoulders and stood back. "I don't know how we're going to solve this."
39. Noah. We drove to his apartment in complete silence. Nicholas didn't even look at me. Once we arrived, I tried to keep calm as I followed him inside. I felt guilty for everything, even if it had been my mother's fault. I couldn't help but feel that Nick was growing apart from me. My problems and my mother were coming between us, and I didn't know what to do about it. I tried to make rational decisions, thinking about what would be best for both of us, but nothing turned out the way I wished. Even in the apartment, he wouldn't speak to me. I'd have rather heard him shout at me than that, because I realized he was thinking about things I didn't even want to imagine. He crossed the living room and walked into his bedroom. I stopped, indecisive. Did I want to go on arguing with him? Maybe I should have asked him to drop me off at the dorm, but I didn't want to rub it in his face that I'd moved somewhere else. Without him, and I couldn't stand the thought of going back there without resolving this. I didn't want my mother to get away with pulling us apart. I heard nothing from the other side of the door, so after a few minutes, I gathered my courage and cracked it. Nick was sitting at the foot of the bed. He had taken off his t-shirt and was resting his forearms on his knees. He had a cigarette in his right hand. He looked up from the floor, meeting my eyes when he heard me walk in. I observed him. He did the same to me. We were just a few feet apart, but to me it felt like an abyss. I was so scared, so alone, that I couldn't keep myself from walking over between his legs and lifting his face to look him in the eyes. "Don't let this pull us apart." That was all I could think to say. I hadn't understood how bad things were with us until I heard Nick's words a half hour before. Nick looked down to my stomach and took another drag off his cigarette. With one hand I grabbed his wrist. With the other I took the cigarette away. He looked at me perplexed as I crushed it in the ashtray right beside him. Then I straddled his lap and cupped his face in my hand. "I need you to leave me alone, Noah," he said in a voice so soft I thought I'd heard him wrong. I wrapped my hands around the back of his neck, tried to toy with his hair, but he reached up and stopped me. Don't play with me. Not right now. His words were hard, cold, and that coldness only grew worse as he got up from the bed and walked past me. I stood. I hurt you when I left, and you're scared I'll leave you for good. I get it, but you can't just ignore me like this. You can't. Shooting fire from his eyes, he said, I'm ignoring you because I'm trying to keep control of myself. I was startled hearing him scream at me like that, but then he took a deep breath and spoke again in a normal tone. I can help with your tuition. I closed my eyes. I knew he'd say that, but I couldn't accept it. You know I can't let you do that. I'm offering you a solution that will make us both happy. Why do you not understand that your decisions affect both of us, not just you? He said, his voice rising again. Because I wouldn't be happy, Nicholas. I had hoped to keep calm, but I couldn't. If living with you means going to war with my mother and your father, plus depending on you for money, I'll end up hating it. Can't you see that? Of course I can't. Not when the alternative is you being surrounded by a bunch of people who aren't me. That's the thing I have trouble imagining. I've never given you a reason to be jealous, and jealousy's your real problem right now. Don't give me that. You're no different. I wanted to try to explain to him that jealousy was all right, but only to a point. I've got more reason to be jealous than you do. You've been with more women than I can count. I've given you everything. You know I'm yours in every sense of the word, and even still you don't trust me. You knew what you were doing when you decided to go out with me. I can't change my past. The distance between the two of us was killing me. Of course I'd known what I was getting into with him, but I hadn't chosen it. It had just happened. I had fallen crazily in love with him, but that didn't mean that the things he did or had done would affect me any less. A relationship with no trust is a dead-end street. You know that. His eyes darkened. I don't need to trust anyone. I need you by my side. Despite his anger, I knew what he was trying to say. I'm here now, right? He shook his head. You're halfway here and halfway somewhere else. It's always halfway with you, Noah. He turned to walk out of the room. Nicholas, I said I'm right here. I felt my eyes go damp. I didn't know what he wanted from me. I'd given him everything I had, everything I knew how to give. No, you aren't, he shouted. This is all I can do. Well, maybe that's not enough. A horrible fear seeped through me. There it was, the thing I had always feared, not being good enough for him. It's not fair, you being the one crying, he said a few seconds later. I'm crying because I can't give you everything you want, and you're going to wind up getting sick of me, I confessed, stifling a sob in my throat. I couldn't stand seeing that I'd disappointed him. I wanted to go because if I didn't, I'd break down, and I didn't want to do that in front of him. I should go, I said, wiping off my cheek with one hand and looking away. I heard Nicholas draw a few deep breaths. Then he crossed the room and kissed me so intensely, I had to hold on to his arms to keep from falling. I could never get tired of you, not in a million years. With that, he quickly pushed me down on the bed and got on top of me. He kissed me again, and despite his gentle words, I could tell something was different about him. The way he touched me, the way he kissed me and took off my clothes were more like a struggle he was engaged in with himself than an act of love between the two of us. I'd hurt him when I left, and there were consequences for that. His kisses intensified, and soon his mouth was roving my neck and my breasts, finally arriving at my thighs. Nick, I whispered. Nicholas didn't hear me. He was lost in my body, lost in kissing every inch of skin within reach. Shh, I don't want to talk anymore, Noah. He hushed me, taking off my panties and climbing between my legs. We've already said all there is to say. When his lips met mine, I decided to forget everything. I couldn't sleep. Nick was next to me, breathing slowly, deep in dreams, squeezing me against him tightly. With his arms around me like that, I could barely move. I watched him sleep and felt a knot gather in my throat. The night before had been so intense, both physically and emotionally, that I'd ended it destroyed. I went to the bathroom to wash my face and try to become a normal person again. When I looked in the mirror, I saw something that shocked me. I can't believe it, I said, furious. I left the bathroom and walked over to him enraged. He was awake and was observing me imperturbably from the bed. Why did you do this? I asked. Ignoring my question, he got up, put on a pair of sweatpants, and walked to the bathroom in silence. Is this how things are now? I said, turning to see him gripping the side of the sink and letting his head hang. You're punishing me now? He looked up. Oh, by kissing you, I'm punishing you? I shook my head. I wasn't going to let him turn the tables like that. You know I hate that, Nick. I don't want to be marked. And you did it knowing I hate it. That just makes it worse. You're an idiot. And you're a spoiled little baby. You need to understand everything can't be the way you want. I laughed sarcastically. Please, you've never heard the word no in your life. That's why you're punishing me, because I'm the first and only person ever to do it. Nicholas came close to me cautiously. For me, you were the first and only one. But we both knew that wasn't true. I'm sorry, okay? He went on. I got carried away in the moment, but can you please stop acting like I did something wrong? They're just kisses. Kisses from me. I sighed in frustration. I didn't want to fight with him. I'd had enough the night before. What if it was you? Would you like it? I asked. Are you kidding me? He forced a smile. I love your lips. There's nothing I'd like better than a mark that would remind me you had kissed me somewhere. I wasn't convinced. You'd let me leave a mark on you? How so? I dared him. He looked at me, trying to guess what I was getting at. Are you talking about something nasty, Freckles? His response was funny, but I wasn't about to tell him. Among other things, because I wasn't going to take no for an answer. Grinning, I pushed him out of the bathroom. Lie down on the bed, I ordered him. He looked doubtful, but he did what I asked. I opened a drawer on the nightstand and sat on his stomach. What are you up to? He asked with a dark glimmer in his eyes. None of what's probably passing through that perverted mind of yours. After saying this, I brought a marker to my lips and took the cap off with my teeth. His eyes opened wide. No fucking way, he said, reaching out and grabbing my wrists. Oh, yes, fucking way, and you're going to remain totally still while I do it, I replied, jerking away from him. He rolled over me and pinned me against the mattress. Put that back where it was unless you want problems, he warned me, but I could see in his eyes that he thought it was funny. I kept hold of the permanent marker, though, and I intended to use it. Just tell yourself it's something I'm going to do to you. Me alone and nobody else. I've never drawn on anyone's body before. That will make it sweet, special. He lifted his head and observed me with curiosity and interest. You call that sweet and special? He asked. Anything I do with your body is sweet and special, I said with a smile. You've been hanging around me too much, that's clear. He rolled back, sitting me on top of him, right where I wanted to be. Be good, he warned me, resting his hands on my bare thighs. This was fun, and even if it wasn't my intention, it was helping me to leave aside the emotional burden that had weighed down on me those past few hours. I bent over him and started tracing out a drawing on his chest, a heart on his pecs, a happy face on his shoulder, and I love you over his heart. This supposed punishment soon turned into a love letter composed on his skin, one I had written to him. He stared at my face the whole time, while his fingers traced circles on my skin, and I worked to make the decoration on his sculpted body as beautiful as possible. I wanted to show him how much I loved him. I wanted him to understand that he was the only one for me. That ink was covering our pain, drawing a new bond between us. With a smile, I grabbed his wrist and wrote one last message on it. You're mine, forever.
40. Nick. I didn't take my eyes off her once as she did whatever she wished to my body. That was any man's dream. But it never occurred to me that whatever she wished would mean drawing a bunch of dumb shit all over me. Still, observing her the whole time, as I was allowed to then, was priceless. She was concentrating so hard on what she was doing that she had no idea how incredibly beautiful she was to me in that moment. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes swollen from crying the night before. I knew I shouldn't be such an asshole, but I loved the way her lips looked after she'd cried. It made me want to kiss her, till the end of time. I took advantage of her being distracted by her task to soak in her every gesture and to stroke her thighs and knees. At some point, my hand strayed too far into forbidden ground, and she gave me a sharp look to make me stop. Keep still, she ordered me with an amused smile. Then looked down at my wrist. I let her sketch one last thing. I'm done, she said, putting the cap on the marker and coming down to kiss me on the lips. Staying still that long with her half naked on top of me had been torture. Holding her waist, I rolled over until I was on top of her. Now what am I supposed to do? I asked, leaning on my forearms to keep from crushing her. Her hand climbed to my face and stroked my hair. Leave and show my masterpiece to the world, she answered, with mischievous glee on her face. I pushed my thighs into her, feeling her so fragile beneath me, so small, so perfect. I felt the urge to cry when I realized these moments weren't going to come as often as I wished now. I had to let her go. Had to let her live on campus, surrounded by a bunch of dickheads who would be fighting to get her attention. Neither those kisses nor anything she could tell me were enough to make me believe no one would ever steal her from me. Losing her. Just the thought of it hurt me inside. Scared me. The feeling weighing on my chest was terrifying, like two giants sitting on my heart. Ever since my mother had left, I had kept that feeling stuffed away, closing myself off from everyone else. I'd told myself I would never feel that again. But now I was so vulnerable, so exposed with that beautiful girl who could have crushed my heart to dust if she'd wanted to. I looked down at what she'd written on my wrist, and a warm, gentle tingle ran over my body. I was hers. She had written that on my very skin, and I realized nothing would make me happier than belonging to her body and soul. I knew she'd seen the darkness in me, my weakness, my irrational desire to clutch her close, to keep her within reach at all times. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help my feelings, or the way my love for her kept growing with every second. I'm going to let you go, for now, I said, when I saw her blink with surprise. But you know, Freckles, this can't last. When I want something, I get it. And I don't care who I have to get through to do it. She half closed her eyes as she shifted beneath me. So, what if you have to get through me? Her question distracted me for a moment. You're in my heart, babe. I think I've already gone through you. She smiled, and I sat up in bed getting ready to dress. You're not going to shower? She asked as I pulled a t-shirt over my head. Are you hinting at something? Do I smell bad? I said, grinning and looking down as I tied my shoes. Noah was still wearing one of my shirts, and her hair was sticking out in every direction. We were always late, and I didn't understand why she didn't take the opportunity to get dressed when I was doing the same. Instead, she was sitting there on my bed, giving me a goofy stare. I figured you'd want to run and wash off my Monet, she said. I smiled and stood in front of her at the foot of the bed. Her foot was lolling on the white sheets. Perfect, like every part of her. I'm happy to wear this artwork of yours, Freckles. It bears your signature. It'll stick around until it fades away. I stretched out a hand and grabbed her foot, pressing it into my chest and massaging her ankle. Honestly, I went on, lifting my shirt and pointing to one of my obliques, I think this elephant right here gives me a sort of interesting macho air. She stared at my bare skin and I smirked, pulling on her ankle until she was almost falling off the bed, and her shirt had slid up to reveal the bottoms of her breasts. Her firm, flat stomach was there for me to see, along with that lace underwear that could give me a heart attack. You see something you like? I asked, bending over and kissing her belly button tenderly. She closed her eyes for a moment. How could she smell so fucking good? You, she responded, simply. But there was no time for that. I grinned and let her wrap her legs around my back. I needed to get her out of that room. I walked down the hall and into the kitchen, smiling as I deposited her on the counter. She frowned as she felt the cold marble on her skin. I left her there and started taking food out of the fridge to make breakfast. I could tell she was watching my every move. I made a fruit salad, juiced some oranges, and whipped the eggs before scrambling them. Can I help you? She asked, but I refused. Let me make you breakfast one last time, I responded with an unavoidable slight scowl. She shrugged and said nothing. When everything was ready on the island in the kitchen, I grabbed her again and sat her in my lap. She wrapped her arm around my neck and played with my hair, and I fed her, lost in thought. As she ate, she, too, seemed distracted, her mind probably racing. I knew that however much the two of us tried to put on a happy face, what had happened the night before was still there with us, inhabiting the apartment like a ghost. Nervously, I pushed her head back and kissed her, savoring the delicious taste of freshly squeezed oranges on her lips. She was surprised by this sudden fit of passion, but evidently it pleased her. Her tongue wrapped around mine as I jerked her into me. When I pulled away, my forehead was still touching hers, and our eyes locked. That shade of honey in her irises made me melt, and I felt the irrational urge to shut her up in my bedroom and never let her go. I love you, Noah. Don't ever forget that. Her eyes shone with unbelievable brightness, while her fingers stroked my cheeks and lower lip. She seemed to be lost in thought. She started to lower her hand, but I stopped her and brought it to my lips. I kissed every knuckle carefully, and then let her finish eating. She was pensive before. Now she seemed barely aware of my presence. What time does class start? I asked, unable to bear the silence. 12:30. I'll drive you there. After dropping Noah off, I met up with Lion, and we got in my car heading out for a beer. I'm thinking of selling the garage, he said. What? The garage was the most important thing Lion had. It was his business, his family's business. Lion kept his eyes focused on the road, moving his feet nervously. I need to make things right with you-know-who. I rolled my eyes. I don't see how you're going to make things right if you can't even say her name." "I'm still pissed at her," he confessed, sighing. "But her father called me last night." I looked over at him incredulously. "What did he say?" "Old man Tavish has always treated me well. He never looked down on me like all those other rich people, you know. He's straight up." Greg Tavish was a good man, and he'd done an impeccable job of raising his daughter. Jenna was the person she was because she'd never wanted for anything. Even I had envied her when we were little kids. "So, anyway, we were talking. At first, he just wanted to know how come Jenna didn't talk about me anymore at home. And then he said she'd been crying nonstop for 2 nights straight." I could tell he didn't like knowing that Jenna was sad, but realizing that being apart hurt her too, and that he wasn't the only one in pain, was clearly a relief to him. "He told me he'd give me a job at his company. I'd be starting at the bottom, of course. To rise up, there'd be tests to take, lots of work. But with time, he said I could make it. That guy's a machine, Nick. You should have heard him. He's so self-assured, so smart. It's no surprise Jenna adores him. Who wouldn't want a dad like that?" I stared at the car in front of me. "You don't have anything to say?" Lion asked. My mind had strayed into dark territories. I couldn't help comparing my father to Greg. Couldn't help thinking about how Jenna's parents accepted her relationship with Lion, a guy from the streets. Nice enough, sure, but still, someone who had no money and had never graduated. Jenna's father had never cared, while there I was fighting tooth and nail to get my own family to accept me. "I think it's the best thing that could have ever happened to you, bro," I said, smiling. For the first time in years, he looked secure. My best friend's green eyes reflected utter calm.
41. Noah. I didn't see Nick for the next 3 days. We were in contact, we talked at night, and he sent me messages while I was in class that made me blush, but we never found an opening to hang out. I did go with Jenna, though, not to the clubs, not to dance, just to a couple of bars near campus. We had to go before happy hour hit, otherwise they were all packed. One day, Jenna brought Amber, her roommate, to Ray's, one of the popular spots. We had a good table and were watching a group of guys shooting pool a few feet away, very obviously trying to get our attention. 3 hot girls with no guys around. That was enough for them to come over and to talk. Amber told us repeatedly how hot she found one of them, a skinny redhead. He looked kind of raggedy, but also sweet. In just 5 seconds, she had a whole movie going in her head. "I think we'll call our firstborn Fred, like from the Harry Potter books. I've always been a fan. Our children will probably inherit his red hair. Why don't you go over there and tell him you already know the name of your first child? I'm sure that'll be enough to make him fall in love with you," Jenna encouraged her. She was sloshed already and seemed disgusted every time someone of the opposite sex looked over at us. "Hey, Noah," Amber said, ignoring Jenna. "One of those guys won't take his eyes off you." I looked back, hoping it was Nick, but what I found was a totally different pair of eyes. He was the furthest thing from Nick, but Amber was right. He wouldn't take his eyes off me. He was tall and blonde, and wielded his pool cue like an extension of his own body. Something about him seemed weirdly familiar, but I looked away from him to concentrate on my friends. "Maybe he's from one of my classes, but I don't know, honestly," I said with a shrug. Jenna looked over at him, uninterested in being subtle. "I've seen that dude. I think he was coming out of the biology building. He's no freshman, I'll tell you that. He might even be a professor. Maybe he can teach you a thing or two." I knew what she was insinuating. To hell with that. He was bent over the table. his hair and his face concentrated on the game, his eye on the ball, and that allowed me to look at him closer. No, he wasn't a teacher. He was too young for that, although he definitely wasn't a freshman either. I racked my brain trying to figure out who he was, but it was impossible. A few minutes later, we changed the subject and were talking about other nonsense. "Hey, can you get me another drink?" Jenna asked Amber. While she went to the bar, I decided to wait for the bathroom. To get there, I had to walk past the pool table. I had forgotten about the guy there already, and so when he got in front of me, making me stop in my tracks, I was surprised. "Hey," he said, simply with a curious expression. "Hi," I responded, looking at his face and remembering right then where I'd seen him. At that party I'd gone to with Jenna the night Nick had come back from San Francisco and taken me home with him. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. You were with my brother at a party a few days ago, right?" "Yeah, we've got a class together," I said. He nodded. I didn't remember his name, but I did remember his bad attitude when he'd confronted us. "I'd love to ask you a favor. My brother is an expert in disappearing acts, and I haven't seen a sign of life from him in a while. If you run into him in class, can you tell him to call me? It's important." I said yes. He pulled out his wallet, looking for something. "I know it's a lot to ask, but I don't know anyone he hangs out with. If you see him acting weird or he looks like something's wrong, could you call me at this number?" I grabbed his card. "Of course, don't worry," I said, seeing genuine worry on his face. "Nothing's wrong with him, is it?" Charlie was too cool to lose as a friend. Thanks to him, I'd laughed more in those past few days than I had in ages. He seemed to always be in a good mood. I loved that. And he was capable of laughing at everyone, even himself, without the least trace of cruelty. His brother smiled tight-lipped, hinting that he preferred not to talk about it. "Nothing you need to worry about." His response struck me as curt, but his voice was so sincere and friendly that I couldn't help but smile back as he turned to his game. I looked down, read the card, and shivered. Michael O'Neill, psychologist, 323-634-7721. I went back to my dorm soon after. I was tired, and I kept thinking about what Charlie's brother had said. Getting a psychologist, that was on my list of things to do. Nick had asked me to do it for him, and I'd agreed, but I hated having to open up to a stranger and tell him all my fears and secrets. It wasn't easy for me to talk about my problems, especially with someone I didn't even know. Still, my nightmares hadn't gone away. I was still scared of the dark, and I knew I couldn't keep putting it off forever. But what if they analyzed me, judged me, told me I was crazy? My mother had tried to take me to see a therapist before. I'd even gone when I was little, but all I did was cry so much in the office that she'd finally let it go, buying me nightlights for my room and calling it a day. The nightmares, though, those were new, something that had only come about after my father's death. I got into bed and looked at the card again. Was this a sign? This Michael seemed like a good guy, and more importantly, he wasn't too old. I felt better about that because our therapy sessions could be more like simple conversations between friends. I wanted to talk with Charlie first, though. Plus, I wanted to ask why his brother was worried about him, even if I wasn't sure I was ready for us to share our problems with each other. I knew if I ended up opening up to him, I'd just look for some excuse why his brother wouldn't be a good therapist for me. So finally, I decided to call Michael directly and ask his thoughts. I did so the next day after my morning classes when I had a bit of free time. I told him my problem in a rough outline, without going into details. He told me he'd been working for the university as a campus psychologist for 2 years now. He encouraged me to stop by his office. I didn't know what to tell him about Charlie. He hadn't been to class, but I knew he wasn't much of a morning person. I was jittery, but also relieved that I had taken that step. small as it might have been. Now I just had to go and see how it was, if I felt comfortable talking with him about my issues. I spent the rest of the morning in a cafe close to the English department. I was nauseated, just shy of frantic, as I ordered a coffee and took out one of my required books. It wasn't the most pleasant place, so I picked one of the more isolated tables. After a while, I got a strange feeling. I looked up and there he was, Nick with a to-go cup of coffee in his hand and his Mac under his arm. It was as if my body were capable of sensing him. Worse, I wasn't the only one who had noticed. There were 5 girls at the table next to me who had been chatting the whole time, but who now lowered their voices to whispers as they gawked at him, and they were far from the only ones, as I could tell with my full view of the cafe. Nick wove his way between the tables and sat down with a group of guys who gave him the usual friendly claps on the back. Jesus, he's incredible. Just seeing him is giving me the shivers, one of the girls next to me said, making me immediately tense. That's my future husband, another said, so you can go ahead and take your eyes off him. Everyone laughed. It had never occurred to me that obviously Nick wasn't invisible. In fact, he was the very opposite, especially in those pants that hung off his hips, that shirt that clung to his body, showing off his muscular arms, and to top it off, he was wearing his glasses, those glasses I found so incredibly sexy, the ones I thought he only ever wore at the apartment when he was with me. I wanted to run over to him and shout that he was mine, but I couldn't give up the opportunity to observe him and see how he acted when I wasn't around. He looked like he couldn't care less about the guys with him. They went on making a racket while he focused on whatever was on his computer screen. 2 girls went to sit at the same table and looked at him provocatively. One of them said something and he smiled. I felt an intense heat gathering inside me. There's got to be something wrong with him, the girl next to me said. There's something wrong with him, all right. He'll fuck anything that moves. I never want to be his girlfriend. Anyway, I couldn't be around a guy like that. I'd freeze up and act like a complete idiot every time I laid eyes on him. I'm being serious. As if he had heard them, Nick looked up from his computer and his eyes connected with mine across the distance. I thought about playing dumb, but I wanted him to see me. Wanted him to know I was on his territory, at his school, where everyone knew him and talked about him. A smile crossed his lips. I held him in my stare. He's looking at us, one of the girls next to me said, and they all started laughing like idiots. Nick got up, grabbed his things, and walked over, never taking his eyes off me. I looked back down at my book, waiting to see what he would do. I clearly heard the chair next to me being pulled out, and then he sat down. Hi, he said, and without waiting for a response, he pulled my chair around so we were face to face, my knees almost touching his. The girls next to us watched speechless. I had butterflies in my stomach. I couldn't help it. His presence made my hormones go into overdrive, the same as happened to every woman in his presence. Hey, I said a bit rigidly. I was used to women looking at him, but I'd never heard what they said about him, had never been on the other side. When he was with me, I knew girls looked at him, but I was free from the torment of listening to them. Now I realized there was a whole line of women waiting anxiously for me to screw up so they could take my place. I'd never want to be his girlfriend. He'll fuck anything that moves. I looked back at my book, too nervous knowing that everyone was watching us. I hated hearing what they'd said. They seemed to trivialize him, make him into something superficial, like he was just handsome and nothing else. Nick was far more than a pretty face. Well, this is what I'd call a warm welcome, Nick joked. My brow furrowed. I didn't know you had class today. I assumed you wouldn't be here. You could have told me. I was starting to get pissed hearing those girls who wouldn't stop whispering and giggling.
It wasn't my plan, but I had to turn something in. Now that we don't live together, I've got lots of free time.
I looked in his eyes, and they hinted at all I was missing by not living under the same roof. I didn't know you had so many fans around here, I said, changing the subject. I didn't want to get into an argument about my living situation again. Nick looked at the girls at the next table over. Even that cut under my skin.
You jealous?
He asked. I didn't want to respond. Instead, I bent over the table and grabbed his shirt, pulling him in close. I feel like there are too many people here who have no idea who I am, I admitted, while his eyes roved my face and a seductive smile appeared on his lips.
Nothing wrong with you claiming what's yours, my love.
Those words were enough for me. Our lips came together in an exquisite kiss. The silence at the next table over was enough to make me grin. I'd meant to just give him a quick one, but Nick had other plans in mind. He pulled me over onto his lap, opened my lips with his tongue, and explored my mouth. My back was turned to the rest of the people in the cafe. People must have known what we were doing, but they couldn't exactly see. Nick bit my lower lip, sucked and nibbled as though placing a seal on our love. He was enjoying himself, and pleasure was darkening his eyes.
I love me some PDA,
he confessed, tracing little circles on my lower back with his finger, making me shiver. Then I felt something strange. I made him move his arm so I could look. He had a bandage on his wrist. What happened? I asked, scared. He hesitated for a few seconds. That only made it worse.
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
I imagined him getting in another fight, and I looked him over for more signs of damage, but he didn't have a scratch on him, nor were there any bruises on his knuckles. Why do you have that bandage then, Nicholas? I asked. He leaned back with a hard-to-interpret expression on his face.
Don't freak out or anything, okay?
Lifting his wrist, I asked him again what had happened, with an alarm sounding faintly inside me.
Take a look,
he said. I lifted the bandage and saw a tattoo, the skin around it slightly swollen. What the? Nick pulled the bandage off the rest of the way and laid it on the table.
I think it's time for it to breathe. No?
There, on his smooth skin, in black, in my handwriting, was the thing I had scrawled down there 3 days before. You are mine. Tell me that's not a real tattoo, I said.
You honestly think I was just going to let that fade away?
He asked, looking at it proudly. You're crazy, Nicholas Lester, I shouted, feeling all kinds of contrary emotions. A tattoo. That was forever, a mark on his skin that would mean he'd always remember me. 2 words declaring he was mine.
You were already a part of me long before I got this tattoo. This is simply a reminder of something I always have inside me, Freckles. No need for you to overthink it.
I got scared. I realized how much that meant, and despite his gentle words, a pressure in my chest made it hard for me to breathe. I gotta go, I said, starting to stand, but he reached up and held me there, narrowing his eyes, looking serious.
You're freaking out. That wasn't my intention.
He definitely didn't like where this was going. I shook my head. I felt like I couldn't breathe, and I needed to be outside. I could feel everyone in the place watching my every move. A tattoo, Nicholas, that's for life, I said with a knot in my throat. You're going to regret getting it. I know you are. What if one day it turns into a bad memory, a ghost that's chasing you down? You'll regret it, and you'll hate me because it will remind you of me even when you don't want it to. His lips silenced me with a quick kiss. It felt tender, but I could feel the tension in his body.
Sometimes I don't know what to do with you, Noah. I really don't.
He picked up his laptop and walked back to where he'd been before. Shit. Had I hurt his feelings? I couldn't sleep that night. Nick's hurt, bitter expression was the reason. I felt guilty for how I'd acted, for reacting that way.
And I understood then that I needed to talk to someone about it. I needed someone to help me be what Nick expected of me. The next morning, I had my first session with Michael O'Neill. "Tell me about yourself, Noah. Why do you think you need my help?" His office wasn't the way I'd imagined it. There wasn't a couch to lie down on or a bunch of weird objects or anything like that. It was just a normal office with a desk in the corner, 2 black couches, a coffee table, some puffy white cushions. The curtains were open on the big windows, letting a warm light in. Michael offered me tea and cookies, and I felt like a 5-year-old girl. I told him more or less what my childhood had been like, my relationship with my father, the problems with Mom. I hadn't intended to reveal all my secrets in the first session, but Michael was good at getting information out of me without my even realizing it. I told him about falling out the window, my trauma related to the darkness. I told him that just over a year ago, I'd had to leave home and move to LA. I told him about Nick. After all, that was why I was here. "You mentioned you have a boyfriend," he said, taking a break from his notes. I squirmed a little on the sofa. "Tell me about that relationship." The session flew by long before I'd finished. "Look, Noah," he said, "this first session has been good to get to know you, but we haven't managed to dive into much. I'd like to have you come in twice a week. The nyctophobia, fear of the dark, is what's bothering you the most. With therapy, we can get through that. You'd be surprised how many people have the same problem. It's nothing to be ashamed of." I wanted to tell him I wasn't ashamed. I just hated that feeling I got when the lights turned out. I wasn't sure if I'd gotten anything out of that hour, but I felt comfortable, and that was what mattered. Michael got up and walked me to the door. "It's been a pleasure meeting you, Noah, and I'm looking forward to helping you." I smiled back at him. His way of talking, so calm, his way of looking at me, all of it transmitted serenity. He must have been pretty good at his job.
42. Nick. I looked at the buildings in front of me. Sometimes being up that high was intoxicating. At other times, it made me feel superior, looking down on people without them knowing it, seeing the traffic, the last rays of the sun. I'd never had a problem with heights. Distance, though, that was something I hated. I'd been thinking for a long time, trying to figure out why so often it was so hard to get the things you wanted. Lots of people could criticize me for wondering about that, since I didn't lack for anything. But that wasn't true. One thing, or one person, had caught me in her spell, and I didn't know how to get her to stay by my side, no matter what happened. I hadn't expected her to make that face when she saw the tattoo. I didn't think she'd be overjoyed about it necessarily, but I sure as hell never imagined it would scare her. Fear never entered into my thoughts or plans. Getting frightened was a feeling I didn't really know. Noah had to live with fear. She'd told me that, and there was nothing I could do about it. If I was around, my presence calmed her demons, and she could sleep without having nightmares. But that didn't mean she was all right. And I didn't want her demons to become mine, too, because every person has limits. I certainly did, even if they were being redefined by that person I couldn't get enough of. I wanted to know all of her, and when I thought I finally had, she would surprise me with something I didn't know how to take. And that sent me straight back to square one. What if one day it turns into a bad memory? A ghost that's chasing you down? You'll regret it, and you'll hate me because it will remind you of me even when you don't want it to. How could she say that to me? Was there any doubt still about the way I felt about her? Was it not obvious that my whole world revolved around her? I looked at the contract I had received that morning. We had won the Rogers case. I a novice, had saved what everyone swore was a lost cause. Jenkins had sent Sophie and me out there to lose, so he could show we weren't ready for the big time. He'd defended his post with everything he had, but this time, the strategy had backfired. And there, in my hands, I had a piece of paper with words I'd always wanted to read on it. A 2-year contract as an associate attorney at a firm that had nothing to do with my father. In New York, with my apartment paid for, and a salary of $215,000 a year, negotiable after a trial period. It was a one-of-a-kind opportunity, and would enable me to start out on my own, thanks to my own merits, without Dad helping me out. And there I saw it again. That pretty face, the face I'd kill and die for. Noah. I picked the contract up and slid it into a drawer. There was nothing more to think about.
43. Noah. Silence. That was what was there between Nicholas and me. I had never seen that coming. I was sitting on my bed, staring at my phone, thinking about what I could do or say to justify how I'd acted the other day. I missed him, and I was scared I'd tried his patience too much. Trying to make the best of a bad situation, I started a message to him, but then I erased it, thinking it was better to call even if that took more courage. I waited anxiously until I heard him pick up. "Hello?" A woman's voice. My heart started pounding, and I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. "Is Nicholas there?" My voice must have given my feelings away. I was blind with rage, and only my desire to know what was going on kept me from hanging up when I heard Sophia answer. She said yes, and soon I heard his breathing on the other line. Noah. Noah. No Freckles anymore, I guessed. I felt so far from him in that instant that my heart ached. "What are you doing with her?" I hadn't intended to ask that. It slipped out. "I work with her." Taking a deep breath, I tried to find a way to connect with him, but after 4 days apart, with silence on both ends, something that had never happened before, I was lost. I didn't know what was going on. The tattoo. I had talked about it with Michael. I was going to his office almost every day, and we talked about anything and everything. I had never felt able to open up to a stranger like that, but he had helped me, and it had been his idea for me to wait and see how things turned out with Nick. He told me it was never good to pressure people, that I should wait for the anger to subside instead of letting it speak for me. Well, there we were, talking, but it wasn't exactly the conversation, the reception that I'd hoped for. "Nick." "Noah." We were both talking at the same time, and we both stopped to hear what the other had to say. It would have been funny on another occasion, but not then, not when he felt a million miles away. "I want to see you," I said, seeing he wouldn't take the initiative. I could hear him on the other line, walking away from the noise around him. I guessed he was shutting himself up in some empty office. "Sorry I haven't called," he said. "The company anniversary is coming up, and I've been busy with that." "I'm going to a psychologist now," I blurted out. I don't know why I didn't lay the groundwork before saying that. Maybe I needed to tell him that despite my attitude. I was willing to change, to improve for him. "What? Since when? Why didn't you tell me?" "I'm telling you now." "You can't just go to any psychologist, Noah. What was the point of all that looking around, making those lists, if you were just going to up and do it without me?" "Nicholas, what does it matter? He's helping me. He's young, he's on the university staff. I feel more like I'm talking to a friend than a doctor." "A friend?" His tone froze in a matter of seconds. "His name's Michael O'Neill. He's the brother of one of my classmates, and he says, 'The school psychologists are just a bunch of underpaid chumps, and they have no idea what they're doing.' How old is this guy?" Incredible. What does it matter how old he is? It does matter, believe me. What the hell does a guy who just graduated know about what's going on with you? He's 27. Anyway, he's helping me. That should be the only thing that matters to you. You're what matters to me, and being sure that you get what's best for you. And I promise you a staff psychologist won't even know where to start when you tell him what's going on with you. What are you trying to insinuate? I'm insinuating that I want you to stop seeing that dumbass and... I couldn't listen anymore. I hung up and tried to take a few deep breaths to calm down. How the hell had this conversation turned into another damned fight? I grabbed my leather jacket, put on my boots, and walked out to the living room where my roommate was watching television. Our place was cozy with 2 bedrooms, a shared bathroom, and a living room with a studio kitchen. I couldn't complain. William hadn't slacked too much on the accommodations. My roommate's name was Briar, and after a few weeks living with her, I could say honestly she was a bit of a bimbo. She didn't dress especially provocatively or anything like that. It was just that there was something about her that made any guy with eyes want to get her in the sack. She was generally happy to oblige. She had dark red hair, almost scarlet, and her eyes were green and exotic. Her parents were famous Hollywood directors, and she knew she'd end up working with them sooner rather than later. There were no surprises there. If I had that face, I'd have become an actress too. But Briar had a to hell with everything attitude that I found unsettling. She was chatty with me, nice too, but there was something about her I couldn't quite get a handle on. "Lover spat?" she asked indifferently, while she inspected her nails one by one and painted them the same blood-red color as before. I went to the fridge and took out a can of Coke. Not that I needed caffeine, it would probably give me the jitters, and I wasn't even thirsty, but it was a reflex. I just couldn't stay still. That last conversation had cut me to the core. "I don't want to talk about it," I responded a little nastily. Briar shot an angry stare at me, and I felt immediately guilty. We weren't friends or anything, but she'd been too nice to me for me to treat her that way. So I sighed and told her my story with Nick. Honestly, I needed more friends anyway, because Jenna had been doing her own thing ever since we started school, and she lived on the opposite end of campus. I didn't tell her about my psychologist, of course, but I did mention the tattoo and my reaction to it. "Damn, a tattoo? You've really hooked him, right?" she said, sitting on one of the stools around the kitchen table. I spun my can of Coke in my hand, trying to decide how much to tell her. "What we've got is different from anything I've ever felt for any other guy. It's intense, you know? One word from him can send me rocketing up to heaven or bury me 6 feet underground." Briar was listening attentively. "I've only felt anything like that for one other person, and he turned out to be a manipulator who was just playing with me." Her words were sincere, and as she uttered them, she pulled off a silver cuff she always wore on her right wrist. "I know what you're saying about intensity." Opening my eyes wide, I looked at the 2 scars on her wrist. In her eyes, I saw many of the things I saw in myself when I looked into the mirror. She smiled. "It's not such a big deal. It's funny the way people look at you when you tell them you tried to kill yourself," she said, putting the cuff back on. "It's a sign of weakness, fine, but whatever, it happened and I'm still here, talking to you. No remorse whatsoever. Sometimes life is shit. We all handle it the best way we can. Marks on the skin, infinite memories of moments you wish you'd never live again." "I like your tattoo," she said, and I realized I was touching it. I did that sometimes without realizing it. There are times when I ask myself what was going through my mind when I got it. Briar smiled, pulled up her shirt, and showed me her ribs. In black ink and beautiful calligraphy, I saw a message that touched my heart. "Keep breathing." I grasped intuitively the meaning behind those words. "Now's the part where we hug and swear we'll be friends forever," she said, lowering her shirt and laughing blithely. I could tell I wasn't the first person she told about all that. We didn't know each other well, and the way she talked about her past made it clear she wasn't seeking sympathy from anyone. She had no problem revealing her demons, but I saw that was a way of keeping people from knowing her too well. I knew that she was hiding many things, and that her life had been anything but a bed of roses. "You in the mood to go out?" I asked without even thinking about it. With surprise, she replied, "Well, Morgan, that's not the usual reaction when people hear my story about attempting suicide." That was a thing of hers, for some reason calling me by my last name. I had yet to hear her utter the word Noah. Usually, people look away or change the subject, but I guess you want to buy me a drink? I shrugged. I'm not like other people. Anyway, I didn't say I'd buy you a drink. Briar laughed and got down off the stool. I like you. Let's go out then. I smiled and went to my room to get ready. She had made me see I wasn't the only person with problems, or the only girl in the world who had been hurt. Talking with her had made me feel way better than I could have imagined. Which of those dudes would you pick up for a roll in the hay? We were at a club close to campus. Briar was like a passport for getting a VIP booth. One look always got us past the doorman without even needing to stand in line. I've got a boyfriend, remember? I responded, taking a sip of my drink through a straw. We'd been drinking for free, thanks to the server, even since we got there. Briar waved me off. Fuck boyfriends, we're speaking hypothetically. I saw a group of guys at the next booth over staring at us. No surprises there. We were two girls alone at a club, and Briar wasn't shy about looking back at them. Cut it out. You're going to make them come over here, I said when she winked at one of the 2 or 3 best-looking ones. Damn straight, she said with a radiant smile. Her teeth were white and perfectly straight. It was obvious she came from a family with money, but she was nothing like the people I'd met in high school, or like anyone I'd ever met at all, for that matter. I didn't want them to come over because they'd be impossible to ignore while Briar was there flirting. Plus, the one who came over to sit with us had brought along a friend. Hey, Precious, the blonde guy said, the one Briar had been eyeing dreamily. The other one, darker-haired, reminded me of Nick. That wasn't good, and I felt immediately uncomfortable. After 10 minutes of chit-chat with no depth whatsoever, Briar dove in and started making out with the blonde guy, while I was stuck repeating to the other one that I had a boyfriend and wanted to be left alone. Your boyfriend's not here. I know you like me. Admit it. You're getting nervous, he said, scooting in closer. I pursed my lips. I'm not going to say it again, I warned him, angrier than I probably should have been. I don't want anything to do with you, nothing whatsoever. I wouldn't give you the time of day, got it? Now beat it. He reached for my knee and I swatted him away, standing. Are you deaf as well as stupid? I shouted over the loud music. Why don't you be like your friend instead of being so uptight? Briar had now separated from the blonde and was giving me a suggestive look. Morgan, no one's going to know. That was ridiculous. I'm leaving. I walked out of the VIP area in a rage, furious I'd ever set foot in that trashy club. Unsurprisingly, Briar didn't follow me. She had already made it clear to me that we were both free to do as we wished. Once outside, I stopped to catch my breath. I was drunker than I'd thought at first. Just sitting there and drinking had been a bad idea. Now the whole world was spinning. I unlocked my phone and opened a ride-sharing app. When I did, I saw several missed calls from Nick. He had pissed me off with his reaction to my finding a psychologist, and I'd decided not to pick up. But now, all at once, I was tired of being angry with him. I sent him the address of the club with a message. I'm here, can you pick me up? He responded right away. Be there in 5. Soon afterward, I saw his Range Rover parking next to the sidewalk, and I didn't really know what to do. I wasn't sure where we were at just then or how I was supposed to act. It was weird the way we'd just left everything hanging lately. I decided to stand there and wait for him to get out. As he crossed the street in my direction, someone started shouting my name. It was the guy from the bar. You're not going to come back in? I was just joking before, he said, reaching me before Nicholas did. As I turned to Nick, he wrapped one arm around my waist and with the other pushed the guy away. Go. His voice was as frozen as the weather that night. I shivered. The guy looked up at Nick. Who are you? The guy who's about to split your face open if you don't get away from my girlfriend. I felt worried seeing how angry he was. The dark-haired kid stepped back reluctantly. She didn't say shit about you when she was flirting with me back inside. My eyes opened wide. The jerk. Nick let go of my waist and stepped forward. You've got 1 second to get out of my sight, and if you don't, you're going to have problems, get it? This was spinning out of control. I grabbed Nick's hand. Come on, let's go. Please, I said softly. I didn't want them to fight. I just wanted to get out of there. The idiot from the bar seemed to understand this could turn out badly for him. There was no question about who would go down if the two of them were to fight. The door to the bar opened, and the music from inside echoed out into the street. Briar emerged, holding hands with the idiot's blonde friend. What's going on? She asked, coming over. Nick turned on his heel. His entire body went tense, and I knew this wasn't going to turn out well.
44. Nick. I locked eyes with a girl who had just come from the bar. Briar Palvin. I couldn't believe it. The guy she was hanging off let her go and walked over to his friend. I was pissed enough to take on 4 guys if I had to, but seeing Briar there threw me off. I saw surprise in her face as I looked away to concentrate on the other 2 assholes. What? You're gonna do something, dumbass? I clenched my fist, ready to shut his mouth for him. They thought I'd back down because there were 2 of them? Big mistake. The only thing that kept me from leaving them both on the ground bleeding was the girl who was squeezing my arm just then. Nicholas, please, Noah insisted. The blonde guy stepped forward, right into my personal space. If you're smart, you'll back off, I said, controlling my tone. Or else what? The other one came up beside him. I could have easily have flattened them both, but that wasn't what I wanted. It wasn't the time nor the place, especially not with Noah around. I looked over at Briar and saw she had walked away and was coming back with the gorilla who watched over the door. The big guy sneered at us as he came to a stop. Get out of here if you don't want me to call the cops. I'm talking to all 3 of you. I guess the guys got scared because they backed down. So I escaped the need to bruise my knuckles and get into an even worse fight with Noah. But I had a bigger problem now. I knew it when I saw Briar walk over to Noah and wrap an arm around her. I tried as hard as I could to come up with something to say to that girl with the fire-red hair. Her eyes were utterly indifferent to me. Aren't you going to introduce us, Morgan? She asked, in that angelic voice that she used whenever it was convenient for her. Nervous, Noah looked at me and bit her lip. I'd have liked to tell her to stop, not to hurt herself. But then she said something, and every single alarm in my body went off. Nick, this is my new roommate, Briar. Briar, this is my boyfriend, Nicholas. I stood there for a few seconds before I managed to reach out and shake the hand she presented to me. I couldn't believe this was happening. Briar Palvin was the last girl I'd ever have chosen to live with Noah. She had known the very worst parts of me. And when I said the worst, I meant the worst. It's a pleasure, Nicholas, she said, waiting for a response. Lester, I grunted through pursed lips, as if she didn't know. I couldn't understand why she was pretending not to recognize me, but it was too late for explanations. Anyway, the last thing I wanted was to give Noah more reasons to doubt our relationship. Briar Palvin was a part of my past, and that's where she was going to stay. We're on our way, I said, pulling Noah off toward my car. Wait, Noah said, wriggling away. Are you okay to drive, Briar? She asked, worried. I wanted to pick Noah up and stuff her in the trunk. She was always worried about things that weren't her business. Briar knew perfectly well whether she was in any condition to drive, and if she wasn't, she could figure out a way to get home safe and sound on her own. I knew her games. Yeah, don't worry about it. Go patch things up with your boyfriend, she said, pretending to whisper, though I could hear her perfectly. Noah smiled at her as if they'd been friends all their lives, and I got in and hit the ignition, trying not to listen. As Noah turned around to get into the passenger seat, I met Briar's gaze. Her feline green eyes revealed more than I had expected, and I knew when I saw her smile that I had to get Noah away from her as soon as possible. It was silent as a grave while I drove. It had been a long time since Noah had seen me angry, looking for a fight. I'd promised her that was over, but it was hard to leave behind that part of myself. I'd never been a good little boy, and when I saw that idiot getting close to her, I cut the motor and turned to look at her. She was shifting nervously in her seat. I pushed a lock of hair out of her eyes. She didn't move, but her skin got goosebumps as my finger paused on her earlobe. She looked at me, first at my eyes, then at my wrist. There was something strange in her expression. I took a deep breath. I got the tattoo because I wanted to, Noah. I like those words, and I like them even more coming from you. Plus, you're the one who wrote them there. Can I see? She asked. I stretched out my arm and she carefully grabbed my wrist and turned it over, exposing it. Then she traced the words she had written with her fingertip. I shivered. I like it, she said finally, looking back at me. Why was it so complicated to love her? If she would just let go, we would be perfect for each other. If she weren't so scared, I'd love her without any ifs, ands, or buts. I pulled her toward me, but she pressed a hand against my chest, stopping me. She looked down and froze. Nicholas, no. We always do the same thing, she said. What same thing? I asked. She looked away from my eyes and toward the streetlights in front of us. You can't act the way you did over the phone and then come here like nothing's happened and give me 3 or 4 kisses and then it's all forgotten. I'm going to a psychologist for you. I'm doing therapy. I'm telling my entire life to a perfect stranger for you. And what is it you're worried about? That he's young? And that, according to you, I'm too fucked up for him to be able to help me? The fact is you're jealous. It's not jealousy, Noah. I want you to be okay. I want the best psychologist for you, not just the first one who comes along. You want to control everything, Nicholas. But there are things you can't control. It's my decision who I want to tell everything to and who I choose to trust. All you seem to be able to think about is how my psychologist is a man. But there are men everywhere. You can't just keep me trapped in a bubble. You wouldn't be acting like this if it were a woman treating me. I just want the best for you to fucking get better for once. Her eyes opened wide, surprised and incredulous. Then I saw the pain in them a second later. Shit. To fucking get better? She repeated, her voice cracking on this last syllable. I didn't even have time to stop her from getting out of the car and slamming the door. Getting out as quickly as I could, I caught her as she dialed a number on her phone. Who are you calling? I asked. When she turned and looked at me with tears in her eyes, I said, Noah, I wasn't saying there's something wrong with you, trying to assuage her. Get away from me, she said, holding an arm out to fend me off as she brought the phone to her ear. I'm not sick, Nicholas. I can't believe you said that to me. God damn it. She stepped back, I stepped forward, and she repeated the words, I said get away from me. I cursed between clenched teeth as I heard her tell someone where we were. Noah, listen, I pleaded as she put her phone away. With fire in her eyes, she said, Nicholas, this isn't easy for me. I'm doing everything I can to try to be normal, to get our relationship to work, but you aren't trying to understand me. All you do is throw stuff in my face. You don't trust me, and I'm over it. Those words were like stakes being driven into my heart one by one. Noah, that's not what I intended, I replied, trying to get her to calm down. I don't think you're sick. I never thought that. All I want is for you to get better, not to be afraid, to stop running from me. That's it. No, Nick. What you want is for me to get better according to your definition of what that means, she said, hugging her bare arms. This is nuts. You're the one who needs help. You're seeing threats where there aren't any. I charged over, not caring that she was backing up or that her eyes were telling me to stay where I was. I grabbed her arms and crouched to look closely at her. You're doing it again. You're looking for any excuse you can find to distance yourself from me. Why? She shook her head. I think we need some time, she said, looking at the ground. You can't be serious. A tear balanced on the edge of one of her eyelids, as though unwilling to fall. I think we both need time to look at things with a different perspective. We need to miss each other, Nick. Because right now, I don't even recognize you. We don't recognize each other. All I see is jealousy everywhere, and that's not good. Don't do this. Don't pull away from me. I grabbed the sides of her face, came close, tried to touch her lips with mine. It's just a few days, Nick. Give me time to assimilate everything that's happened. I didn't just leave home. I left my second home, your home, too. I've started talking about my past. I'm stirring up old memories. It hurts. And I'm worried there's not enough of me for you. I pulled her in, hugging her tightly. You're all I need, my love. Please, don't pull away from me. I pushed her head back and kissed her as gently as I could, full of tenderness, but also full of passion. She quivered and pulled away. We've both got problems we need to take care of, Nicholas. Screaming in each other's faces isn't doing anything. You need to learn to trust me, and I need to stop running from the things I feel. I love you too much, Nick. I love you so much it hurts. I couldn't breathe, but I couldn't turn around and leave, not without her, not as I watched her swallowing her own tears. That's exactly why there's no point in us being apart. We're not made for that, you and I. Remember? I said, wiping away a tear that had escaped from her beautiful eyes. I need to think. I need to know what it is I want, what I'm missing, because right now all I ever do is think about you. And even if a part of me knows that I need you, there's another part of me that's disappearing. Nicholas, without you there is no Noah, and that's not right. I can't depend on you in that way because I'll wind up losing myself. Don't you see that? What I saw was a gorgeous girl destroyed, and it was my fault, because I didn't know how to make her happy. Why not, though? What was I doing wrong? What had happened to those days when Noah had smiled at me 100 times a day? Where was that shimmer that used to overtake her as soon as we locked eyes? Was she right? Was I changing her? A sudden glare lit her up from behind. Noah looked back, and I saw her face. I could tell she was about to fall apart. I took a deep breath and tried to set my feelings aside. I'll give you a week, Noah, I said, looking straight at her to try to convince her of the seriousness of my words. I'll give you a week to miss me through your every pore. 7 days for you to realize where you belong is with me and no one else. She stood still, and I bent over to kiss those sensual lips, that precious mouth, that mouth that belonged to me, and I hugged her close, sharing my warmth with her, my desire, my pain at letting her go. We were panting when I pulled away. 7 days, Noah. I watched her get into the car. When I saw a flash of red behind the windshield, I realized it was Briar who had come to get her. The fear of them talking made me instantly repent about letting her go.
45. Noah. I looked closely at the cup in my hands. The steam twisted upward and warmed my face. It was starting to get cold. Summer was behind us, and as I watched clouds form over my hot chocolate, I struggled to grasp what Michael was trying to get me to see. Talking to him was helping me, or so I thought, but every word that came out of my mouth made me more and more confused about my relationship with Nicholas. I've always been scared of the dark, I told him. I've always had the feeling I was underwater, sinking, unable to keep myself afloat. When I met Nick, that was the first time I could breathe, could make it back to the surface. How can that be a bad thing? Is it really possible there's something wrong with it? Michael got up and walked over to the sofa where I was sitting, observing me closely. You have to learn to swim on your own, Noah. Nicholas can't always be your life preserver. Either you learn to swim or the least thing that comes along might make you drown. 6 days had passed, 6 long days in which we hadn't spoken a word to each other. At first, Nick had tried to get in touch. I'd been very close to forgetting about the need for distance and begging him to come see me at my dorm, to hold me in his arms. You're doing a great job, Noah. You're listening to me. You're learning to survive without him, and only then, when you learn to walk alone, will you be able to do it with someone else? I took a deep breath. We always ended up talking about Nick, when what I wanted was for him to help me with my fears, my nightmares. I stood, setting the hot chocolate down on the table and walking to the window. It was almost nighttime outside. I saw a group of students leaving their evening classes. I just want to be normal, I confessed, not wanting to turn around or see his reaction to my words. But just then, he grabbed my arm and turned me around, and his eyes were searching for mine. Noah, you are normal. You've just been in situations that are far from normal, okay? You're mixing up your fears and insecurities with your love life with Nicholas. And that's why I'm trying to make you see that this relationship isn't the right one for you. He let me go, and I sat on the sofa. I don't want to talk about Nick anymore. Michael sighed and sat back in front of me to look down for a few seconds at his notes. Let's talk about how the past couple of nights have been. Did you try turning your lights off? I nodded. I hadn't gotten much out of it, though. My nightmares were still there, and I still felt incapable of turning off my lights for a whole night and sleeping in the dark. Your fear is directly related to what happened with your father. You yourself told me that before he attacked you, you used to shut the door to your room and sit there in the dark, and you felt safe. In a way, your father flipped all that around. That's why it affects you so much. The very thing that protected you has become your worst nightmare. I hated remembering that night, hated feeling his hands on my skin again, his fingers pulling at my ankle and immobilizing me against the mattress. I closed my eyes and clenched my fists over my knees. The person who was meant to protect you betrayed you. An adult, someone who knew what they were doing. You were a defenseless little girl. You were alone, Noah. No one helped you, and you did what you had to escape. You were brave. You didn't hesitate. You fought for yourself when no one else could. I opened my eyes thinking of my mother. of how she'd tried to fight back, but nothing good came of it. She only managed to make things worse. Watching her, I learned that sometimes it was better to stay quiet, to just let him shout at us. My father always told me he was doing it for her sake, but I was different. He'd never laid his hands on me because I was a good girl. He loved me. He didn't ever want to hurt me. On the morning of the 7th day, I woke up with a strange feeling in my stomach. That was the last day we were supposed to be apart, and I didn't know if I was ready. All the cells in my body wanted to see him, but that separation was also helping me reconsider many things. I decided to go to his office to see whether we'd been apart long enough. I got nervous as I set foot inside Lester Enterprises. As I stepped out of the elevator, a middle-aged woman pointed me to Nick's office. I had never been there, and I felt as small as an ant. Everything was gleaming, including the glass walls. In the middle, past reception, was an enormous vestibule with white sofas on a dark black carpet. Gray, black, and white. Why didn't that surprise me? Then I saw him. His office had glass walls. He wasn't alone. I felt uncomfortable as I saw Sophia sitting on his table. Her cheekbones rose as she laughed and chatted, making broad movements with her hands. Nick looked impatient, but at the same time entertained, and was clearly trying to keep himself from laughing as she spoke. I walked over to the door and he saw me. As he got up, Sophia turned, and the smile vanished from her face as he greeted me, opening up with the simple word, Noah. I didn't really know what to say. All my insecurities, that dreadful jealousy, took back over. I couldn't help it. She was perfect. Perfect for him. Hello, Noah. Nice to see you again, she said, grinning. I tried to smile back. Would you mind giving us the office for a minute, Soph? Nick asked. Soph. She nodded and walked out. As we walked over to his desk, Nick grabbed a piece of paper and stuffed it into a drawer. Then he hit a button, and the wall started to darken. In 15 seconds, I could no longer see anything outside those 4 walls. Then his hands were on me. The heat of his body engulfed me, and he pulled back on my ponytail and pressed his lips into mine. It wasn't a deep kiss, and soon he had pushed me back a few inches to let his eyes rove my body, my face, my trembling hands. I missed you, Freckles, he said with a hard-to-decipher expression on his face. I felt like I was drowning, and suddenly all I wanted was to get out of there and hear Michael again telling me I was strong enough to fight against anything, that I needed to confront my fears, that I was strong, that I was smart, that no one and nothing could knock me down. All I needed was to see him and her together, and my self-esteem had collapsed through the floor. What's that piece of paper you just put in the drawer? I asked, to distract myself more than any other reason. I watched him turn suddenly tense. Nothing, just work stuff, he said. Noah, please tell me this stupid break is over because I'm about to lose my mind. You haven't answered my calls, you've been ignoring my messages. I needed time to think, I said, and my voice sounded hard and distant. Frowning, Nick asked, Noah, what's going on? I need more time. He had been caressing me, but then he stopped, and as he did, I felt very small beside him. He looked down at me and said, No. Nicholas, I haven't seen you for 7 days. I've given you time to think, even though I don't know what the hell it is you're supposed to have been thinking about. He walked toward the window behind his desk. Before he could say more, the door opened behind me and Sophia walked in. All she needed was one look to realize things weren't going well. Nicholas walked toward her, turned back to me and said, Wait here, and walked out. Sophia and I looked at each other in an uncomfortable silence. As she walked over to her desk and pulled out her chair, she said, Sit down if you want. Can I make you coffee or something? I said no and remained nailed to the spot. Noah, I think I know why you're here. You need to realize it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'd give anything for that job. It's not like New York is on the other side of the world. Lots of people have long-distance relationships, and it would just be... Wait, what? My heart started galloping, and I was afraid it would burst out of my chest. What did you say? I asked, walking toward her. She repeated the same words that had just emerged from her mouth, and they echoed in my head like some bizarre chant. Opportunity, New York, long-distance relationship. Sophia looked at Nick's desk and then at me, and her eyes opened wide as her cheeks flushed scarlet. I thought that Nick... What opportunity are you talking about? Sophia shook her head. You'll have to ask him, Noah. I shouldn't have said anything. I thought he told you, especially since they're putting so much pressure on him to decide. Nicholas hasn't told me anything, but since you've started, you might as well finish. What the hell is going on? I knew I was on the verge of exploding, and I preferred not to do it in front of her. I needed to leave, but I couldn't do it without finding out what she was talking about. A major law firm in New York has offered him a position for 2 years. Winning the Rogers case brought a lot of attention to us from important people. I'd like to say it was all me, but we couldn't have done it without Nick. I didn't even know they'd won the case, or that Nicholas was interested in working in New York. I sure as hell didn't know anything about him going away for 2 years. I needed to go. I needed to go before Nicholas came back. Tell him I had to go, that I wasn't feeling well. Before I could walk out, Sophia grabbed my arm and looked at me through those chestnut brown eyes, surrounded by long lashes. Her heels made her taller than me, and I didn't like that. I didn't like it at all. I know you don't want him to go, but you need to support him now, Noah. In a rage, I jerked away from her, saying, Don't you dare tell me what I should or shouldn't do with my boyfriend. In 2 minutes, I had ridden the elevator downstairs and walked out. 2 years? He was thinking of going away and leaving me here for 2 years? Why did she know this and I didn't? You need to support him now, Noah. Why didn't Nick trust me? Why couldn't we tell each other everything without being scared of what the other thought? I sped out of the parking lot, blinking to try to keep my tears from blurring my view of the road.
46. Nick. I needed 10 minutes or so just to get Jenkins off my back. The asshole couldn't shut up about how stupid it would be for me to reject the offer from New York. I had to take it, he said. It would take my career to the next level, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, it would be a dream come true for him, because he'd have me off the scene and wouldn't have any more obstacles blocking his rise in Dad's company. That would be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He kept me busy with his scheming long enough that when I returned to the office, only Sophie was there. How long ago did she leave? I asked, stopping in the doorway. 5 minutes ago. But Nick... Something in her tone made me freeze and look at her. I told her about New York, and I don't think she took it very well. You did what? I could tell she was nervous. I thought that's why you guys had been fighting. I'm sorry, I know I screwed up, but I didn't mean to. Fuck. I stormed out of my office, headed for the parking lot, and when I got in my car, I took off for the university. I couldn't believe she'd spilled the beans, especially when that issue was over and done with. I didn't know how to get people to understand that I wasn't interested, that I was going nowhere. Sophia had been a huge pain when I told her there was no way I'd go. I wasn't crazy. I knew it was a huge opportunity I was rejecting, but I wasn't about to leave Noah, not even if they'd offered me a job at the White House. Jenkins had been on my ass ever since he'd heard about it, and I'd wasted 10 minutes listening to him call me an idiot, while I repeated that I wasn't going anywhere. And now, I had to confront Noah at a moment when our relationship was a straight-up catastrophe. The whole thing was getting out of hand. I called to tell her I was going to her dorm. I wanted to explain what was going on to her, but as usual, she ignored every one of my calls. 15 minutes later, I was parking in front of her dorm, and as I got out, I started asking myself how I could explain things without ending up with her chewing me out about the same things she'd already thrown in my face before. The last thing I wanted was to make her ask me for more time apart, and for that time apart to turn into an eternity. Damn Sophia and her damned mouth. I knocked 3 times and waited for the door to open. When it did, it wasn't Noah. Shit. Lester, Briar said in her cloying voice. All she was wearing was a thin gown. Her red hair was pulled back in a bun, and on her face was that smile that brought back so many bad memories. Is Noah here? I asked, looking past her. She's in her room, she said, stepping aside to let me in. Well, that had been easy. I ignored her and walked to Noah's room, but when I opened the door, it was empty. I turned to see Briar staring at me with a diabolical grin, sitting on the kitchen counter with her nightgown pulled over her thighs. Oops. I forgot. Actually, she's not here. Sorry. My memory sucks. I ignored her as I headed for the door, until I saw she'd put a padlock on the inside and had locked it behind my back. Trying to control myself, I closed my eyes and summoned all the common sense I could muster. Open the fucking door. I see you've got the same mouth as always. She slid off the counter and opened the fridge. You in the mood for a beer? She asked, looking me over from head to toe. Or maybe something else. You're not much of a beer guy anymore, are you? Getting into an argument with her just then was the last thing I wanted. God damn it. I had tried not to think about the fact Noah was living with her, but I knew something like this would happen sooner or later. I had just hoped today wasn't the day. Briar, I'm not going to play games with you. Not now, not ever. Open the door. Leaning against the counter, she pulled the key out from her cleavage. You want it? She whispered sexily. Come get it. I strode over in 3 steps as her wild green eyes observed me amused, but I knew what was behind them. Briar hated me. She had her reasons to. Give me the key, Bri, I ordered. Don't play with me. You know you'll end up losing. My words made her smile vanish from her lips. I thought I'd never see you again. I closed my eyes, trying to still my resentment. Me neither. And I sure as hell didn't think you'd be living with my girlfriend. Briar, you can't tell her anything. Are you listening to me? I saw a look of bitterness cross her face, and for a moment, I was speechless. You worried I might say something that will open her eyes, Nick? She asked innocently. Briar could put on 1,000 different acts, wear 1,000 different faces, but I had seen them all. If Noah ever found out, just the thought of it terrified me. She grimaced. You don't know how to love anyone, least of all that girl. You don't deserve her. God knew I didn't deserve her. I didn't need this. Not now. I didn't want to dig up old memories, feel the same old guilt from before. I'd left all that behind. I let it go when I went to live with my father a year before I met Noah. And Briar wasn't supposed to be here. She'd left, and she'd sworn she'd never return. Why in the hell was she back? Maybe you're right, but I'll stay with her until she tells me to go. Unable to believe what she was hearing, Briar reached up and stroked one of my cheeks with her finger. You do love her, she said, as if that were impossible. So now you're supposed to be different? Her hand reached my hair, but I grabbed it and forced her to step back. I'm not the same person you met 3 years ago. I've changed. Her full lips smiled. Nick, you were born a son of a bitch, and you'll die a son of a bitch. I jerked her toward me, losing control for a second, and with my free hand forced her to drop the key. Once I grabbed it, I tried to relax, taking deep breaths. I know it's pointless to tell you this now, but I'm sorry for what I did to you. I really am sorry for what happened. You feeling bad may do something for you, Nick, but it doesn't do shit for me. Now get out of here. I did so, but just before I wrote a note and left it on Noah's pillow. I'd made a decision.
47. Noah. I went straight from Lester Enterprises to Charlie's. I didn't want to see anyone who would try to convince me not to be angry at Nicholas. I didn't want Jenna telling me that she understood where I was coming from, but that Nick had a right to accept a job lots of people would kill for. I wanted to be selfish. I needed to be selfish when it was about Nick. 2 years apart, it had only been a week and we were almost going crazy. I'd never been to Charlie's home, but I had dropped him off before, so I knew the address. When I rang the doorbell, I heard a noise behind the door before he opened it in a state I'd never seen him in more than a few times, drunk as a skunk. "Noah," he said, slurring my name slightly. His eyes were bright red and he stank of alcohol. "Hey, you mind if I come in?" Drowning my fears and insecurities in alcohol was the last thing I needed to do. But one drink never hurt anybody. Charlie smiled and invited me in. We spent the day in his room sharing secrets over a bottle of tequila. I told him what was going on with Nick, and he confessed that his boyfriend had left him. He was an alcoholic, he told me, and I felt immediately guilty. Getting drunk with him was clearly a bad idea then, but in my defense, he'd already been well on his way before he'd opened the door for me. "If my brother saw me like this, he'd kill me," he said. "He thinks his bullshit therapy can help me, but actually, he's the one who needs to be in therapy. He can be a real asshole, you know. You have no idea what it was like growing up with him when my mother died." It saddened me to see he really wasn't the happy, carefree kid he appeared to be. I didn't know about his past, and it made me realize everyone had secrets they didn't want to reveal. Since alcohol wasn't going to solve anything, I said we should eat something and watch a flick. We put on Shrek and cracked up, and I forgot all about Nick for a few hours. It had been a long time since I'd had a friend I could share simple moments like this one with. Jenna was too out there. All she ever wanted to do was party or shop, and only a few times had we ever just sat on the couch and hung out. It was almost nighttime when the door opened and Michael came in looking pissed. I didn't expect to see him there, but I realized then that it was his apartment too. Charlie lived with his brother because he barely had enough money for school. I don't know why I felt uncomfortable, maybe because I was used to seeing him in his office, maybe because he knew almost all my secrets, fears, and insecurities. He looked around the room and spotted me. Lines appeared in his forehead and I sat up straight, almost as though I expected him to chew me out. We'd stopped drinking hours before. Charlie had even taken a cold shower and looked relaxed, so I prayed Michael wouldn't guess at what we'd been up to. Noting the tension in the air, Charlie said, "Hey, brother, what's up? You feel like watching something with us?" Michael started unpacking a supermarket bag at the counter. "Have you eaten?" That was his only response. He hadn't even said hi to me. Feeling strange, I got up, ready to go. I should leave, I think, I said, picking up my purse. Michael stared at me for a moment before saying, I brought food for dinner. You can stay if you want. In the meantime, you can tell me why you decided to skip your appointment today. I was waiting until 7 for you. Shit, I'd completely forgotten. That was why he was acting so weird, because I'd left him hanging. Charlie glanced at me out of the corner of his eye and said he needed to go clean his room. Some timing. I walked over to the marble counter where he was laying out his groceries. I'm really sorry, I totally forgot. Don't worry, we'll catch up in the next session. You like mushroom risotto? He seemed so relaxed, so different from when he'd come through the door. All the anger in that look he'd given me before was gone. I nodded, dropping my purse in the chair, and deciding it would be better to stay than to risk offending him after I'd already left him hanging. I put on an apron and helped him with the mushrooms and the sauce. Charlie knew nothing about cooking, and when he came out, he basically just bothered us, trying to stick his fingers in the sauce to taste it. We sat at the coffee table and talked about nonsense while we ate. It was nice to see Michael so relaxed. It was also strange seeing him outside of work. He seemed younger, and he had a flair for cooking. The risotto was incredible. We exchanged recipes. He knew what he was talking about. I had a smile on my face as I returned home that night. I'd felt relaxed, good, in a way I hadn't for a very long time. With Nick, everything was so intense. Just one look from him electrified me. One touch of his lips made my stomach quake. I had needed to get away from that intensity, spend at least a few hours on my own, not letting someone else's shadow fall over me and tell me what to think or how to feel. I'd needed to forget all that, turn off the phone, let myself go, stop feeling so much. And I'd managed to do that, to catch my breath, to just be Noah, not someone else's Noah, but my Noah. But as soon as I entered the apartment and went to my room, I found Nick's note. I picked it up nervous and read, I'll give you more time if that's what you need. If that's what you need to realize I love you and you alone, then I'll do it. I don't know what to do to make you believe me, make you see that I want to take care of you and protect you forever. I'm not going anywhere, Noah. My life and my future are with you. My happiness depends on you alone. Stop being afraid. I'll always be your light in the darkness, my love. My heart skipped a beat when I read those words, and I felt even guiltier for what I was doing to him. Nick was ready to give up a job that was second to none for me. I grabbed a bottle of water, went to the living room, and flopped down on the sofa. This was a huge mess, no doubt about it. I was scared that if Nick stayed, he would hold it against me in the future, that he'd passed on that opportunity. Sophia's words kept echoing in my head. You need to support him now, Noah. Why was she getting involved? Why was she talking as if he mattered to her? Why had Nick told her everything and not me? I hated Sophia, I truly did. I knew I didn't have any real reason to, but my jealousy had taken over. I was jealous because she seemed perfect for him, and then I looked at myself and saw the polar opposite. I don't know how long I stayed there sitting on the couch before I fell asleep. When the light coming through the window woke me, I realized I wasn't alone. A pair of eyes stared at me as I sat up warily. Briar was there with a cup of coffee in her hands. Good morning, she said, a strange smile on her face. I guess I nodded off, I said. You've got mail, she said, handing me a white envelope. I read it quickly and realized I'd totally forgotten what it was about. It was an invitation to the 60th anniversary of Lester Enterprises. Shit. Briar grabbed the letter out of my hands and read it. Is this the gala they've been talking about in the media for like a month? I didn't know what she was talking about, but I nodded anyway. It was the stupid party where Nick and I were supposed to act like a stepbrother and stepsister who loved and respected each other as family. This was the absolute worst time to go to an event like this, especially given that we were fighting. "God damn it, why does it have to be now?" I exclaimed, getting up to pour myself a coffee. There was a strange gleam in Briar's eyes. "It says here you can take a date. Unless I'm mistaken, you're not talking to your boyfriend right now, are you?" I mean, sort of. It was more complicated than that. Anyway, I'd forgotten about the +1. Nick had told me we'd go together, so I just assumed I was going to have to deal with the stupid party beside my boyfriend I was pissed at, a mother and stepfather I barely spoke to, and people I'd never seen in my life. I don't really know where we're at right now, but no, I'm not going with him. I rested my head in my hands and closed my eyes. The party was that weekend, and something told me my problems with Nick wouldn't be solved by then. "I could go with you if you want," Briar said a few seconds later. I looked up at her. "I mean, I don't care. Plus, I could probably meet some influential people at an event like that. You know, in life, it's all about contacts. We'd be doing each other a favor. I'll stick with you so you don't get bored, and you'll give me the chance to hook up with some big-name agent." I thought it over. It didn't sound like a bad idea. It was better to go with her than to show up alone at any rate. "You really don't mind? It's going to be boring as shit, and I'll have to play the role of perfect daughter, shaking everyone's hands and taking a bunch of dumb photos." She smiled, showing me her perfect white teeth, looking like an angel fallen from heaven. Briar threw me off completely. I had no idea what to make of her. "I don't mind at all. You'd be doing me a favor." After saying this, she turned on her heel and entered her bedroom. I had 2 more days before I would see Nick at the Lester Gala. I had no idea how we'd act around each other. I was surprised to see he really was giving me distance, but I wondered if there was some reason behind it that I didn't know. 2 more days, Noah. 2 more days, and then you'll see him and everything will go back to the way it was before. I kept repeating that to myself over and over, and trying to distract myself by buying my dress and accessories for the gala. The dress code for women was long gown and heels. I called Jenna and we went to the mall, where we walked around, talked, and window shopped. "I was thinking about going too, but Lion's been calling me every day for a week. He won't stop saying he needs to see me. He wants to take me to dinner. He wants to talk to see how I am." "What now, Noah? I miss him so much it hurts. But I'm scared. I'm scared he'll hurt me again. I'm scared of things going back to how they were." Listening to her, I couldn't help but compare her situation with my own. Nick and I hadn't broken up. I couldn't even imagine that happening, but still, that time apart seemed to mark a before and after in our relationship. "You have to go, Jenna. At the very least, Lion deserves for you to hear him out. You've been split up for more than a month. It's time to put your cards on the table. I know you keep saying you're better off without him, but we both know that isn't true." She started chewing on her nails compulsively, and I grinned. They were made for each other. I don't know how they could fail to realize that. I tried at least 20 dresses. My mother had told me to put everything on my emergency credit card. I had originally planned on borrowing something to wear, but I didn't want to have to worry about it. I went to Chanel, Versace, Prada. It was hard for me to stomach those prices. For a moment, I thought of buying a brand-name dress at half price from a consignment shop, then keeping the rest of what it would have cost for myself to pay for my food and other necessities. But I discarded the idea. Mom would look at her statement and would figure out what I'd done. We wound up at Dior, which was one of Jenna's favorites. The prices were complete madness, but I let her drag me along and pretended I wasn't buying it for me, almost as if I were doing an errand for someone else.
The worst thing that can happen to you in a place like that is that you fall in love with something. And I did. It was there in the middle of the shop, displayed on a mannequin. My eyes traveled over to it as soon as I walked in. Jesus, Noah, that's the one. That's your dress, Jenna said next to me, almost as stupefied as I was. The fabric was pearl gray. I touched the soft silk with my fingers. It was gorgeous. I couldn't help but admire it. You have to try it on, Jenna said, and a second later a salesperson was all over me like I was a Hollywood star. We were taken to a side room where they helped me try it on. The upper part of the dress was a kind of corset, studded with tiny diamonds against a silver background. The skirt hung almost to the floor, showing off my curves like water dripping over my skin. There was a slit up one side that rose almost to my hip. It was absolutely perfect. When I emerged from the dressing room, Jenna was gobsmacked. It's fucking incredible. I looked down and grabbed the ticket hanging from one side. When I saw the price, I nearly choked. It's $17,000, Jenna. She showed no surprise whatsoever. What did you expect? This isn't the Gap. You need to be able to hang with everyone else there. Trust me, this will be far from the most expensive gown there. Plus, you look like a dream, Noah. I mean it. I feel like I'm about to cry. I rolled my eyes and looked at myself in the mirror. It really was beautiful. That pearl gray was a perfect contrast to my tanned skin and my hair. Plus, it was a special occasion. I'd be wearing it in front of the cameras. I'd be wearing it, more importantly, in front of Nick. Yeah, I definitely wanted to see Nick's face when I showed up looking like that. If this gala was going to be a reunion after 2 weeks with barely a word, then like Jenna said, it needed to be spectacular.
48. Nick. The gala was a day away, and Noah and I still hadn't spoken. I was worried about her, about us. I felt a pressure in my chest that kept me from working. That morning, my father had come by the office, had given me the invitations for the next day, and had reminded me of what he and his wife had asked of Noah and me a month or so before. I hated the thought of seeing her after all those days without touching or holding her, knowing we'd have to pretend there was nothing between us. It was like a terrible joke. My bad mood was palpable, evident to anyone who came close to me. I'd had so many arguments with the staff, I'd have definitely been fired if Lester hadn't been my last name. I've reserved 3 cars for tomorrow. One will take Ella and me, another will be for Noah and her friend, and the last one will be for you and Sophie. I looked up immediately from the document I was skimming. What did you say? My father glared at me in a way that revealed to me I wasn't the only one who'd gotten up on the wrong side of the bed. Aiken asked me to, Nicholas, and I'm not in the mood to argue about it. He won't be coming. Sophia will take his place, and he asked me to let her join our family. Does she even know? I asked, getting up and slamming the office door shut. Sophia told me she wasn't going to the gala. She said she was heading to Aspen tomorrow morning. Dad took off his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. That was then. Riston's had something important come up in Washington. He's got to go, so Sophia will have to substitute for him. Riston asked me to handle the details, and naturally I couldn't say no. I shook my head. I could already imagine the problems this would bring. I'll ride in the same car with her, but I'm not going to be her date. My father observed me with indulgence. What I'd said was absurd. It didn't matter what the invitation said. If we showed up in the same car, people would think we were together. And the same went for Noah, and whoever she was with. You're causing problems for me and my girlfriend, I reproached my father between clenched teeth. He sighed on his way to the door. Your relationship with Noah is already causing you problems, son. If she can't put up with you taking a friend to a party, it sounds to me like you've got some thinking to do. I ignored his words and let him go. I couldn't let Noah come to the gala and see me with Sophia without prior warning. I had to tell her first. The last thing I'd gotten from her was a text with the word, thanks. I'd promised her space, but if I didn't take care of this issue with Sophia, a lack of space would be the least of my worries. I got up, grabbed my keys, and went straight to her dorm. Luckily, I got there just as she was pulling in. She parked next to me and looked over with surprise when she saw me get out. I waited to see how she'd react. She came over cautiously, stopped, and looked me up and down on edge. I'm glad to see you're still here and not in New York. She turned around and climbed the steps to the front door to her building. Was she still fucking mad? I cursed and followed behind her, ready to put this subject behind me once and for all. I looked at her dress, and especially her curves in it, as she struggled to open the door. I'd never seen her wearing it. Yellow, with little flowers all over. Finally, she got the door open. I'd have helped her, but I was too busy watching her from behind. When she went inside, she turned with pouty lips. Stop looking at my ass, Nicholas. I laughed and closed the door behind me, looking around her place to make sure there wasn't anything there that might hint at Briar's presence, but I didn't see anything. Sorry. I just like your dress, I said, looking at her intensely. Actually, I hated it. I hated the way it clung to her breasts and danced over her knees, tempting me. Noah gave me a condescending look and dropped her bag on the kitchen counter. I walked over, waiting for her to say something else. She looked nervous. I didn't expect that. She walked to the refrigerator and took out 2 beers. You want one? She asked. Her cheeks were flushed because she was uncomfortable. Or maybe because I was devouring her with my eyes. Definitely, I said, reaching out and stroking her fingers as she passed me the bottle. I knew when I touched her that way it made her shiver, but I pretended not to notice. I was there to calm things down, to explain the New York situation, even if the only thing I could think about was slipping my hands under that dress and making her shake all over. I put the lip of the bottle on the counter's edge, struck it. The cap popped off and I brought it up to my lips. Noah looked down at her own beer, seeming lost for a moment. I grinned, took another sip, and stepped closer to her. Here, Freckles, I said, handing her my bottle and opening the one she was holding the same way. She hesitated before bringing the bottle to her lips and letting the cold liquid drip down her throat. I watched the contractions in her neck as she swallowed. I took a deep breath, trying not to grab her. Something told me it wasn't the moment. At least, not if I wanted a pleasant response. I could control my body, but I couldn't control my eyes. She walked to the sofa, seeming unsure of what to do next, and started sorting through her magazines just to keep her hands busy while I leaned on the counter. Finally, she turned, dropped what she was doing, and threw her hair back, frustrated. Stop looking at me! I smiled. You're not leaving me any choice, babe. I can't touch you. I can't look at you. Being your boyfriend is becoming torture. She crossed her arms with an irritated, uncertain expression. Why are you here, Nicholas? I was just a few feet from her, but she felt miles away, and I hated that. I missed her. I knew I had promised her space. I just wanted to tell her about the thing with Sophia in person. And before that, I wanted to make sure we were okay. Or as okay as we could be. I know I told you I'd give you some space, but I wanted to see you, even if it was just for half an hour. I didn't think I'd ever seen her at such a loss. She came over, but when I walked forward to meet her, she stepped back again. "Why didn't you tell me?" she finally said in a bitter voice. It wasn't hard to imagine she'd ask that. I knew what had made her angriest about New York was hearing it from someone else. Because I was never planning on going anywhere, at least not without you. She bit her lip. I wanted to reach out and caress her, but I didn't know if that was a good idea, especially at that moment. "Then you would do it. If I went with you, you'd do it?" She wasn't asking, and to be honest, I hadn't thought about it. I'm fine where I am, Noah. I like where I work, and I like the way my future looks. I wasn't elated about inheriting my father's business because before that, I'd have to work for him for who knew how many years. But that was an insignificant detail compared to what it meant to be on the Lester Company's team. I looked into Noah's eyes and tried to decipher what was happening in her head. "You're not even going to ask me?" I frowned. "You want to go to New York with me?" "No." "Then," I replied, sighing with frustration and looking at the ceiling, "I don't want to go, obviously, because I just started college here. It's barely been a year since I left Canada. But if it's really that important to you, Nicholas, then I guess I'd be willing to do it for you." I looked down at her again. "You'd do that for me?" I asked, trying to see whether something in her face indicated she wasn't telling the truth. But I could tell she was being sincere. "Nicholas, I love you," she whispered. "It doesn't matter that we're not doing well right now. If you asked me, and it was important to you, I'd say yes. I'd go anywhere with you. You know that." A wave of infinite love crested in the center of my chest, right where I had felt that gaping absence during the 2 weeks we'd been apart. Christ, that distance had ached. Coming close to her, I wrapped a hand around her waist, almost pinching one of her ribs, and all I wanted her to know was how I would do everything, give everything, to be with her and make her happy. She held her breath. I think I could even hear her heart beating faster. "Thank you," I whispered. I brushed her hair aside, touching her neck. I wanted to smell her aroma, recall the essence unique to her and her alone. I rubbed the tip of my nose on her chin and neck, inhaling and closing my eyes. Her breathing sped up in time with mine. She grabbed my arm, and her whole body trembled. "I miss you," I said into her ear. "I'm so happy you want to go with me, but I can't accept that job. Not yet. I want to stay here, and I know you do too. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Okay?" I didn't wait for her to respond before kissing her on the throat. She moaned. Softly, I ran the tip of my tongue from her clavicle to her earlobe and bit down gently. Our bodies reacted in time with each other. I pulled away to observe her. Her excitement, her longing, were so evident that I had to stop myself from taking her on the spot. "Have you had enough time?" I asked. I don't know." I didn't like that answer. Maybe I needed to remind her of how much she'd missed me. "I'm not going to do anything you don't want to do, my love," I whispered, grabbing her around the waist. "I'll just take it slow, and you can tell me to stop any time." She said nothing, and I lifted her on the counter, delicately opening her legs and nestling between them. I smiled, hoping to ease her mind, because my gut told me she was nervous. I knew a lot had happened between us, and that I hadn't dealt with it well, especially over the past month. That's why I had wanted to take those 2 weeks to understand her, to try to figure out what I was doing wrong. I touched her face, rubbed those freckles that drove me mad, traced the line of her jaw, her thick lips. Noah's breathing was speeding up. I could see that under the fabric of her dress. Normally, I would have stripped her bare, taken her to the bedroom, touched all the places her clothing kept concealed. But I wasn't going to keep making the same mistakes. I was going to take it slow and be sure she was comfortable the whole time. "I want to kiss you." She looked back at me in silence, but her eyes seemed to tell me she wouldn't refuse, that she wanted it as badly as I did. "I'm going to kiss you." I brought our lips together, full of longing, and enjoyed the feeling of pressure, that unique connection that made everything negative in the past few days disappear. I bit her lower lip, licked it, bit it again. No man could resist the draw of her lips, and that included me. I grabbed the back of her neck and pulled her in tighter, then leaned her back, holding her up with my other arm. I pulled back, then came in for more, this time twisting my tongue around hers. She didn't hold back. The taste of her made me lose what little self-control I had left. Unable to keep my hands from roving her body, I felt Noah sit back up and pull me hungrily toward her in a passionate embrace that could only lead to one thing. I reached down, pulled her dress over her thighs, rolled it up around her hips, then bent down to kiss her legs. My hot kisses didn't leave a mark. I'd learned that lesson by now. But Noah grabbed my head and brought me back up for another kiss. In her intensity, I could sense that she wanted me. I carefully lifted her off the counter, holding her beneath her legs and walking with her to her room. I shut the door and went straight to her bed. Her hands were stroking my hair and neck. I got on top of her and pulled at her dress until it came off over her head. "I hate that damn dress," I said, throwing it to the other side of the bed. "It's new," she said, pulling me close and planting her lips on my neck. She bit and sucked, and I grunted in response. "It's horrible," she laughed. "Liar." Finally, I could see her body, that body that seemed designed for me. That body that I alone had touched, caressed, kissed. "I could spend hours just looking at you, Noah. You're precious in every sense of the word." Instead of replying, she observed me as I took off my shirt and fell on her nude torso. She was wearing a lace bra, but it was so thin it might as well have been nothing. My lips grazed the thin fabric, and I felt her growing stiff. "Nick." She could barely say my name, and that made me want to keep going. Carefully, slowly, I kissed her stomach. My fingers caressed her flanks. They descended to her hips and lifted her legs until she wrapped them around my back. My hips began rocking over hers. A wave of pleasure washed over both of us. It had been too long. Then Noah pushed me onto my back and straddled me. Her blonde hair spilled over her shoulders, and she flicked it back to look me in the eyes. I could see two halves of her struggling with each other, and I stopped, resting my hands on her thighs and waiting until she finally spoke. I don't think it's a good idea for us to keep going. I feel like if we keep going, then everything we've tried to accomplish these past 2 weeks will go to waste." The person who was talking seemed not to be her, but that damn psychologist who was treating her. He was the one who'd been encouraging her to stay away from me for weeks. When I saw how her body reacted to my caresses, saw in her eyes how she wanted to continue, I knew my assumption was correct. I sat up with her over me and brought my face close to hers. "You want to stop?" I asked, hoping she would say no. I could tell she was deliberating. Her hand rose to stroke my chin slowly, and she kissed me. I don't. But it's better, at least for now. I took a deep breath, trying to calm down. We were both panting. I nodded, kissing her on the nose. You want me to go? Something like fear crossed her face. No, stay. I had the sense that wasn't the only thing she wanted, but I smiled and helped her get out of bed. You hungry? We ordered sushi and had it sitting on the rug in the common room. There was a horrible movie on TV, and as soon as we'd turned it on, we stopped paying attention to it. I was leaning against the sofa with Noah in front of me with her legs crossed and a sarcastic smile on her face. I don't believe you, she said, shrugging. My brows lifted and I stood, stretching out a hand to her. Come on, I'll show you. She got up, and I waited for her to move the furniture around a bit to make some space. Then I walked over to her stereo and looked for the easy listening station. The first song to come on was Young at Heart by Frank Sinatra. Perfect. Come here, you little doubter. She watched me, amused but uncertain, while I stepped close to her, wrapped one arm behind her back, and clasped her fingers with the other. I took a moment to prepare, then started moving. I took her along with me, just as I'd been taught, just as I had done 10 or more years ago. We went slowly at first, but once Noah let herself go, I was able to really move with her. I can't believe I'm dancing with you in my living room to Frank Sinatra of all people. What have you been smoking, Nick? I smiled, pushed her away, brought her back in, spinning her so her back pressed into my torso. I cradled her in my arms and slowed down. Her head rested on my shoulder as I squeezed her, kissed her on the head, then spun her around again to face me. I felt the way I had in the early days of our relationship. I didn't know how to explain it, but Noah was smiling, relaxed, and I reflected her mood. My irritation was gone, and all I wanted was to remember that moment forever. Her in my arms, swaying with me as if all our problems had vanished after those days of absence. I love you, I said, feeling every letter of those 3 words coming from my heart. Instead of responding, she squeezed my hand tighter, kissed my chest, and we continued until the song was done. We went on that way for a long time, not so much dancing as simply holding each other to the rhythm of the music. As she started to slacken in my arms, I realized she was falling asleep. Leaning down to wrap one arm around her knees, I picked her up. What are you doing? She asked, her eyes barely open. Let's keep dancing. I'm good at it. I smiled as I opened her bedroom door, then backed into it to shut it. You're great at it, especially when I'm holding you up. I laid her in bed, and she struggled to open her eyes again as I took off my t-shirt and jeans. You're staying, she said, and a sweet smile crossed her lips. I'm staying, I responded, sliding between her sheets. She came close to me and rested her head on my chest. Now sleep, my love.
49. Noah. It was as if I were floating among white clouds at nightfall. I felt the sun's heat on my body and the warm sensation of resting so deeply that my mind was struggling to bring me back to reality. I felt so good, inside and out. That cold from the past few days had vanished, and when I finally managed to pry my eyes open, I understood why. 2 azure lights, stunning and sensual, were staring at me. I wanted him to close them. So much intensity without warning was too much for my already raging hormones. His hand resting on my back started tracing little circles,
How long have you been awake? He smiled. Since you started snoring an hour or so ago? Irked, I grabbed the pillow and tossed it at his head. The blow didn't have much of an effect. I still wasn't totally awake. I rolled over, grunting, and turned my back to him. He didn't wait a second to edge over to me and pull me into him. He wove his fingers into mine and stretched our arms out in front of my eyes. I miss having you in my bed. I missed it too. My God, that was what I missed the most. Who could have imagined all the things that could happen between two people who love each other in a bed? I didn't just mean sex. I mean something more. How the mattress becomes a place for confessions, for midnight caresses, for trust, a place where you can put all your worries and hang-ups aside, at least when you are truly in love. There's something magical about sleeping with someone and sharing your dreams. We hadn't really done anything the night before, but I was certain that my body and mind had been calmed by the mere knowledge that he was there. When his hand turned, I saw his tattoo. I loved seeing those words on his skin. I loved them because I had written them. I was the one who made him do crazy things like that because we were in love, crazily in love. The night before, when we'd been dancing and I could feel his heartbeat by my ear, it was so special that I was scared for it to end. I didn't want it to end, and that's why I'd held on until I couldn't keep my eyes open or my body standing. The Nick of the night before was the same Nick I'd fallen in love with, the same Nick I loved to the point of insanity. That had been one of those moments when I understood we really were perfect for each other. I wanted to believe we could leave the past behind and that if we kept struggling, we could make it. That was what I wanted more than anything in the world, and I was willing to do whatever it took. But why then couldn't I stop thinking about the way we'd fought before? And was this intimate moment between the two of us that morning the calm before the storm? Nick turned me around and climbed on top of me. You're awful quiet. I wasn't being serious about you snoring. You know you don't snore. I smiled and pushed aside a lock of hair that had fallen into his eyes. I liked dancing with you last night. He smiled. That smile I loved so much but saw so little of. I told you I was a hell of a dancer. I rolled my eyes. Nicholas Egotistical Lester. That must be your full name, I said, turning away when he tried to kiss me. In response, he squeezed my ribs, tickling me until I started laughing. I don't have a middle name. Middle names are for losers. I've got a middle name, asshole. He started giggling and turned his face away. Noah Carey Morgan. Oh my God, I forgot. Your mother must have been drunk when she picked that. You're not going to use your telepathic powers on me, are you? I shoved him hard, but he didn't move an inch. I'd read that stupid Stephen King book too. And no, my mother hadn't chosen that name because she thought I'd be some screwed-up girl everyone hated. It just so happened to be my grandmother's name. Dickhead, I groaned, laughing, then going slack over the mattress. He sat up then and looked down at me. I love you, Freckles, along with each and every one of your names. He kissed my cheek and let me go. I got up. I needed to shower. I grabbed my things while Nick got dressed next to me, observing me from the corner of his eyes. All of a sudden, he was being strangely quiet. Before I could make it to the bathroom, he stopped, grabbed my hand, and sat down with me on the edge of the bed, looking up at me. I need to tell you something, and I don't want you to get mad. I looked at him with suspicion. I'm not going to the gala alone tomorrow. That was the last thing I expected him to say. What is that supposed to mean? I knew my tone of voice had changed dramatically, and I felt the room temperature drop several degrees in that moment. I'm supposed to go with Sophia. And there it was. We were right back at square one. I came over yesterday to tell you in person. I don't want you to get mad. We're going there as co-workers, that's it.
Why didn't you tell me before then? I asked, now angry.
Because we were so happy together, and I missed you so much.
I didn't want him to go with her. The last thing I needed just then was to feel that things were slipping out of my grasp. But maybe this was the moment. The one Michael had said 1,000 times would come, when I needed to finally start acting with my head instead of my heart. Fine, do what you've got to do, and we'll talk it over afterward. I turned around to go to the bathroom, but Nick stopped me again.
Tomorrow, when this is all over, we'll go far away from here. We'll take a weekend together. We'll go and fix things between us. You know I would never set eyes on a girl who wasn't you.
I laughed bitterly. Remember those words the next time you freak out and get jealous over someone? He nodded. I think he accepted my words. Cupping my face, he looked me in the eyes with the purest sincerity.
I love you, and there's no one I even think about apart from you.
I closed my eyes and let him kiss me, and when he left, I went to the bathroom. I tried to shut out all those negative thoughts that kept cropping up and tormenting me. Those thoughts I had been working on for 2 weeks. The things I'd been struggling to look away from. Trying to change to feel better about myself, more secure, braver. I couldn't go back to the starting gate. I wouldn't. So I tried to banish my demons and trust Nick. One thing was true, though. I was going to look so fucking hot that my idiot boyfriend wouldn't be able to take his eyes off me. Later that morning, before the gala, I hung out with Briar and Jenna, who couldn't stop blabbing and laughing. It was way more fun than I could have hoped. Jenna had invited the woman who did her mother's hair over, and hers whenever she had a big event. And in expectation of her arrival, we'd turned my dorm into a regular beauty parlor. We gave ourselves mani-pedis and a no-holds-barred waxing. And I took a bath with Himalayan salt and rose water so my skin would smell delightful. I moisturized with almond oil my mother had bought ages ago. I'd worn it once, and Nick had said it made him want to lick me all over. I smiled, looking at myself in the mirror in my underwear. I'd chosen the most provocative bra and panties I could find. I swore to myself that the night to come would be unforgettable, and that Nick would never look at another girl until the end of his days. "Is this the dress?" Briar asked, taking it down from its hanger in the closet. I nodded, taking a look at my phone. Mom had sent a text saying a car would come pick us up and take us to the estate where the event was being held. I was getting nervous. I wasn't sure what to do or how to act when I got there. But I tried to put my fears aside when Jenna's hairdresser showed up. Briar said she'd take care of her own hair. She was used to being dragged onto the red carpet by her parents and knew exactly how she liked it. I put on a satin robe, sat down, and let Becca get to it. That extravagant-looking woman put curls in my hair and surrounded them with an intricate crown of braids. It hurt when she was twisting it, but I put up with it because I knew the result would be incredible. An hour and a half later, I was looking at myself in the mirror and smiling. "I love it," I declared, turning and checking myself from all angles. Jenna picked up the dress and handed it to me. I put it on carefully, admiring the delightful rustle of the silk against my skin. "You're going to cause a stir," she said, passing me my clutch, which was just big enough for my phone and my lipstick. I hugged her. "Jen, try and work things out with Lion. He loves you, don't forget that," I said. She nodded, and I went to grab Briar. She was wearing an attractive beige gown that left little to the imagination. Her hair was pulled up on one side, with a cascade of curly locks hanging down on the other. She looked fantastic. We said a quick goodbye to Jenna and walked toward the rented car that was waiting for us outside.
I was surprised to find not a chauffeur, but Steve dressed to the nines. As he saw us descending the stairway, he smiled and passed me a rectangular box. "It's from Nick," he said. There was something strange, almost unfriendly about the way he said it. I looked at the box and the accompanying envelope. Briar gave me a strange look as I laid them both in the seat without opening either. "You don't want to know what he got you?" I shook my head, focusing on the road. I needed to keep a cool head. When the night was over, we could talk about whatever we wanted. I'd wait to open my heart till then. The estate was outside of town, and my nerves only grew more strained over the course of the long drive. When we got there, I was surprised to see the trees flanking the road all covered by white lights. A row of limousines was waiting to drop all the passengers off at the door. When our car came to a stop, a man in a suit opened our door. I had tried to keep a lid on my insecurities. When he helped me out, at least 30 pairs of eyes focused on me. "Good evening, ladies," the man in the suit said, and he touched a button on his earpiece, whispering something I couldn't hear. My mother had told me not to stop for any photos until I found her and William. I turned to Briar as the man in the suit motioned for me to follow him. "I can't miss this," she said, observing the photo call with calculating interest. "You sure you don't mind staying by yourself?" She rolled her eyes and turned her back to me. Her elegant legs marched off toward the group of people gathered in front of the camera, and I knew there was no need to worry about her. I was led past a huddle of reporters, interviewing numerous guests. I felt overwhelmed until my eyes met my mother's. We hadn't seen each other since the night I'd left home a month back. And even if enough time had passed to put our problems aside, when I saw her, I knew we still had a lot to talk about. "You look lovely, Noah," she exclaimed when she saw me, bending down for a quick hug. She looked like a movie star. Her hair was in curls and pulled back with a bejeweled silver hairpin. Her dress was burgundy and made her look much younger than her true age. I'd always been amazed by how well preserved she was because she wasn't a strict dieter or anything of the sort. "Thanks, you too," I responded, looking toward the corner where William was speaking with reporters from the Los Angeles Times. Standing apart from the crowd, but still easily seen, I watched the cars arrive and the elegantly dressed guests get out. My mother was projecting her voice to talk to various acquaintances as they passed. It was a madhouse, and it was already starting to stress me out. I couldn't remember all the people I was getting introduced to, and we still had to wait for William to stop talking to the stupid reporters so we could finally take our goddamned family photos. A wave of excitement shot through the photographers, and I looked over to see a car that had just stopped next to the red carpet. There he was, and my God, who could have seen him without going gaga? Nicholas got out of his limo, his face serious, professional, despite the catcalls from the photographers. He buttoned his blazer and reached out a hand to the girl who was riding with him. Sophia Aiken was dressed in a spectacular black gown, tight and incredibly sensual. As I observed them from a distance, I had to suppress the urge to vomit. I turned away just as William started walking away from the reporters to greet me. He was beaming. I guessed this was his night. I'd been thinking too much about myself that I'd forgotten how important this all was for him. "Thank you for doing this, Noah. You look great," he said with a smile. I nodded, ignoring my mounting irritation. I saw Nick say something to Sophie, break away from her and walk toward us. When our eyes met, I felt 1,000 butterflies take off in my stomach. His eyes widened as he saw my dress. Lord, Nick in a tuxedo? Before I could do something crazy, I turned around and looked at the amazing gardens, the lights, the journalists. Wasn't that one a well-known newscaster? And that guy over there, didn't he just get hired for the new Spielberg movie?
I felt Nick's warmth a few minutes later. My whole body shook when his jacket brushed my lower back. Will and my mother were right there in front of me, their eyes turned toward the recent arrival. "Hey, son," Will said distractedly just before a woman came over to say something to him. My mother smiled nervously and turned to listen to the woman's instructions about the photos. I looked back at the gardens. Nick said nothing, but his finger traced a line from my shoulder to my wrist in a way that was both subtle and incredibly tempting. I turned, thinking I would warn him with my eyes that the best thing he could do was leave me in peace. No touching, no alluring stares, no kisses or anything like it. But whatever warnings I thought I'd issue got stuck in my throat when I saw him there so close, right in front of me, and more imposing than ever. His mouth said nothing, but his eyes said everything. I felt as if he were stripping me nude as they traveled over my body, their gaze palpable, as if he were stroking me with his hands. I could already feel his lips kissing me, moist and delightful on every inch of my bare body. God, stop it! Don't think about that right now. He bent down to kiss me on the cheek. I closed my eyes and breathed in his familiar scent, which was mixed subtly with the aroma of tobacco. Had he been smoking? Was he as nervous as I was? "You look gorgeous," he whispered in my ear before standing up straight and acting like nothing had happened. He walked past me to the journalists while I stayed there stunned, watching him. They peppered him with questions and he responded while I observed from a distance. The way he moved, the way he talked smoothly with all those people dying to know about the youngest Lester, the self-assurance in his every movement. He stepped back to type something on his phone. Just then I felt mine vibrate. By then Nick had put his away and returned to answering questions, and his father had approached him. The cameras were trained on the two men. I looked down at my screen. "I'm going to take off that dress so slowly, I'll make it the longest and most erotic night of your life." An inopportune heat made my body glow from my toes to my cheeks. I looked to both sides, hoping no one had noticed the effect his words, his mere presence, had on me. Finally, they led us into the salon, where the waiters were serving glasses of champagne on elegant glass trays. There was glass and crystal everywhere, and candles, yes, hundreds of candles and soft white lights that invited you to settle in, talk, spend an unbelievable evening. Now that people were mingling, Nick came over to meet me. "Did you like my present?" he asked as we walked off, leaving the journalists behind us. I needed some distance from him. We had promised we'd work things out once everything was over, and I wanted that night to end as quickly as possible. "No presents, Nick. I want to get this night over with and forget that you came here with another woman." He sighed and brought a hand up, evidently meaning to caress me, but then he realized he couldn't. He closed it into a fist and brought it down by his side. I looked away, frustrated by the situation, by everything. "I could fuck all this up, Noah. I could do it. All I want right now is to bury my hands in your hair and kiss you until I'm breathless. Just say the word and I'll do it." I bit my lip. I knew he was telling the truth. If I asked him to, if I told him how much I was suffering that night, nothing would make him happier than to ruin the whole event on my behalf. But Will had asked us to behave, and I wasn't going to turn our parents against us even more. "I'm good," I assured him, even as I dreamed of him wrapping his arms around me just then. I missed him. I missed our moments, touching each other, our kisses. I missed the Nick and Noah moments. 2 weeks had been too many, and the night before hadn't sufficed for us to get everything out and fix our problems once and for all. I realized my mother was watching us from a few feet away. People were noticing us, damn it. Every eye was on Nick.
You need to go. People are looking at us, and the last thing I want is for us to have done all this for no reason. Nick looked to either side, then back at me. It's just a couple of hours. Then I promise I'll devote myself to you, body and soul, until everything is back to the way it was before. His words hung in the air between us for a few infinite seconds, until everything is back to the way it was before.
50. Nick. With clenched teeth, I walked away. If it had been up to me, I'd have told her to hop in a car with me and we'd have left. I didn't want to be there. I didn't give a shit that my dad had asked me to be. All I cared about was having Noah back, and hanging out with Sophie wasn't going to help me do that. As soon as I'd seen Noah, I'd known that night was going to be torture. Everyone was watching her. No one was capable of ignoring her when she was there looking so beautiful that it almost hurt your eyes. She shone all over. Her skin, her hair, her eyes, her face, and her body in that dress that fit her like a second skin. Her waist was so narrow in her corset. I wondered how she could breathe, but it was worth it to be able to see her like that. My fingers were itching. I wanted to touch her so badly, kiss her, savor her, love her for hours. I missed her so badly, and I didn't know what the hell I was thinking wasting time with this farce. I crossed the room, stopping to grab a drink from one of the waiters and pouring it down my throat in one gulp. I knew it had been idiotic to go there with Sophie, and that was the last thing I planned on doing for Dad. No more favors. No more putting stupid games ahead of my relationship. Before I reached the dining room, where they would serve the dinners, give speeches, and close the night off with a performance from one of the finest orchestras in the country, I was surprised to run into a pair of bright green eyes. I stopped for a moment, then walked cautiously over to where she was standing, next to a small table in one corner of the hall. "What are you doing here?" I asked Briar, restraining myself to keep from cursing. She grinned, but I could see the poisonous rancor behind that pleasant expression. "Morgan brought me. Are you honestly walking around here with another woman right in front of her nose?" Instead of looking at me, she looked past me over my shoulder. I turned back and saw Sophia talking with people from the company. A lot of them were friends with her father, people she knew fairly well and could be comfortable with. Sophia told me outright she didn't want any problems with Noah. She had insisted on coming alone, but I couldn't permit that. Not after the senator had explicitly asked my father to have me bring her. We both knew there was nothing there, just a good friendship between two coworkers. She'd screwed up by telling Noah about New York, but the way she'd apologized was so sincere and so heartfelt that I could tell she wanted nothing more from me than to be good colleagues. "She works in my office. What do you care anyway, Briar? Why are you even here? We both know this is the last place you'd want to be." That remark wiped her cheesy smile off her face. "The world is the same as it's always been, but I'm not as naive as I used to be. The other day you told me you'd changed. Well, I have too. I don't let people treat me like a fool anymore. So don't think for 1 minute I'm afraid of being here." I refrained from speaking. I wasn't about to get into it with her again. If she was there, I guessed what she was saying was true. I looked around at the rich and famous there, walking, talking, drinking, boasting of their supposed accomplishments, each jockeying to look better than the other. Then back at Briar, at the hatred concealed by that facade of hardness she always wore. I wanted to respond to her, but something, or rather someone, caught my attention. I looked over at the main door, and my entire world shook. Annabelle Grayson had just arrived. My mother was here. What the fuck was she doing here? I clenched my fists and walked to the other end of the room. I couldn't believe she had the gall to show up here, and why? Why the hell had she even wanted to? I felt a pressure in my heart and the urge to vomit. Turning around, seeing everything in red, I bumped into my father, who appeared out of nowhere to stop me before I could do anything stupid. He took a quick glance around and grabbed me by the arm, pushing me toward one of the windows. The sun had gone down, and the lights poured in from the lamps in the garden and, intermittently, from the moon, which was hidden now and then by the quickly gathering clouds. "Nicholas, take it easy." His expression was serious, his eyes stern. He wanted to get my attention, but the only thing I could see was that woman I hated more than anything else. "What in the hell is she doing here?" I almost shouted, and my father pushed me even farther from the other guests. "I don't know, but I'll take care of it. Listen to me, Nicholas. You need to stay calm, okay? You can't start a scene right now." For a moment, I felt hypnotized as I looked into his eyes, a darker blue than mine. I had my mother's eyes. Everyone had always said that. He patted me on the cheek. "I'll talk to her. You don't have to do anything." I nodded, letting my father take control of the situation. I didn't want to see her. I didn't want to talk to her. All I wanted was for her to be as far away from us as possible. And yet it was obvious to all that she was there to convey a message. She'd already tried to contact me before, and whatever she had to say, I was sure it wasn't good. My father tried to transmit calm to me, but I could tell even he didn't feel it. He turned his back and vanished into the invitees. I looked for Noah. She was talking to a small group of people and seemed to be having fun. She wasn't aware of the danger she was in. But before I could do something, take her hand, hug her, stuff her in a car, and take off, another girl appeared in my peripheral vision. "You should hear how everyone on the team is talking about you, Nick. Word's gotten around about your accomplishments. People are already speculating on when you're going to take the baton from your father," Sophie smiled, but I could barely nod in reply. "Are you all right?" All right. I was in hell. I looked all over for Briar again. I couldn't see her anywhere, and every part of me grew suddenly anxious. There were too many potential problems in one place. Before I could respond to Sophia, people started sitting down for dinner. Trying to keep cool, I put my hand on Sophia's waist, guiding her to our place at the table. I was grateful for the dim lighting in the dining room. I was so out of sorts that the last thing I needed were spotlights shining down on me. My family's table was in the center of the room, close to the stage where the orchestra would play, where the speeches would be given, and where they would hold a charity auction for an organization the company had been supporting as long as I could remember. When I got there, I saw Noah seated next to her mother. Briar had disappeared. There was pain in Noah's eyes as she looked away to keep from seeing me with Sophia. Damn it. Sophia greeted her politely along with the rest of the people at the table, and before I could sit, I heard the voice of the one person I knew I'd be glad to see that night, and I turned around swiftly. "Where's my grandson?" "There he is, an old man's pride and joy." I grinned as I saw my grandfather Andrew slowly approaching the table. People were so distracted talking and looking for their seats that no one noticed the arrival of the one man there I didn't have a single objection to. Andrew Lester was 83 years old. He was the one who had built this empire. His sparse white hair had once been black like mine and my father's. He had a lot in common with my father, but he lacked his coldness. My grandfather was the closest thing to a father I'd ever had. All the unpleasant memories my mother had brought to the surface vanished, replaced by those moments when all I'd cared about was riding horseback on my grandfather's farm, fishing in his lake, and finding the nastiest frog I could to hide in Dad's closet to surprise him. Granddad. I shook his hand, and he pulled me in to squeeze me in his arms. "When were you thinking you'd come see me, you little devil?" I laughed, then stood back to admire him. "Montana's far away, old man." He grunted and he looked me up and down. "I remember times when we couldn't keep you away from the place. Now all you care about is surfing and your stupid beaches." He breathed hard, making his way into a chair. "Imagine, you have grandchildren and they turn into typical bloody Americans on you." I laughed aloud, happy that no one but Noah, who couldn't take her eyes off us, had heard that remark. My grandfather had emigrated from England when he was 20 years old to start his company in this country. However much time he'd spent here, he'd never stopped reminding me that his roots weren't here, and I should never dare take him for anything but an Englishman. Dad appeared then and looked at his father with a blend of affection and impatience. "Dad," my father said, shaking his hand. My grandfather didn't hug him the way he had me, but he did narrow his eyes with interest. "Where's that new wife of yours you have yet to introduce me to?" My father rolled his eyes just as Rafaela appeared next to him. The past year had been so intense that we hadn't had time to travel to see my grandfather, and now that he was here, I realized how much I missed him. Noah stood and looked at me. I could see how uncomfortable she was when my father called her over to introduce her. The whole thing should have been different. I should have been the one introducing her then, and I should have been able to tell him she was the love of my life. My grandfather smiled, a bit distracted, then noticed Sophia. "You're not going to introduce me to your girlfriend, Nicholas?" Sophia's smile, polite when she had been looking on, vanished, and she looked over to Noah. I rushed to correct his impression. "Sophia's not my girlfriend, Granddad. She's my fellow intern. She's Senator Aiken's daughter." He nodded. "I see. That's just as well. I don't want my grandson involved in politics, especially not your father's kind of politics." Sophia seemed paralyzed until I burst out laughing. Noah must have warmed up to my grandfather in that moment. But by then it was time for us all to sit down. My father's friend, Robert Layton, a member of the board, was the one who gave the introductory speech. Everyone lifted their glass of champagne to celebrate 60 years of hard work. Just afterward, dinner was served. I looked all over the room trying to locate my mother among the tables, but it was impossible. Rafaela seemed out of sorts. She hardly touched her food, and she looked tense every time she took a sip of her champagne. Noah, in the meanwhile, talked cheerfully with Granddad, who seemed to have a good impression of her. Now and again she turned to Briar, who had shown up a bit late with glassy eyes and pink cheeks. The alcohol she'd drunk was leaving visible marks on her, and that only made me more anxious. When we were done with dessert, my mother's elegant, svelte figure made an appearance. I grew tense as I watched her stop beside Noah. Everyone fell silent, and Noah stiffened like a corpse when she heard my mother's voice behind her. "Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Lester, and the rest of you. Congratulations on the anniversary."
51. Noah. My heart stopped when I heard that voice. For a moment, I thought I was imagining it, but a quick look at Nicholas sufficed to confirm that what I'd heard was real. Annabelle Grayson was there. I turned in time to see her stop next to me, and I felt every ounce of air in my lungs vanish. "I'm so glad to see all of you, especially you, Andrew. You must be very proud to be the founder of such an empire." Nick's grandfather, who had just been talking to me about English literature and what a disaster America was, now smiled, stiff but friendly, his thin, wrinkled lips slightly pursed. "Very nice to see you, Belle. It's been years." My eyes were struggling to decide whom to look at. Nicholas, who appeared to be on the verge of committing murder, or my mother, who suddenly captured all my attention. She was as pale as the white linen napkins on the table, and her posture was as tense as a violin string. Before Annabelle could tell some cold lie, William scooted his seat back and took the reins, his eyes fixed on his ex-wife. "We should talk. In private would be best." Annabelle turned to him, her tight body squeezed into a blood-red dress, and with a studied smile she said, "I'm sure Raffaella would like to be present as well." My mother looked at her in a way that was plainly threatening. "I would recommend you leave. This is neither the time nor the place." What the hell was going on? I was scared that the suspicions I'd felt ever since I had lunch with that woman would turn out to be real. Nick and I met eyes across the table, just as someone grabbed the microphone to announce that it was time to take the dance floor. The music started blaring and everyone stood, smiling, unaware of the family crisis unfolding right in front of their noses, ready to dance and enjoy the party. I knew I needed to get Nick away from her. In fact, I couldn't think of anything else. Turning around, I walked over and grabbed his hand. He looked lost as I tugged him out onto the dance floor. I had no idea what our table mates had thought seeing us leave together. I had no idea if it was obvious that our way of looking at each other was anything but fraternal. All I cared about just then was making sure Nick was okay. I tried to get him to notice me, but he was still focused on the other end of the room. When I looked over there, I saw William disappear through a doorway with my mother and his ex-wife. "What do you think they have to talk about?" I asked, a knot in my throat. Nick looked down as if he'd only realized in that moment that I was with him. "I have no idea, and I don't want to know either." I tried to imagine the state he must be in. I'd seen him like this before, and I knew he would explode sooner or later. I touched his cheek, forcing him to look at me, thinking that agreeing to meet that woman months ago was probably the worst mistake I could have ever committed. Just the sight of Nicholas reminded me that his mother's presence brought him incomparable pain. If he found out I'd been with her... "Nicholas, I need to tell you something," I said, my voice trembling slightly. I didn't know how he'd react, but with his mother in the next room over and clearly prepared to make a spectacle, it was likely she would mention the time we met, and if Nick found out from her lips, he'd probably never forgive me. "What?" he asked. I took a deep breath, trying to find the right words, but then someone interrupted us. It was Sophia, and her face was filled with worry. "Nicholas, I think you should go see your parents." We pulled away from each other, each looking at her before glancing back at the door. "I'll go," I said, wanting to keep things calm. Nicholas grabbed my arm. "No," he said resolutely. "Nicholas, she doesn't matter to me. There's no reason for you to confront her." He looked like he was about to lose it. I turned to Sophia. "Don't let him go near that door." Before Nick could react, I took off across the room. As soon as I approached the door, I heard the shouting. For a moment, I was unsure whether to enter, but when I remembered my mother's face, how tense she'd seemed, I knew she needed me. Nick's mother could be a monster. I carefully opened the door, and the three of them, William, Annabelle, and my mother, turned to look at me, all of them red in the face from arguing. Annabelle was next to the window and clearly enjoying herself. William looked faint, and my mother was sitting on a sofa, as if she wished to vanish and never reappear again. "Oh, lovely. Come on, Noah. I think you should hear what I have to say." Hearing this, my mother's attitude changed, and she got up to stand between the two of us. "Don't you dare involve my daughter in this. Don't you dare." William came over and tried to put his arm over her shoulders. But then something I thought would be impossible occurred.
My mother shook him off violently and slapped him across the face. I froze. Everything happened so quickly that I couldn't hear the door opening behind me, but I did feel a pair of hands on my shoulders. "Don't touch me again." My mother turned her back to William and walked toward me. "Noah, we need to go, now." Nicholas walked around in front of me and stood between us. "What the hell is going on here?" Now it was Annabelle's turn to speak up. She walked away from the window, clearly happy with the scene she was causing and the sight of my mother smacking the only man she'd ever loved. "What's going on is I've come to claim what's mine." William laughed bitterly, quickly getting a hold of himself, looking more furious than I'd ever seen him. "All you want is fucking money. You're getting a divorce from that imbecile you call a husband. And so here you come telling lies to try and ruin something you could never do anything about. The fact I loved that woman more than you could ever imagine." My mother turned around, tears pouring from her eyes, and stood still, her fingers trembling, her eyes focused on her husband. "Every day I ask myself how you could deceive me for years with a little girl who only wanted one thing, for someone to save her from a hell she went looking for herself." My breath was racing. What was she getting at? She went on. "Now you like to pretend you're the best father in the world, and you throw it in my face that I left Nicholas behind. But you gave me no option. You traded us for her, and you had the balls to try and throw me out on the street." William burst out laughing. "I tried to divorce you long before I met Rafaela. Nicholas wasn't even 6 years old then. I told you I didn't love you anymore. I told you I'd take care of your every need, but you wouldn't accept that. You wanted to perpetuate that farce of a marriage and go on living under my roof, and I agreed for the sake of our son." Nicholas was listening to each of his parents' words, almost as if his life depended on it. It seemed he was hearing the answers he'd never had, as if he were finally understanding why everything had turned out the way it had, and why he'd had to grow up without a mother. "What are you talking about?" I asked, looking at my mother, not understanding a thing. Pulling away from Nick, I looked at William. At the drop of a hat, I'd found myself wrapped up in something I hadn't even imagined could exist. Two families bound together in unimaginable ways and with terrible consequences. "You and Rafaela have known each other for years?" Nick asked, not seeming to believe it. Annabelle turned and looked at him with surprise. Then she looked at me. "You didn't give him the letter, did you?" My heart was pounding. Nick looked me in the eyes. The poor thing had no idea. I shook my head, but the words caught in my throat. Noah and I had a very interesting meeting a few months back. It's incredible what a person can do for money and for the sake of morbid curiosity. Isn't that right, Noah?" Annabelle looked almost insane. Nick stared at me incredulously. "That's a lie," I shouted at that devil of a woman. "Nicholas, it's not what you think. I agreed to meet her because she told me otherwise she'd stop letting you see Maddie. That's the only reason." "You saw her behind my back? You never told me?" Nicholas's eyes pierced my heart. I'd never seen that much pain in them before. I knew I'd betrayed him by meeting with her, but it hadn't been curiosity or money that had motivated me. I did it for him. All that woman wanted was to come between us, and her mere presence so upset him that he couldn't listen to what I was telling him. "Nicholas, listen." He wouldn't let me complete the sentence. He stepped back, gave everyone a hateful look, and walked out, slamming the door. I turned back to that demon woman. "The only reason you came here is to cause more harm than you already have." Annabelle looked unfazed by all that was happening around her. She was calm, relaxed even. She seemed to be in her element.
Her face hardened when she heard the door slam, and she turned back to William with determination.
I've come to inform my daughter's father that the girl is his and that he must take responsibility for her.
For a moment, I wasn't sure what I was hearing. I looked at her, then at William, as he brought his hands to his head, and finally at my mother, who was a wreck, almost paralyzed after striking the one person who would never have hurt her. And then it all made sense. William stepped forward between the two women.
You know what, Annabelle? You're a fucking liar, and I don't believe a single word of what you're saying.
Annabelle opened her bag and took out some papers, showing them to him as if they were printed on gold leaf, while I remained still, watching the soap opera unfold before me.
It's a DNA test. I always had my suspicions, but I never wanted to find out because I was afraid Robert would leave me. But he's turned out to be exactly like you, and now he wants to take everything away from me. Well, that's not going to happen. Madison is your daughter, and you're going to have to provide for her care.
My mother continued standing there in silence. Tears rolled down her cheeks. William tore the pages from her hand, looked them over for a moment, and then glared at her.
Lies. This is just a bunch of fucking lies. I never took any DNA tests. I never submitted to this, so you can get out of my sight before I call security and have you kicked out.
Annabelle smiled smugly.
The results are correct. You think it was hard to find someone to go into your house and get a DNA sample? You didn't think it was odd when you got that call about a break-in and nothing was stolen apart from a hairbrush?
Oh, God, the thieves who broke in last summer. I couldn't believe it. It had to be a lie. This was madness. Annabelle had hired them. She must have paid their bail to get them out. I'm sure it was easy for them to hide the hairbrush from the police. William was speechless. Anybody would be after a revelation like that. Annabelle turned to me with spite.
Look at you, judging me. How dare you?
I walked straight up to her.
You know what I think? You don't deserve to be a mother.
Annabelle chuckled and looked over at my mother.
Funny you should tell me that when your mother was the one who left you alone at home with the man who nearly killed you while she was fucking my husband in a 5-star hotel.
My mother stepped in front of me and shouted, "Get out!" Annabelle giggled again and continued with pity.
I left my son with his father because I thought it was best for him. Never in my life would I have left him with an abuser.
My mother covered her mouth with her hand and began to sob uncontrollably. Annabelle walked out. I turned to my mother, waiting for her to deny what that woman had just told me. "Mom?" I hadn't realized my voice would crack until the word came out. "Noah, Could the words of that witch possibly be true? Could my mother and Will really have met long before they'd married? When my father had almost killed me, had it really been because my mother was with another man? You said you were working," I responded, tears streaming down my cheeks, blinding me to everything in the rest of the room. My mother tried to come near me, but I stepped back, keeping a distance. "Noah, I never thought that could happen. You have to believe me. I always felt so guilty for what happened, but how could you?" I shouted, wiping my tears away violently. "How could you leave me alone with him?" William walked up beside her. I hated him with all my strength just then. I hated him so much. I thought I'd never be capable of forgiving him.
Noah, calm down. None of us wanted that to happen. None of us could have imagined that.
I covered my face with my hands, unable to believe what they were saying. The fog that had settled on my life was finally lifting, and it revealed things were far, far worse than they'd seemed. "I never thought I would say this, but Annabelle Grayson is right. You are worse than her, and I will never forgive you." You've ruined my life. You've ruined me. I didn't let them respond. I just turned around and headed for the door, ready to escape. I slammed it behind me, wiped away my tears again, probably smearing my makeup all over. And I realized I had no way of getting home, no one to pick me up. I didn't want to call Steve. A bundle of nerves, I took my phone out of my clutch and saw 4 missed calls from Briar. I didn't even know if I would be able to get outside, let alone explain to her what had happened. But I tried to calm myself because there was no point in continuing to dwell on what I'd just found out. My mother would get the prize for the worst mother of all time. Fine, I just needed to go, needed to hold the one person who could console me just then, the person who had walked out looking at me with the same hatred he'd felt for his mother. My heart in my throat, I called Nick. His phone was off. That was unusual. He always complained that I never picked up the phone. I realized then that he wasn't just angry. He saw my meeting with his mother as a betrayal. I couldn't believe how complicated things had become in such a short time. I couldn't believe what my mother had done, the way she lied to me for years about leaving me alone, about her relationship with William, about everything. And now it turned out Madison was Will's daughter. How would Nick take that? I was so stressed that I felt grateful when I saw Briar come through the door. She found me there, froze, then ran over to hug me. Morgan? I collapsed onto a couch and she sat down beside me. I'm so sorry, Noah, Briar said, wrapping an arm around me. I can't believe what happened, I started saying, but I couldn't choose the right words. I couldn't even tell her what was going on because she had no idea about me or my family's history. I wanted to warn you. I really did, but he's like that. He was that way with me and he will be with you. Nicholas is incapable of loving anyone. My thoughts froze and I looked up until my eyes met hers. I knitted my brows. I didn't understand. Briar reached up and wiped off the tears still rolling down my cheeks. I hoped you hadn't seen it, but it's obvious you have. I grabbed her hand to pull it away and scrutinized her face, trying to understand what she was saying. What are you talking about? I asked as a horrible new fear rose in the center of my chest. I wanted to tell you, but then I saw how much you loved him, so I decided not to say anything. But then I saw him leave with her, and Morgan, I can't let him do the same thing to you that he did to me. He doesn't have the right to cheat on you right in front of everybody's nose like that. I shook my head. My hands were starting to tremble. He's a son of a bitch, Morgan. He always has been. He told me to keep quiet, to not tell you anything, and I agreed to because I thought he really was in love with you. But after seeing him make out with her, I can't go on lying. I could almost hear my heart cracking. If what she was saying was true, he left with Sophia? My voice broke as I uttered her name, and Briar gave me a pitying look as if trying to understand how I could be so lost. She must not have known I just had 2 bombs dropped on me. I was mourning Nick, but I was mourning my mother too. I stood, and Briar did the same. You slept with him too? She remained silent for several seconds. That was all I needed to know the truth.
52. Nick. I walked out in a rage, disoriented by the music, the people, the candles, and the waiters. My mind had been so far from that farce that the sight of people happy, dancing, and drinking was utterly surreal. Noah had seen my mother. Noah had met her. God damn it! How could she? The mere thought that she had even listened to what that woman had to say drove me insane. I had been very clear about my feelings about my mother. We didn't talk about her. We didn't mention her. We didn't see her. Nothing, period. And now, I found out my father had been having an affair with Rafaela since I was a child. I had to re-examine everything, because there was a difference between my mother up and leaving me and doing it because her husband was cheating on her. I'd always believed it was the opposite, that she'd left because she wanted to hurt my father. Now everything appeared differently. My life, ever since the day I was born, had been a lie, and neither of my parents had been capable of putting their fucking issues aside for my sake. All at once, Sophia appeared in front of me, her face full of worry, and I asked myself what it must be like not to feel the least worry apart from climbing the ladder at work. Sophia was utterly free. She had been so easy to talk to, about whatever, just to pass the time. "Nicholas, are you okay?" I stared at her closely, at her tan skin, her black hair, her dark eyes. What would Noah feel like if I betrayed her that way? How would she feel if I stabbed her in the back? Sophia said something else, but I couldn't even hear her. Consumed by sudden rage, an infinite hatred for everyone that I could no longer even control, maybe even a hatred for Noah, because the light at the end of the tunnel had vanished, and she was doing what she pleased, not even caring about what I had done or said or wished for. Furious at her, at my mother, I acted without thinking, not even realizing what I was doing until my lips were pressed into those of the girl in front of me. I felt strange. For a few seconds, I was waiting for that vertiginous feeling I always got when I kissed Noah. But there was nothing, just skin touching skin, and that made me even angrier. I pulled Sophia close, ran a hand through her hair, slipped my tongue into her mouth, looked for that flavor that obsessed me, that made me melt inside. Nothing. God damn it. I felt nothing. Just then she must have realized what we were doing because she pushed me. "What are you doing?" I looked at her, analyzed her, wanting to see a person who wasn't there. Shit. Sophia was speechless. I smacked my forehead and drank the entire contents of the glass sitting next to me. The alcohol burned my throat, but I was used to that burning at least. "I need to go." I called Steve and told him to meet me out front. I begged Sophia to go, that was best, and tried to erase every proof of what I'd just done. She was shocked and angry, but she did as I said, grabbing her purse, following me outside, and getting into one of the cars waiting there. When I walked out, a gust of cold air hit my face. I looked up. The sky was dark, threatening. I walked down the steps without even bothering to smile at the photographers, passing in front of the valets and the other staff, trying to find Steve, who was waiting for me farther off. I reached his vehicle, opened the back door, and got inside, waiting to disappear. "What happened, Nicholas?" he asked, his eyes on the road as we left the property. Steve had been with me as long as I could remember. He had picked me up from school, taken me to games, had been there when my parents weren't. I had a special place in my heart for him, and for a moment, I wanted to open up to him and tell him how I was feeling. With my mind in a million places, I needed some time to see the box in the seat next to me, and the note I'd asked Steve to give Noah that night. I put both in my jacket and looked out the window. I'd left Noah alone with my monster of a mother and our parents. I'd walked off without letting her explain herself, and then I'd kissed Sophia in front of everyone there. I felt sick to my stomach and grabbed my phone. I'd turned it off a while ago, as soon as I'd left the main hall, and when the screen glowed, I saw I'd missed a call from Noah 20 minutes before. I'd been a dickhead. I dialed and waited for her to pick up, but she didn't. Her phone was turned off this time. All at once, I felt a profound unease. "Steve, let's go back to the party. I've got to get Noah out of that hellhole." We were back in no time. As far as I could tell, the ceremony had continued according to plan, and at that very instant my father was on the stage, delivering that speech he'd been planning for so long. I looked around the room, trying to find her, in vain. I didn't see Rafaela anywhere either. I didn't even want to think of what reason my mother might have had for starting a scandal there, or why she had lied, saying Noah had met her for money. I knew Noah didn't have a greedy bone in her body. With every minute that passed, I felt guiltier for leaving. If what Noah had said was true, the only reason she'd met with my mother was to let me have Maddie. I had been such a jerk, an absolute first-rate asshole. Increasingly anxious, I walked into the crowd just as everyone lifted their champagne flutes in a collective toast. Right away, the music, which had been silenced for the speech, boomed from the speakers, and the sound of conversation rose again. That was when I saw a red blur appear in my field of vision. Briar. I hurried over to her. "I'm looking for Noah. Have you seen her?" Briar laughed and looked at me with contempt. "So, now you're looking for her? You're the worst," she exclaimed, shaking her head. "For a minute, I believed you, you know. I really thought you had changed. There was even a little part of me that had stopped hating you with all my soul. That was happy for you because, whatever problems you have, you'd finally learned what it meant to really love someone." Her green eyes told me I wasn't likely to get any further with her. She continued, "You know what? Your father was right the last time I saw him. He told me you were incapable of love, that you harbored a hatred so profound that there would never be room for anything else. And certainly not for a 19-year-old girl with a baby on the way." I clenched my teeth. "Now I realize he was right. Because Noah loved you for real, Nicholas. But you couldn't love her back. You couldn't love me. You couldn't forgive your parents. And you certainly won't be able to love her, because you know she's better than you in every way. Briar, where is Noah?" I couldn't believe this was blowing up in my face again. Briar had no idea what I had been through, and how every single day I regretted what my father had forced her to do. Briar was one of many girls I'd hooked up with, and she was never supposed to be anything else. I just assumed the whole thing was a fling. Briar was no saint. She'd been with half the guys on campus before me. But at some point, I found out she'd actually been in love with me. When she realized she was pregnant, she came and told me at home, and my dad found out. To avoid a scandal, he forced her to get an abortion, and there was nothing I could do about it. Briar had problems. Since childhood, her environment had been toxic, just like mine. Her parents had never cared about her or given her the things she needed. What happened between us caused her to have a nervous breakdown, and they checked her into the same clinic I'd been in once. I tried to get in contact with her. I tried 1,000,000 times to ask her for forgiveness when I'd escaped from my own hell, but it was impossible. She had tried to kill herself when she was younger, and the doctors had refused to let me get close to her in case she tried it again. I'm sorry for all this, Briar. I never wanted to hurt you. I don't want to hurt you now. Not you, not Noah. So please, tell me where she is." She grinned vilely and looked me directly in the eyes. "She knows you're cheating on her with Sophia, and she knows about us, too. She's gone, Nicholas. She left more than an hour ago." An irrational fear invaded my body and left me petrified. My heart about to jump out of my chest. Jesus! What have you done?
53. Noah. I didn't remember reserving a car. I didn't remember how I got in it. All I could focus on was trying to breathe in and out. I was having a panic attack, One so horrible that my chest was aching, and it felt like someone was tearing out my heart. I couldn't stop thinking about all that had happened over the past hour. It was like I was trapped in a horror film. Finding out my mother had lied to me my entire life about virtually everything had shattered me inside. But when Briar told me Nicholas had cheated on me, had let me live with someone he had been sleeping with for months, someone he forced to have an abortion, I couldn't take it anymore. Was this really Nicholas we were talking about? How could he have done this to me? How could he have lied to me, laughed in my face, pretended they didn't know each other? How had they both been able to keep up that farce, and why? I had never felt anything so hard, so horrible. Never before that day had I felt like everyone in my life was betraying me, because it was everyone. Every single person I loved who had betrayed me that night. My mother, Nick, even Briar. I'd thought we were friends. I'd thought. With trembling hands, I took out my phone. I needed Jenna with me, by my side, because I had no idea how to resolve this. I couldn't imagine how I could recover from this blow. "Are you all right?" the driver asked, looking at me in the rearview mirror. All right? I was dying. Jenna didn't pick up. Then I saw Nick's photo on the screen. I looked at it with unending pain, a pain far sharper than any I had ever felt. Seeing his image, seeing that photo of the two of us together, smiling at the camera, my pain turned into an irrational hatred that lodged in my soul, a hatred for him and for any and everyone who had ever hurt me. I had suffered enough. I didn't deserve this. I just didn't. All I had done, all I had been through to get to where I was, and then this? It was like my entire world was falling apart. "This is your destination," the driver announced, just as a thunderclap crossed the sky, making me tremble. I paid on the app and got out. Since Jenna hadn't responded, there was only one person left to turn to. I went to the entrance of the building and pressed button number 18. I didn't get the person I expected, but in those circumstances either of them would have worked. Michael came down and opened up. He seemed shocked when he saw me. I was an absolute wreck. I could barely even breathe. I didn't care that I'd only known him for a few weeks. He had helped me, and more importantly, he knew me better than anyone. I had opened up to him in a way I'd done with almost no one else. Seeing him through the mist of my tears, I stepped forward and collapsed into his chest. He hugged me tight, and just then I felt my heart fall out of my chest and shatter. 3 hours later, I opened my eyes in a completely unfamiliar room. My head was aching so badly it was hard for me to focus on anything but the pain. And it wasn't just my head, there was something else, something I didn't understand. Then the truth hit me again, cold as ice. I felt the tears stream down my cheeks once more, but in silence, as if I didn't want to make things worse, as if I wanted to keep the drama at bay. But why bother? Everything that had happened was horrible from beginning to end. Everyone had warned me. Everyone I knew had told me this could come to pass. And there I was in a bottomless pit because I hadn't been capable of seeing it or accepting it in time. I lay back on the cushions and looked around for something to distract me. I saw 2 lit candles on the nightstand. I considered getting up, but before I could, the door opened. And there, with a steaming mug in his hands, was Michael. It was strange to see him in pajama pants and a gray t-shirt, and it was even stranger to realize I was in his bed, in his sheets, after crying for hours while he held me. "Hey," he said, walking in and sitting beside me. "I made you a cup of hot tea with honey and lemon. After all that crying, your throat must be killing you." I nodded, grabbing the cup and bringing it to my lips. I was so crushed, so lost that I didn't know what to do or say. My legs shifted under the sheets and I realized I was no longer in my dress. I was wearing a large white cotton t-shirt. Michael seemed to be considering what to say, and just looking at him allowed me to see he was even tenser than I was. I looked down at the steam rising from the rim of my tea as I felt Michael's fingers delicately wiping away my tears. He doesn't deserve you shedding a single tear for him, Noah. Not one. I knew what he was saying was true, but I wasn't crying for just Nick or just me. I was crying for us, for Nick and Noah, because there wouldn't be a we anymore, right? I would never be able to forgive him. Or would I? I looked at the raindrops striking the window. It had been a long time since I'd seen a storm like that. The last one had been in Toronto, before my whole life turned upside down, before I fell in love, before everything. Anyway, I guess it had to happen, I said softly, more to myself than to Michael. It seemed as if that phrase remained there, lingering in the air. It's not the first time either. It's almost like I'm not capable of making men love me. My father didn't. Neither did my first boyfriend, Dan. He cheated on me with my best friend. Now history's repeating itself. I'm asking myself if that's why I've been running away from everything with Nick, if there was a part of me that knew this had to happen and wanted to protect me from that pain. Michael took the cup from my hand and, without my managing to stop him, kissed me on the lips, pressing me into the pillows I was resting on. I blinked several times, perplexed, then pulled away with a face full of rage and something more. You're an idiot if you don't think you deserve to be loved, if you think the bad things that have happened in your life are your fault. He stroked my hair. I haven't done my job with you, Noah. I really haven't accomplished anything. Again, he pressed his lips into mine, and I felt so lost. I let him do it. My mind seemed to disconnect from my body, just as I had wished it would do since I took that car there. Michael's hands were all over me, and maybe just as a reflex, mine started doing the same. It was different the way he touched me. His kisses were different too. I couldn't say whether I liked them because I wasn't really there. I didn't even know what was happening. My heart and my soul were crushed, blinded, waiting for someone to send a light into that bottomless pit and show me the way out. When I woke up, it was 5 a.m. My brain seemed to be functioning again, and I realized what I had done. It felt like someone had struck me with a mallet in the middle of my chest, hard and precise, and I had to drag myself from the bed to the bathroom to vomit. I felt sick, truly sick, as if a virus were inside me, eating whatever life was still left in me. I looked down at my body. I was still in that white t-shirt, but my underwear had disappeared. Flashes of what had happened started to reappear in my mind, and I could do nothing to stop them. His hands, his mouth, his naked body on top of mine. Oh my God. I retched and brought myself up to my knees in front of the toilet to vomit again for minutes straight. It seemed like an eternity. Then I rested my face on the edge of the sink and started crying again. I didn't even know how many tears I had spilled since the night before, nor did I understand how I had any left. I wanted to burn that shirt, shower in boiling water, scrub my body with steel wool. With all my strength, I wanted to cleanse myself inside and out and ball up in bed, waiting for time to pass before I raised my head again. Like a robot, I started picking up my things, trying not to make noise. I didn't want to put my party dress back on, but I also didn't want to walk out of there naked. I ended up taking a sweatshirt Michael had left on a chair. I'd burn the dress and that damned sweatshirt later. I'd throw everything I'd worn in the fire, burn all the memories and all the things he had touched, because, for God's sake, I'd let him touch me, let him do even more. When I turned on my phone to book a ride, I saw dozens of missed calls on my screen. Most were from Nicholas. He'd called me every 5 minutes for the past 6 hours. Jenna had called too, so had my mom. I rolled my eyes and ignored all of them, reserved a car, and left Michael's apartment without making a sound. It was raining buckets, and soon enough I was soaked. But since I felt dirty, I let the water wash over me, and it actually made me feel better. For a few minutes, I tried to forget everything and concentrate on the plunking of the water drops against my face. The car honked, waking me from my daydream, and I rushed over and got in the back seat. I'd have just as soon caught a plane to Canada, to somewhere with no memories of my boyfriend, where I wouldn't run into any of his exes. But before then, I had to go to my dorm. It didn't take long to get there. Michael lived on campus, too. And when I looked out the window and saw who was waiting for me on the front stairs, I nearly fainted. No, I couldn't see him. Shit, I needed to get out of there. But Nicholas had already seen me, and before I could tell the driver to take me somewhere, anywhere else, Nick had already opened the door and pulled me out of the car. Noah, please. I've been looking for you like a madman all night. I thought something had happened to you. I thought... He looked so desperate, and I was such a disaster that for a moment I almost let him hug me. I almost let him hold me in his arms. I nearly begged him to get me out of there, to take me away just so I wouldn't have to feel anymore what I felt in those moments. But then I remembered the reasons I was in this state. It all hit me, and even more intensely because I had him in front of me right then. He was with me, and I could see and not just think about all I had lost. I shook and thrashed so hard and so fast that for a few seconds Nicholas couldn't grab hold of me. But when he did, near the door of the dorm, he grabbed both sides of my face and forced me to look into his eyes. Listen to me, Noah. Please, you have to listen to me. He looked so desperate. The rain had died down, but we were both soaked and freezing. Noah, this was all a big, stupid misunderstanding. I've been looking all over for you because I knew what you were thinking, and I was dying inside knowing that you thought I had cheated on you. I blinked, not grasping what he was saying. I've been a dickhead, okay? I know I have. I was an idiot leaving you alone last night with our parents, and if you want to hate me for kissing Sophia, fine, but... His words pierced my soul, and I tried to jerk away from his grasp. He just admitted that he'd deceived me, that it was true that he'd kissed her. Let me go, I shouted, but that only made him grip me tighter. God damn it, Noah, I'd never cheat on you. He shook me, and I looked up from the damp, muddy ground, ready to listen to him. It was just a stupid kiss. One stupid kiss I gave her out of anger because I was mad at you. And okay, you're right. I was an asshole because I knew you were jealous of Sophie, and I took advantage of that to get revenge on you. But it wasn't you I wanted revenge on, Noah. I just let the Nicholas from years ago carry me away. That person you helped me to leave behind. And I swear to you, I'll never let him come back. That was the worst mistake I've made in my life. And you know why? Because now that I've kissed another woman, I've realized how fucking in love with you I am. And I'm never going to kiss anyone and feel the things I feel when I kiss you. If I'm not with you, I feel nothing. If I'm not with you, it's like I don't even have a soul. I started analyzing everything he was telling me, and at the same time my pain was replaced by a terrible fear. You haven't been sleeping with her? I asked in a hoarse voice. Nicholas stood back and let the water fall over him for a second. I hate you asking me that, but I'm going to be straight with you because everything has gotten so fucked up so fast that you deserve an answer. He looked straight at me as though he wanted to emphasize the sincerity of his words. Never, I insist, never have I cheated on you with anybody. It never once passed through my head, and it never will, Noah. I felt such relief, It was like medicine to all the wounded corners of my mind and heart. "But Briar told me," I started to say. "Noah, what happened with Briar and me was shit, and I should have told you about it. But things were so rocky between us. Our relationship was on the edge of a cliff, and I didn't want to make things worse by telling you I got your roommate pregnant when we were younger. Let alone that my father forced her into getting an abortion to avoid a scandal. I was scared you wouldn't understand. Everything happened so fast that it got out of hand, and Briar ended up having to pay the price." Nicholas's father had been the one to force her to get an abortion? Briar had told me it had been Nick. "You're not sleeping with her?" Nicholas cursed and stared at me again. "I'm not sleeping with anyone but you, Noah. I can tell you don't fully trust me yet, and I get that, I really do, but we can work it out. Together we can get past it." My head started spinning round and round. Nicholas wasn't cheating on me? I felt so lost. I didn't realize the tears were running down my cheeks again until Nicholas pulled me tightly into his chest. For a moment, I didn't hug him back, because my mind needed to pass from hating the love of my life to loving him madly in less than a second. "What am I going to do with you, Noah?" he asked me, stroking my wet hair and back. I was so cold, so shocked that when Nick asked me if he could come inside, I just nodded and let him lead me. When we walked through the living room and I saw it looking just as it had when I left it less than 10 hours before, I started to panic. There were glasses from when the girls had been drinking as they helped me get ready. There was clothing thrown on the sofa, shoes on the floor, makeup. It was so trashed that I walked away from Nick and started ordering it compulsively. "Noah, what are you doing?" "I just need to tidy up, clean up in here a little. I need—" Nick's hand stopped me and turned me around. "Noah, take it easy, okay?" He looked me all over, and I was so scared, so terrified he'd find out what had happened, that I felt nauseous. "You're shaking. I'm freezing too. Let's take a hot shower, okay? We can talk about the rest of this tomorrow." I started shaking my head. Guilt was eating me up inside. More than anything in the world, I wanted to take off my clothes and get under the shower, but I couldn't do that in front of Nicholas. I couldn't even look him in the face. He just told me he hadn't cheated on me with anyone, that it had never even passed through his head. He had kissed Sophia, sure, but what did a kiss matter after thinking he'd slept with her? Nothing. "Nicholas, I saw the worry in his eyes, and it was just then that he realized the state I was in and what I was wearing. "Where have you been all this time, Noah?" He didn't seem to be reproaching me. He was just observing me with curiosity. "Jenna was calling you at the same time I was. I even talked to your friend from school. Where were you?" I shook my head again and closed my eyes, as if that could save me from what was about to happen. I couldn't pronounce the next words. Before Nicholas could draw his own conclusions, my phone began to ring. One of those stupid ringtones that only worsened the incredibly surreal feeling of the entire situation. Nicholas took it from my hands to see who it was. "Why is he calling you?" His voice was cold. I looked up to see his expression. He was so tense that, without realizing it, I took a step back. "Why is he calling you, Noah?" "Nicholas, One gaze was enough for him to understand what had happened. "Tell me what I'm thinking isn't true." His voice was so strangled with fear that I would have done anything to escape, anything to disappear from that place, from the world, to simply stop existing. "Please tell me that's not his shirt you're wearing, that what's passing through my head right now is just my imagination. Say it, Noah!" He screamed and grabbed my arms, pulling me out of my state of paralysis, and the tears began to fall again, dripping on the floor, down, down into the dark pit my demons had dragged me to, filled with my mistrust, all my problems. I'm sorry, I said so softly I wasn't even sure he'd heard me. But he had, and he let me go as if my skin had burned him, as if all at once he wasn't even capable of touching me. No, you didn't. It's a lie. He started pacing around the room, his hands on his head, throwing his hair in disarray, then turned again and grabbed my face in his hands. Please, Noah, don't punish me for this. I already told you I was sorry. Don't mess with my head. Tell me it's a lie. Just tell me that, please. His voice cracked with this last word, and I realized we were both ruined. If I had thought before that I knew what pain was, seeing him in pain because of what I'd done was only that much worse. It hurts when someone breaks your heart, but that's nothing compared to breaking the heart of the person you love with all your soul. Nicholas, I've been an idiot. I thought, I'm sorry, Nick. I'm sorry, I said, stifled by tears, and stroked his cheek. Or tried to. He wouldn't let me. He stiffened, grabbed my hands, avoided me, glared at me. You slept with him? His voice was so wounded that I was glad for the tears to cloud my eyes so I couldn't see the agony on his face. Answer me, damn it! Those words cut me like a knife. I was disgusted with myself. I thought I was going to vomit again right then and there. Never in my life had I felt so dirty. He could see it. He could see it in my face. I wasn't the same person. I never would be. Without a word, he turned and left the apartment. I stood there for a few seconds, looking into the void he'd left around me, and that brief lapse of time was enough for me to decide that I couldn't lose him, that I couldn't let things end here. What had happened with Michael had been a huge mistake, and Nicholas would forgive me. He had to, because he loved me and I loved him. I refused to accept that our relationship could end after finding out everything I believed was wrong, after finding out he did love me. I had to make him see that it had been a mistake, that we could get over it. I knew that would be the most arduous battle of my life, but I was going to win it. I had to win it. I ran out of the apartment and down the steps as quickly as I could. I watched him walking down the street and shouted his name. He stopped and turned to look at me. Soon I'd reached him, but I had to stop a few feet away. The Nicholas in front of me wasn't the Nicholas I knew. He was shattered, and knowing he was shattered made me fall apart too. The rain fell, soaking us, freezing us, but it didn't matter. Nothing did, not anymore. I knew everything was about to change. I knew my world was about to crumble apart. There's no turning back now. I can't even look you in the eye. Desolate tears ran down his face. How could I have done this to him? His words sank into my soul like knives tearing me open from the inside. I don't even know what to say, I said, trying to control the panic that threatened to shatter me. He couldn't leave me. He couldn't. Could he? He looked full of hatred, contempt. It was a look I'd never thought I'd see from him. We're done, he whispered, his voice cracking but firm. And with those two words, my world sank into darkness, shadows, solitude. A prison designed expressly for me. But I deserved it. This time, I deserved it. Epilogue. Noah. 2 days later. The noise of the machines and the intense, unpleasant hospital odor made the waiting room intolerable. I'd never liked those places, and if I'd had a choice, I'd have been anywhere but there. I went out to the hall, sat in a chair, and hugged my knees. That had been my preferred position those past few days, and just like when I got under the covers, I closed my eyes and let my mind wander through places I wished I'd never returned to. I could still hear Jenna's voice on the other line asking for answers I wasn't ready to give. And then William in a rage, telling me his son had been arrested for assault. I'd gotten to the scene quickly, and that image of Nicholas would stick in my mind for years, I thought. The ambulance had taken Michael away, with bruises all over his face and body. Nicholas had broken 2 of his ribs. I could still see his split lip, the blood on his knuckles, the police driving him away in a squad car. Michael had defended himself as best he could, but there was little he could do against a Nick who had completely lost his mind. I had pushed him to it. Once again, it had been my fault. I remember Jenna came up behind me, and just then my legs gave out. She and Lion caught me before I fell, drove me to her house, and took care of me all night, not asking any questions. Lion went to the police station and called William. In the meanwhile, Jenna had sat in bed with me and hugged me while the very last tears I had left poured out. I hadn't cried again since that night. I was now so destroyed that nothing, not even tears, could help with the pain. And here I was now, visiting the man who had promised to help me, but who was responsible for my destruction. I sighed, and my phone buzzed on top of the plastic chair where I'd set it down. It was Will. "He just got out, Noah," he said, and I stood. "I had to pull a lot of strings, but in the end, O'Neill decided not to press charges. I guess you were right. You talking to him helped." A sense of relief filled me. "He's out?" I asked, unable to believe it. William sighed on the other end of the line, and I could imagine him, his face weary and full of worry, but finally able to admit his son wouldn't go to jail over his stepdaughter. "Yeah, despite everything." I'd never have forgiven myself if Nicholas had wound up in prison. It was hard enough getting up in the morning and going to the hospital, but more guilt weighing on my shoulders, that I couldn't have taken. Jenna walked down the hall with 2 coffees and a bag of something. "I brought you some food, and I'm not going to take no for an answer, hear me? You're going to eat, and you're going to do it now." Not paying her much attention, I grabbed the coffee from her and took a sip. It was hot, but it didn't warm my body. I was always cold now, frozen inside and out. It didn't matter how many blankets I had over me, something was missing. The most important thing of all. "Nick's out," I whispered. Jenna's eyes widened and she took a deep breath, just as I had done when I found out. "Fuck, thank God." I nodded and looked away. "Noah," Jenna began, wanting to console me, but I didn't want to listen to her, didn't want to talk, didn't want anyone trying to ease my mind. All I wanted was to isolate myself in my misery. "Things will get better, okay? Michael's fine, he's recovering without any problems, and Nick is out of jail. William will probably get the arrest expunged. Cheer up, please." I looked at her hand. On her ring finger was a pretty ring, silver with a little diamond. That was my doing too, in a way, because the night everything had gone to hell, Lion had asked Jenna to marry him, and she'd run off to find me and deal with what had happened. I was out of it, but not so much that I couldn't see the glimmer in her eyes when she looked at Lion, or her eyes settled on her engagement ring. I was happy for her, truly, but her happiness also tore my heart. I'd never have that, especially after all that had happened. Knowing I'd lost Nick, I was aware of how stupid I'd been. My fear of being hurt had kept me from being loved because Nick had loved me with all his heart, but I had pushed him away over and over until finally I'd dragged him into the darkness that surrounded me almost every hour of the day. That was what hurt the most. I was used to pain. I feared it. I tried to avoid it as best I could, but when it came, I knew what to do. What was unbearable was knowing he was in pain. All the times he told me he loved me. All the times we'd argued over stupid shit. All the stolen kisses, the caresses, the love he felt for me alone. All that had turned into his worst nightmare. Jenna took me home that night. I hadn't seen Briar since the gala. At some point, she'd cleared her things out of the dorm. Just as well, I thought. Briar was a part of Nick's past I never should have known about because it had nothing to do with me anyway. I understood now that the past ought to remain in the past because when we let it come back, it can devour our present. I took off my shoes while Jenna messed around in the kitchen, repeating that I had to eat. But I couldn't. The knot in my stomach was so big, there was no room for anything else. I got into bed, leaned my head back, and heard paper crumpling. I felt a jab of pain as I saw that it was the letter Nick had written me. Fingers trembling, I read it again. I'll give you more time if that's what you need. If that's what you need to realize I love you and you alone, then I'll do it. I don't know what to do to make you believe me, make you see that I want to take care of you and protect you forever. I'm not going anywhere, Noah. My life and my future are with you. My happiness depends on you alone. Stop being afraid. I'll always be your light in the darkness, my love. I closed my eyes. I'm not going anywhere. My life and my future are with you. My happiness depends on you alone. I brought the letter to my heart and squeezed it. I'll always be your light in the darkness, my love. I hugged myself, knowing those words now meant nothing. Nicholas had made it clear he never wanted to see me again. He hadn't let me go see him in jail. He had refused to take my calls. For him, I no longer existed. This concludes Your Fault by Mercedes Ron, narrated by Hannah Carmona and Hugo Locke. Copyright 2017-2023 by Mercedes Ron. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Sourcebooks LLC and was produced in the year of 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.